They say that we're too young, I hate it. They say we're being dumb, so let them talk. We're living on the run, we'll make it, you and I know that we're not sober, but shut up and pull me closer, yeah. Holding me still too far away. Even when we're older, I promise that I'll still hold you like we're 17 and we're not afraid of making mistakes. Ooh. We're 17 and we're not afraid. They say that we're too young. Can we go back? Can we go back? Won't fall apart, don't let my heart break. Can we go back? Can we go back? Like we're 17 and we're not afraid. They tell us that we're wrong, we might be. This life, it isn't long enough to feel. My love for you is strong, I'm fighting you and I know that we're not sober, but shut up and pull me closer, yeah. Holding me still too far away. Even when we're older, I promise that I'll still hold you like we're 17 and we're not afraid of making mistakes. Ooh.
We're living for the moment now, we're one with the world. I can't lose this feeling I get. My heart's in the right place, and so is my soul, yeah. I won't take no excuses for it. I want it, love it, need it, live it. I feel like something's missing when I do not have it. I feel it in my bones, gotta find my space. These emotions on my face, taking a toll, I gotta pay it forward. I'll give it all that I can. No matter what, I won't let up. It's in my soul, it's in my blood, and I won't take no for an answer. If it don't hurt me, it makes me stronger. Yeah, no what, I won't let up. It's in my soul, it's in my blood, and I won't take it no more. I won't be there. Just leave it to me. I know what I need. You'll find if you see. And if you believe, you live and you breathe, you'll find the key. Lifting me, lifting you. Can't go alone, let's do by two. Doing this together, it's me by you. All through the night, all through the night. This is me, this is you. When we get together, we can all pull through. I don't ever ever wanna stop this groove. Let's get it right. Take it to the Lord, then take it to the grave. Listen to the wise man, tell me what it say. Listen to your heartbeat like it still bleed. A little bit of hope, yeah, it's what we still need. Say a little prayer for the moment. Give what you got, just go in. Can't hold you back if you own it. Live your life like you're chosen. No matter what, I won't let up. It's in my soul, it's in my blood, and I won't take no for an answer. If it don't hurt me, it makes me stronger. Yeah, what, I won't let up. It's in my soul, it's in my blood, and I won't take it no more. I won't be there. Just leave it to me. I know what I need. You'll find if you see. And if you believe, you live and you breathe, you'll find the keys. Know what I need, I know what I need. You find the keys, the keys.
No, I can't remember the last time that I really felt fine. Now I'm trying to rewind. Cause lately, I've been feeling kinda hazy, like I'm stuck in a daydream, and you're not here to save me. Down and out, I hit the floor. All is fair in love and war, but I can't do this anymore, no, no. Don't take me to a place I know, somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. Need you more than you know, 'cause baby, you feel like home. I've been reminiscing the late nights. We'd fall in love in the moonlight, then wake up at sunrise. Now I'm just thinking that we should go back to when we would hold each other to feel good. Down and out, I hit the floor. All is fair in love and war, but I can't do this anymore, no, Don't take me to a place I know, somewhere where I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know, 'cause baby you feel like home. Take me to a place I know, somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know, 'cause baby you feel like home.
Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Guess who's back?
They're looking at us, an audience. Keep telling us what we can do, but here we are, showing them, making them wish they were you. We've heard the most when it comes to this. Yeah, every shade of blue, but don't even care what they all say. They think we're out of control. Yeah, truth be told, we know it. It's just the way we live. We own it. 'Cause that we love. control. Yeah, truth be told, we know it. It's just the way we live. We own it. 'Cause that we love the thrill. We know it. It's just the way we live. We're grown-up kids. It's just the way we live. We know it. It's just the way we live. We own it. 'Cause that we love the thrill. We know it. It's just the way we live. We're grown-up kids. We're grown-up kids. Introduce me. I'm the renegade. Every single night, I crave the taste. It's the adrenaline running through my gait. It gets me high, high, high. Got no time to waste. Ain't got time for small talk. I tell you the truth. I'm faster than you. I'ma tell you the truth. Not in it to lose. Just faster than you. Look into my eyes. I'm not afraid. Take over my mind till it fades. Like a medicine, it keeps me safe. This neon lights lead the way. Ain't got time for small talk. I tell you the truth. I'm faster than you. I'ma tell you the truth. Not in it to lose. Just faster than you. Faster than you. I tell you the truth. I'm faster than you. I'ma tell you the truth. Not in it to lose. Just faster than you. I tell you the truth. Just faster than you. Just faster than you.
Glasses on, my hoodie's right. Break the door, give me side eyes. Are you feeling yours? 'Cause I'm feeling mine. Slide back to the future, got my own time. It's sipping dope to feel right. Got my own high, don't need no lines. Sneaky bitches never ever act with zone eyes. Alright. You can tell me nothing. Come back when you got something to say. Just put the fire in my hand. Take a seat in the back, yeah. You can tell me nothing. Come back when you got something to say. Just put the fire in my hand. Take a seat in the back, yeah. Alright, hot damn. Not worrying about man's got a plan. It's not really about the dough, got a time frame. Matter of fact, about to blow up your whole thing. So good, hell, I'm all fine. Got a sweet little ooh, and it's all mine. My shoe games, class high, hear it all the time. You can tell me nothing. Come back when you got something to say. Just put the fire in my hand.
ashy sky, no helmet. Preparing myself on top, no weapons. On my own, I stopped caring, cause they keep telling me you can tell me nothing. Count that green, that's all in the same. Just put the fire above me. Can you see in the back yet? You can tell me nothing. Count that green, that's all in the same. Just put the fire above me. Can you see in the back yet?
Leader, I got my team up. I've been a dreamer. I switched the scene up. I done got that green up. It don't make me fiend up, but they know I'm being with the raps. Call me the fiend up. Heavy work, smoke up, no lean up in my soda. Fresh and clean, got no hold up. I've been an outcast, me and scared we told ya. Been in that backseat. Facts be move that word, but it ain't no D-R-U-G-M-B-M-U-S-I-C. I'm only human. If you cut the skin, I bet I bleed. And when my back against the ropes, put in that work, I leave. I see the vision clear, seeing things that y'all don't see. 2 dubs on the vision, call it 2020.
I got my team up, hit it off from rapping, we stacking, getting my green up. We all leaned up, took it a while, trucking a minute a mile, fucking up every style. You in it now, told her my family is proud, willing to fight and we proud. Bitch, I don't wanna talk, I just walk rock, 100 bands cash, trying to get on my stock. Love all my fans, fuck on my ops, we just make jams, all I make pops. Girls gon' dance, homies I'll rock, came too far and we ain't gon' stop. Gave my life and I took my shot, yeah, rose up top and I took my spot. Yeah. If it's a problem, then we really ready. Yeah, 100 with me and we for the war. My heart is formed and my vision deadly. I've been dialing in my sights, see it 2020.
They say that we're too young, I hate it. They say we're being dumb, so let them talk. We're living on the run, we'll make it, you and I. I know that we're not sober, but shut up and pull me closer, yeah. Holding me still too far away. Even when we're older, I promise that I'll still hold you like we're 17 and we're not afraid of making mistakes. Ooh. We're 17 and we're not afraid. They say that we're too young. Can we go back? Can we go back? Won't fall apart, don't let my heart break. Can we go back? Can we go back? Like we're 17 and we're not afraid.
Nice. Alright, go. Down first. Can. Alright, down already. Nexus. Alright, okay. Nice! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on board. Okay.
Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the wait's up. That's how we know when we level up. Ay, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up.
Macam tak ada respon diberikan dari penjaga penonton. Dicuri! Dicuri! Silangan nyawa yang agak banyak, tarikan yang baik. Nampaknya mereka punya tengah Ozora Becky. Nyawanya betul-betul menjadikan. Masih lagi terselamat. Wan Rakit telah pun dimilikinya. Mencari peta. Mencari peta. Mencari peta.
Welcome to the C Icon Series MY. This is the League of Legends Wild Rift brought to you by the ESL Mobile Open with the support of Maggie Hot Cup, Udo, as well as JVL. My name's AJ, I'm the Mustachio, down here with the one and only Contra. How are you doing today, buddy?
Well, I'm doing great, and I'm excited for what's about to happen for today because I've been waiting for so long. We'll be having one of the best clashing against each other here to open up the very first series, and that's Berjaya Dragons taking on GeekFam. And of course, there's so many more action to come throughout the entirety of the day, but let's take a look at the entirety of the format of the ESL Mobile Open, as well as for its C Icon series.
Welcome to ESL Mobile, the home of mobile esports. ESL Mobile is a global program designed to give you an opportunity to compete in your favorite mobile games, featuring multiple game titles, taking place in 3 regions and offering 2 levels of competition. There's something here for everyone. ESL Mobile Open is the gateway to competitive play, free to join and open to any resident of our supported regions. This is the best way for you to enjoy the thrill of victory and take your shot at winning cash prizes. Each season of Mobile Open will consist of 2 ladders, and the top competitors from each will qualify for the Mobile Open play-ins. ESL Mobile Challenge is your path to glory. If you are a top competitor in the Mobile Open play-ins, you will earn a spot in the Mobile Challenge season. The top team from each ladder will skip the play-ins and qualify directly for the Mobile Challenge season. This is where you'll have the chance to compete against the best players in your region. At the end of each season, top Mobile Challenge players will compete in the Mobile Challenge Finals to determine a winner and be crowned their region's champion. ESL Mobile is for everyone. This is your opportunity to join a diverse and growing community of players across the world and see just how far you can go.
The ESL Mobile Open is for everybody, Contra, and they weren't kidding when they said that. All you need to do is just grab a bunch of friends and sign up.
That's right. It's as simple as that. Head over to esl.gg/mobile to find out more about that. So other than this title, of course, there's also a lot more other games. But today, we fixate our eyes on what's about to happen because in the C Icon Series Malaysia, there's about to be some fire being lit up throughout the Rift because we got ourselves some great games to come. So, AJ, past couple of weeks, we didn't really get to see Rammus roll around the Rift, and I believe today it's being left up available. So I do believe that you will be seeing him rolling around across the map between some of these games because this will change the sort of meta a little tad bit.
Absolutely, man. I mean, to be able to go in there with that speed and then do that damage and get out of there. But, the thing that I'm interested most in, Contra, is GeekFam as well as Berjaya Dragons. How are they going to be taking their matches? Are we going to see an aggressive fight up front, or are we going to see it, a tactical chess match played out where, the two opponents just wait for each other to just make the most simplest of mistake and then go in to punish the heck out of them? Because if we thought what we saw last week with Sem9's performance was, quite close to perfection, today's gonna be a whole other level of gameplay, Contra.
That's right, and we'll see who will be at the very top of the leaderboard after this. And speaking of a leaderboard, it's perfect time that we bring it up on your screen to, of course, elaborate even further on who's leading the pack at the moment. So let's take a look.
So at the very top, Berjaya Dragons as well as GeekFam dominate the board at the very moment with 12 points. Everything will change today, Contra, because one of the two can get the top spot. But here's the thing, GeekFam will have 2 series to play today, so we might see them still remain up top even if Berjaya Dragons do take them down. But of course, that might not be all enough, right? What they are vying for is, well, the Grand Championship title, the title, of course, of who gets the W between the two, Contra.
That's right. And with that, it's still not playoffs at the moment, but you really want to test the power level before getting into the playoffs. So GeekFam, yes, they do have an extra game on hand, but you see the scoreboard as it is at the moment. Berjaya Dragons is at the top table. They've only dropped 1 game, and not even the full series of match, as they're on top with 7 score difference. So if GeekFam actually takes 1 game, they'll even the score, but they need to actually win it overall, and perhaps not even giving a single pointer to Berjaya Dragons. Sem9 has been performing real great recently, as they will be on the 3rd place with them getting a score difference of 3. The rest will still have to work their way up towards the top half of the bracket, but this will be today's matches.
Oh yeah, right after we open up the day with that crazy GeekFam match going up against Berjaya Dragons, Eminence Raptors will face Splatzone Insomniax, who have been absent for a bit, and then Linkx eSports will go on to take RTZ Underank. And then, of course, to close the day off, GeekFam as well as the Eminence Raptors will come right back in for their 2nd series of the day. Now, Contra, with match number 1, any predictions, buddy?
Oh, it's really tough to say here, because if we really look into how both sides are performing, they have been looking really sharp, especially for Berjaya Dragons, where they hardly even drop games, and they've been trying a lot of different things. Now today, it's about not even giving any chances at all to GeekFam. And GeekFam, I'm pretty sure that they've already prepared a special draft for Berjaya Dragons for the entirety of the weekend. They've been thinking and thinking. This is where everything will be put on the line to just have a little bit of bragging rights in the group stages here to tell everyone that, hey, they are the best team of Malaysia.
Yeah, because quite honestly, even if, one of the two does go ahead to tank a 2-0 loss in here, it's not going to be making so much of a difference. We are almost confident they will make the playoffs. There's no way, things are going to change that much within the whole group stages itself where they get eliminated. And we also know that GeekFam is the sort of brand that, they don't really mind losing the battle as long as they win the war at the end of the day. So it's going to be a very interesting, matchup to see exactly how both teams approach it, Contra.
Exactly, and of course, what we really want to look at is the lineups for this particular matchup, as we'll take a look at the roster for GeekFam. So, to start things off here, we'll be having a look at the Shank that has been a powerhouse over the top lane, or you can call it the barrel lane. Rumpel, Ozorveki in the jungle, as well as the mid lane. Momo and Nyx over on the dual lane at bottom. So this is something that has been played out consistently throughout the entirety of GeekFam's lineup. But for Berjaya Dragons, they usually go in for a little bit of a switch up here. So I really do wonder who will be playing against GeekFam. And we've already seen the Shang. I think he has gone to show us that he is currently one of the best top laners around.
No doubt about that at all, man. I really hope to see Tainted Ones in here to take match number 1, but he will not be in here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Maybe for the next time round when we come back in, because for now it's going to be Zizune as well as Chili for that Baron as well as jungle. Karuto and Sagi will be dropping in for mid. Sagi, he will be partnering up with Winter. Hopefully that Lux makes its way through in match number 1 to see him pop off Contra.
Yeah, hopefully so. And there's many of all the other supports that he can actually play. We've seen Rakan being played out by Berjaya Dragons, and even the likes of Braum being very, very popular. Yeah. Other than that, there's still a plethora of things that we can actually see where not will they bring up, because 7-9, they even brought in that Annie support. So Berjaya Dragons, I hope that they craft something special this time around. But this is where I want to make comparisons here. Who is the best Baron laner at the moment? Is it Zizune or is it the Shang that will be taking that title? Same goes to the mid lane as well, because we got Veki here facing off against Karuto. Karuto so far has been showing quite a lot of strength over the mid lane. To say that if he's the very best yet, it is remain to be contested here. And if they do get those wins against GeekFam, I guess that's where they'll be able to take the title away from Ozorveki.
The likelihood of Lee Sin being allowed to play in match number 1, what do you think the percentages are here like?
I think that there is a chance, because there might just be a ban on that Rammus just to, of course, clear up the air. They don't want to face anything that's uncertain. But other than that, the Camille is also a real big threat, because Chili usually will be able to go in for that pick. And going head to head, we'll compare these two greats as Sagi will take on Momo on that bottom lane.
If the Ezreal as well as Kai'Sa are allowed to come into match number 1 itself, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, you definitely will see both of them go in to pop each other's head off. So far, the damage dealt by Momo seems to be a little extra, but when that Ezreal drops in, you know the deaths will follow along Contra.
Yeah, and Ezreal, of course, does give a little bit of flexibility in terms of build. And you see the KDA is a little bit higher on the likes of Sagi. Of course, dropping 2 times isn't way too much of a big concern. And Kai'Sa is also that hot contest for both marksmen here that we'll be seeing in the Rift eventually. So I wonder who's going to get it.
Dropping in there with a quick killer instinct, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Both teams will want it, right? Because they want to be on that spot for those team fights. And, these two teams have just been so ferocious in those team battles thus far. And I can say the two teams that crafts those team battles to perfection each and every single time. But that's exactly what I'm worried about as well, right? They will not show us so much of that because they don't want to take that risk. They don't know exactly what's going to be going on in the Rift. And neither side, we expect them to make many of those mistakes. So let's take a quick look and see exactly what happens. But for you, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, make sure you don't forget to hashtag your Maggie Moments. Share with us all of your comments as well as pictures to be featured on the stream.
That's right, and by the end of the show, usually we'll share your comments on our screens here, and make sure you keep it creative and something fun, and easily you'll be featured in the Maggie Moments. And not only that, we want to, of course, connect to all of you guys real well. So how about 5 GB worth of free data from YouTube?
And all you need to do is just scan this QR code. That's absolutely all there is to do. Now, if you don't have the SIM card just yet, just like Contra says, jump over to their website, download their app, and get it for yourself. It gets delivered directly to your doorstep, so no hassle at all.
That's right. So I really do wonder, what's going to be happening in the Rift real soon, but I'm pretty sure sparks are going to fly and everything goes boom, boom, pow. And you know what? You need some great headset to tune into all of the things that we are about to say. Yep. And what's the best headset for that, AJ?
JBL, yo, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Now, make sure you guys go and like, comment, and share the stream. Tag at JBL Malaysia together with the hashtags JBL People as well as SISMY. Make sure you have the right hashtags and you tag the right JBL. Don't just tag JBL, JBL Malaysia, yeah? And you guys stand a chance to win either the Quantum 50 or later on, one lucky person will take away the Quantum 300 Contra.
That's right. So take your chances here. Like, comment, as well as share the stream. Tag JBL Malaysia with hashtag JBL People and SISMY. Easily said. What's SISMY? See Icon Series Malaysia. That is all. So pretty much straightforward. But you know what's not going to be straightforward is this match, because everybody here really wants to find out: is it going to be a BJD game? Is it going to be GeekFam dominating? We shall see in a few moments. So when it comes down to the draft, Rammus so far has been effectively tearing down the Rift because he is such an effective tank as he can single out units by just taunting them throughout. So let's have a look at our Maggie Hot Cup Champion Select in a few moments. Well...
Ooh, okay, now we are getting information that they need a little bit more time with those drafts. But, you know, let's talk about, you know, what we think the composition is going to be coming in here from the team's Contra. GeekFam, right? And we've seen Shang go in and get that damage done with both the Camille as well as the Akali. And that's going to be quite the hot ban for the other side as well. In terms of Berjaya Dragons, we have seen the Baron lane taken by the Garen as well as Gragas many a times. But, you know, Zisune doesn't really mind jumping in with the Akali himself. So there you go. So the Camille's not going to be in action in here. They want to make sure Shang doesn't have his hands on him.
It's quite interesting to note because Berjaya Dragons, usually they might actually leave it open for themselves. But since the Shank is going to be the one that will be, of course, leading the draft here, there will be a Braum being locked away just to actually open up many plethora options on the table. And with that, Rammus is going to be available for GeekFam to pick up. And I really do wonder, is this going to be an effective pick for either side? Because to draft around the Rammus will take a very different sort of composition, because that's a unit to single out one player, just like how, you know, a Camille would do. But what we're looking at here is going to be a Galio as well as a Gragas for each side.
Yeah, so the Galio is probably going to be taken up by Ozora Veki. Gragas pick by Zisune, not very surprising at all. Kai'Sa is going to be swapped up by Chili in here. Obviously, we will be seeing them switch around, or is that their guaranteed place? Rumple with his Lee Sin, no surprise. I thought they might be, coming in here with a little of extra surprises, but so far it seems classic GeekFam as Berjaya Dragons Contra.
Yeah, and it's a very safe draft that I'm looking at from both ends, and we're going to be looking at the Garen here that I'm assuming that Zisune will be playing, or, depending on certain strats, they can even put in a mid lane, which is very rare. I'm not hoping for that, but Sagi, they come in with the Janna, and wow, we haven't seen the Varus in such a long time. He's going to be bringing that Blighted Quiver all across with some snipes, and Darius over top lane here to face off against Garen. It is a very standard draft, so I'm assuming Gragas will be hitting in towards the mid lane.
Yep, Assault and Battery will be the leading charge for the jungle on the Berjaya Dragon side, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Vi is going to be dropping in there. And of course, the Janna will be the support for Sagi and his Kai'Sa. So let's see exactly the fireworks that will be kicking off in here, because both sides expecting, obviously, tons of team fights in here. Both sides have got the ability to manage each other's waves as well as go in and do that, damage together. But Contra, which composition do you favor a little bit more here?
I'm looking at the side of GeekFam, and I do think that they do have a very solid start, but it's a little bit of risk as well as a reward whenever you have Lee Sin as well as a Darius on board. So what you really want to do is to snowball that early game for that Darius to put him to great effect. Now, Berjaya Dragons will need to find a way to halt them through as we get ourselves ready for the first game between GeekFam and BJD.
Oh, Zoraveki just putting his hands out saying, come at me, boy. But nope, nobody's going to be getting a little excited early on. A quick few side wards and we will have Saki hiding in the bushes just waiting to pounce.
That's right. So I'm looking at the side of Berjaya Dragons as well on their sort of draft. So it's all about getting Sagi here to become a late game hyper carry whenever that opportunity arises. And you know, Sagi usually comes in to position themselves really well with the killer instinct. But Rumple probably won't be allowing too much room for him to breathe, especially in the early game where Lee Sins are a lot more effective, searching for some opening for a gank. But topside, it seems to me that Zisune is already shoving this wave real hard against the Shang.
Yeah, man, and you know, Darius should be able, not should be able, Darius will definitely be able to hold his own, but with the gank that comes through later on by Rumple, I think that Garen's going to have a little bit of a tough time because he's going to be just crossing all the way. I don't think they want to get so aggressive in here. They're just pushing them back down their line there, Contra.
Exactly, and there's already a ward being placed there by BJD, so Berjaya Dragons will be able to weed out the danger, especially Rumple. Just being hopeful to just pick on the blue, but the Shag, he's going to be stacking a lot of all these tweet stacks, but Flash coming in from the side of Chili, body slam from Karuto, and Sagi gets the first blood, but eventually they may look for the trade. It's going to be enough, and instead it's getting 2 kills. As Karuto falls out, Sagi now looking for a little bit more room. Chili on the back though. There's going to be a Flash being burned and exhausted out from BJD Sagi. But I consider it a truce from both ends. GeekFam just losing a little tad bit.
And you see, here's the thing, right? Momo can go in and push this wave up a little bit up higher. And the turret's not going to get damaged that much because Kaisa's on the way back in already together with the Janda. So all's good. Just like you said, Contra, it was a truce at the end.
Yeah. And it was really interesting to see them playing a little bit more aggressive than I thought they would be because as we reflect back on that 7-9 draft, seems like it's going to be a good lock as well. Zayton connecting to Karuto, understanding that he doesn't have Flash available, so they are trying to punish him as much as they need to. So Becky gets a little bit more control over the mid lane for the moment.
Yep, just for the moment, but Karuto is so tanky, this Gragas is. Oh, what a beautiful pullback there. Now Zizune needs to face this axe. Share goes that Shang, but just not enough, just enough to tease him. But the minion wave for the side of GeekFam will be able to push ever so much higher, whilst we have got the Shang looking for some honey fruit to go in for the pick here, Contra.
Yeah, it shouldn't be all too much of a trouble, and I guess Zisune just want to brick wall him while he's building a little bit more of a defensive build for this Garen, which is a smart choice, going for the Sunfire Aegis eventually, as he's already got the Balmy Cinder. So just looking around, we do have the Drake coming up online in about 20 seconds from now. While bottom side, usually we'll be needing a little bit more assistance from the jungle, but Vi is all the way up on the red buff, so perhaps there will be a little bit more opening later on, but now that the Drake has already been spawned, this is where we'll see all eyes on the river.
Ooh, absolutely. Now, it's going to be Rumple who goes in here, quickly dewarding the location. The Berjaya Dragons are already vying up for this attack. Saki's going to be hunted down. He needs to back away, but gets rooted right in place. Rumple with the slay on that Kaisa. Beautiful kickoff.
Wow, what a way to start this off with, and that counter gank has already arrived. With Zisune trying to look for the kill. It does need only one for Cap just to get Rumple off. So it's going to be a 2-for-1. Well, actually 1-for-1 since it's only going to be Sagi. And for some reason, Winter managing to escape out of that situation, all thanks to Karuto as well as Chili that has been able to arrive on the scene. Now, so 4-2. And the goal, honestly, isn't all too far off from one another.
Yeah, I mean, so far so good from both sides, right? They are not pushing and pulling too much. One side draws blood, the other takes it back right away. So they are going to be playing this balanced gameplay, but for how long? The challenge for the Drake will come through in a bit by just going in for a quick drop, seeing if or not there needs to be any work done. And yes, the answer is truly yes, because either side going in there, just too many eyes on site. Now, on that note, though, Shelly's going to be dropping in about 30 seconds, Contra.
Yeah, and I'm just looking at the Ocean Drake, as both sides aren't really all too sure whether or not should they start the fight, or, you know, have a little bit more safety net here to pick up this Ocean Drake. Now, the beauty of having Elise in the round is that so long as you do have a ward in place, maybe he could just swerve right in to snatch the Drake, if that's going to be possible. Now, Shelly's going to arrive to the scene, but bottom side, we do see a little bit of the Blighted Quiver already missing out a shot, but doesn't really does too much other than a little bit of poke damage. Now, it's going to be Rumple that's already starting on that Drake, and he's getting spotted out already. Sagi now looking for a little bit of opening, but there is a ward in place, so they know exactly where Berjaya Dragons is. But here comes the move. They do have them locked up in the air, and they lock down the Jana immediately pops her to fit, and the Heroes Entrance will be able to knock three members up in the air. And GeekFam, they find the kill that they need, and this Drake will go uncontested eventually, but Turtle still wants to try.
Yeah, the Shang with a double kill right there, and they'll be able to take the Drake as well. What a beautiful flush out by GeekFam, just baiting the players of Berjaya Dragons to come in there for the push. Now Shang going to go back right into the fray. Ozora and Becky needs to back away. Karuto as well as Izune, they are not taking any more from the side of GeekFam, man.
Yeah, and I guess like it's still a little bit of a trait here, because we see over here that immediately Momo goes into Papa's ult, locks down that Jana, and there's no way that she can escape out of that because she's already channeling the Monsoon. So Shelly was in the middle of the fray, and they immediately look for Sagi, which she's already stuck at that pit, which he can't really go anywhere else. And I guess right now, you still see the goal is not going to be all too different with 5 kills to 4. And the shooting as well as the Shang. They've already swapped out, as they will be moving over to give a little bit more room to breathe for these Baron laners.
Yeah, and whilst we were taking a look at that recap, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Chili managed to go in and pick Shelly right up in his car, and he's just cruising around right now in his own jungle, waiting to see if Shelly would like to go out and say hello. Sisune jumps away, needs to back away from this contest because Shang, with the backup of his minions, a little bit too OP right now, and the turret's going to be attacked. Sisune on with that HP. No! I was just about to say no honey fruits for the pickup for him.
Yeah, we do see one item for a majority of these players here being completed. And over on the GeekFam side, we have a Trinity Force for the Darius. Guardian Angel very early on for Rumple. And looking at Momo, he will be able to build onto the Blade of the Ruined King so that he can tear down any tanks as well as shred more percentage HP for every single auto attack that he does land. And same goes to the likes of Sagi. Yes, they do have the hit list on this marksman of Berjaya Dragons for most of the case. So he has to eventually build either the Quicksilver Sash so that he doesn't really get locked out, or just buy a stasis enchant that will be able to buy him maybe a few seconds in some of these team fights. But both sides are doing very casual laning, not really putting all too much of all these high priority. But Scuttle now on a contest, and they look for Rumple. That's going to be him getting flustered out. And for BJD, they just get a little bit more gold by taking down the Scuttle.
Ooh. And Berjaya Dragons, you know exactly what their next aim is here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. They want to go through. They want to make sure they've watered out the whole of that river. They want full-on vision to see if or not the side of GeekFam will be dropping in. But Lee Sin's just being such a pain from the earlier moments, constantly de-warding each and every single moment an opportunity he gets gone from.
That's right, and this is where map control is really vital, and that's where a lot of all these players were thinking, oh, should I actually go into switch out my ward for the scanner? This is where if you can actually get all across the map easily, you could just go in for a scanner, negate all the vision from the enemy side, and maybe look for openings from then onwards. So this is one of the longest laning phase that I've seen so far. It kind of feels like it's PC right now because it's already 10 minutes. Not a single turret has dropped. But in moments time, we will see another Drake coming up. And that's going to be the Mountain Drake over on the lower side of the river. Top side, we're not really expecting much of a kills happening anytime soon.
Yeah, no way, man. They keep just backing away from that encounter, but it's gonna be Berjaya Dragons that go in for the bait, waiting to see if or not GeekFam will come in here to come chomp. Nyx just fires off a couple of shots, but will back away, and they might just lose this Mountain Drake, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. But here comes Rumple. Should be able to flash in, but what a beautiful hit back. And Vi will take it for the side of Giant Dragons.
Yeah, he pops up explosive cast perfectly in place, but over mid side, they do open up the turret, and that will be a root on top of Zitsune as he will force to engage. And here comes the assault battery on top of the tank. Hero's entrance as well, knocking out the floor. My goodness, what a turn of time! Rumble one more hit here as he will be able to save his Guardian Angels. Rebecca going in to look for a little bit more room, but I guess this is going to be both sides disengaging. And wow, what a clean game. They trade a turret for the Drake, and that's a smart move from GeekFam, getting a little bit more control of the map.
Oh, absolute perfection. They told the Giant Dragons, you want to go in for it? Go right ahead. We've got better targets in mind. And, you know, they will go on to drop towards Baron Nashor in here, but they cannot go in an attempt for it just yet, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. But Giant Dragons a little too dangerous. Rumple needs to back away from the situation as well. By dropping in there for the quick assist, Janna will have to drop back out as well.
Oh my. It seems like GeekFam here has been able to break out all the tier 1 turrets all across. So this is where it's concerning because they haven't been able to actually get any sort of openings, but maybe with one good team fight, Berjaya Dragons can still turn things around, while Gold Lead is heavily favoring GeekFam for the likes of securing the first turret and the rest of it as well. So that's where the bulk of the money is at. Now, Berjaya Dragons over the top side here, taking one turret up, and Chili tries to actually get a little bit of room. Spots out Rumple as he teases him that by dashing in and out.
Yeah, I just love what Rumple, you know, faked out for Winter, right? He just goes in for the recall, makes Winter think that, okay, fine, if you're going to back away, I'm going to back away as well. Winter backs away, bye-bye turret. Perfect gameplay coming in from that Lee Sin. But of course, that one trade up top on that Baron lane, that was something they just couldn't prevent now, was it, Contra?
Yeah, it's definitely inevitable, I guess, tit for tat, as we see these two top-tier teams here go at it. Now, look at the itemization. We do have the completion of their second core items across. Now, this could be a very offensive build for this Galio, as he's already got Rod of Ages already scaling. The more time it takes, as it will cap with more HP to give. And Rebelon's death cap here being completed. And Becky is looking for a certain item, which is going to be the Lishbane. Interesting enough. So with that proccing with his passive, he will be able to actually snap some HP bars off of Berjaya Dragons, depending on whoever he catches. But just look at Sagi, he's also got the static shift as well. So he can actually do a lot. Oh my goodness! A flash body slam! And Becky immediately goes into the scene here. Hero's entrance on top of the other players. But this will be a cue to call. The Shan coming in from the back as he is already TP'd in. Well, he didn't really use the TP, but he has already walked across. And BJD, of course, having flash pop from their marksman, Momo won't be by himself and Infinity Edge. So Momo now will be skilling a whole lot more. And recently, Varus have been buffed up for quite a lot. And it's great to see him coming back to the pro scene.
Yeah, so Karuto was in there as well. Beautiful body slam just to go in there for that engage and then flashes away to make sure he, survives this. But, the engagements from both sides in here coming close to perfection, Contra, but things are not going to end the same because the next objective that drops in here, the Infernal Drake, is a huge pickup for both. And here comes that either flush or that fight. The force might just come through from that Gragas.
Yeah, and they've already spotted out Veki as he's standing on top of the Scuttle Vision. And Rumple, he's going to be rushing across and he's going to be looking for room. But Sagi is going to be the main pickup here. Dual Instinct as well as the Hero's Entrance dropping right in. 3 members of BJD gets left and done. And the Shag is looking in for it. That will be a kill on the Dana as the Shag is trying to pull everyone across. And they've already got so much room and they will call for Baron instead.
Whoa, what a freaking play from GeekFam. Now, there's nothing this Gragas can do, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Together with Zusune, all they can do is just sit back and watch. Rumple in here. He can go in for that smite as well. Nobody will be able to steal it from them. Baron will allow them to go in for a full-on push. And for 13 more seconds, they can run this map and they can do all of the damage that's needed.
Yeah, let's have a look at this replay once again because Momo, he just snared them all in place and there's no way to run. And that Vi went in for Assault and Battery right when that Hero's Entrance dropped in. So these 3 players that were caught out in that era, it was all a trap being set perfectly by GeekFam. And speaking of which, oh my goodness, we're going into another fist fight.
Oh, and they take the Infernal Drake as well, giving them the boost in power. And bye-bye, Chili. That Vi gets taken out of the equation as well. They might just get them. Sagi tries to survive for just a little while more. GeekFam, they don't want to go in for the full-on push. Why? The damage can still be done. Here comes Ozora Veki with a wave of his own. They are going to lose 2 more turrets back-to-back. Sagi can only stand and watch, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. And this might just be a push all the way through to the Nexus. Bye-bye, says GeekFam, as they take game number 1.
Wow, just some great executions across the Rift, and GeekFam secures their very first pointer here in the best of 3. And it really looked like a stalemate in the mid-game, but hitting it towards just slightly across the later part of the stages. It was a few executions that really didn't went as well according to the plan of Berjaya Dragons, and they got absolutely punished for it. And such a swift move. Instead of taking the Drake, they saw, okay, if it's going to be a 5 versus 2 scenario anyways, that Drake's going to be an easy pickup. So they went in for the Baron immediately, and that Baron power play will come into effect. And they understood that, okay, if Berjaya Dragons want to come in to challenge this once more, if they get dropped, it's game over. So very, very smart moves being executed by GeekFam as we'll look at some of the stats of this matchup, which was truly exciting.
Ooh, and it was Mo that went in there getting all of the damage done with his Varus. 5 kills, did not even fall once by the side of Ozora Veki as well, as he went in there for those 9 assists. Ozora Veki with his Hero's Entrance did a couple of, he went in for almost each and every single time there was a battle. This guy, he made sure he was there to get that support done. Contra.
That's right, and just look at GeekFam's ideation. They don't exactly have a lock-on stun to begin with. But what they did is to have a couple of all these chain knockups and all these soft CCs all across, including over the bottom lane. It's kind of safe, especially when you have 2 champions that can actually snare you down at any given point in time. So you got to give credit to Nyx as well as Momo for this game being played to a really high standard, alongside with Veki that come in with 10 assists and not even falling a single time while building on a very offensive Galio. Now, we move in towards the damage stats, and the Shang, he's definitely pulling a lot of numbers out there, but it was Momo here that has been able to really hit it from ground zero all the way to the end with 20.8k.
Yeah, and there's not like, there was a lot of mistakes done here by the Berjaya side. Quite honestly, it was played to perfection all the way down to that halfway point, just like you mentioned, Red Contra. But a couple of those battles made the biggest of difference, because once you got reset already, and Berjaya Dragons are not the kind to go in for that full-on committal. They lost out on so many of these crucial moments where GeekFam just, took that space to take a couple of more steps forward.
That's right. And, well, if this was game number 1 being won by GeekFam, you know for a fact that the Dragons will try to pounce right back. And if it's going to go 2-0, then GeekFam will be able to take the top of the leaderboard by the very end of the group stages itself. So I don't know. I'm pretty sure that the next game here, there'll be a little bit more changes to come when it goes down to the picks and bans. So what say you, AJ? I can't wait for game 2 to start.
I can't wait as well, man. Let us know in the comment section, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Is it going to be 2-0 to GeekFam, or will we see Berjaya Dragons fight this back? I want to see Berjaya Dragons fight this back, yo. Let's take a quick short break. When we come back, we'll find out exactly what happens.
Macam tak ada respon diberikan dari penjaga penonton. Dicuri! Dicuri! Kehilangan nyawa yang agak banyak, tarikan yang baik. Nampaknya mereka menyentuh mengenai Ozora Becky. Nyawanya betul-betul menyebabkan. Masih lagi terselamat. Wan Rakit telah pun dimilikinya. Mencari penta. Mencari penta. Mencari penta.
Nice. Alright, go. Tahu. First. Can. Alright, tahu ni. Nexus. Alright, okay. Nice! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on board. Okay.
Just faster than you. Just faster than you.
Glasses on, my hoodie's right. Break the door, give me side eyes. Are you feeling yours? Cause I'm feeling mine. Slide back to the future, got my own time. It's sniffing dope to feel right. Got my own high, don't need no lines. Sneaky bitches never ever act with so nice. Alright. You can tell me nothing. Come back when you got something to say. Just put the fire in my face. Take a seat in the back, yeah. You can tell me nothing. Come back when you got something to say. Just put the fire in my face. Take a seat in the back, yeah. Alright, hot damn. Not worrying about man's got a plan. It's not really about the dough, got a time frame. Matter of fact, about to blow up the Hall of Fame. So good, hell I'm all fine. Got a sweet little ooh, and it's all mine. My shoe games, class high, hear it all the time. You can tell me nothing. Come back when you got something to say. Just put the fire in my face. I'ma go get 'em. No time looking back, every day gotta do better. I'ma go get 'em. Blow the roof off, or I really want to see, now go tell 'em. About to touch the sky, no helmet. Preparing myself on top, no weapons. On my own, I stop caring. Cause they keep telling me you can tell me nothing. Come back when you got something to say. Just put the fire in my face. Take a seat in the back, yeah.
dari penunjukan penon. Dicuri. Dicuri. Kehilangan nyawa yang agak banyak. Tarikan yang baik. Nampaknya mereka menyentuh menyalin Ozora Becky. Nyawanya betul-betul jangan diberikan. Masih lagi terselamat. One rocket telah dimilikinya. Mencari peta. Mencari peta. Mencari peta.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, and we are already done with the very first game as GeekFam has already been taking the first point between them as well as Berjaya Dragons, and currently casting a game. It's going to be me alongside with the Mustachio AJ, and we've already seen so many great things that can come out of the best teams of Malaysia. What are you expecting here in game number 2?
Okay, I wanna one part of me just wants to see GeekFam go 2-0, right? Because what a day, what a kickoff that will be, and what a crazy statement for the whole of the Wild Rift community within the nation, right? Then again, the other side of me wants Berjaya Dragons to take this back because, dude, this is just perfection at the Rift. We want to see more of this action contract.
That's right, and well, things are getting so spicy here that I feel like getting myself a hot cup just to pair alongside with it with Maggie, of course. You guys can also share your Maggie moments with us in the comments, as well as if you guys want to share pictures or anything else, just hashtag Maggie moments on top. Now, speaking of the hot cup, we will go to the Maggie Hot Cup Champion Select for game number 2.
Okay, so let's see. Is it going to be just the normal drops and picks? So Dana's not going to be coming in here to play, and I'm guessing it's going to be the Camille struck off for Berjaya Dragon's side. Let's see if or not that happens, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Or do they want to allow Camille to jump in with the Hex Deck Ultimatum? Okay, so the Akali's definitely not going to be going in the Shang's way. Contra, how do you think the gameplay from the side of Berjaya Dragons might change this time around?
I'm hoping that they actually ban away the Galio because Zorveki was playing it very effectively over the mid lane, especially not giving them any sort of room for a clean engagement. That's where things can be a little bit more difficult, or perhaps Berjaya Dragons is hoping to snatch it away. Instead, like I said, if they don't ban it, GeekFam will pick it for Veki, and they don't have the Camille alongside, as well as Isune now locks into Gragas, and I'm feeling like this is looking exactly pretty much the same as compared to game number 1. And to add on top of that, GeekFam has already banned out the Garen, which leaves a few more things up in the open, and Braum for Nyx to play.
Okay, so all fair and square, right? So Chili takes that Lux away. Rumpel will bring Braum in to give their side that defense. GeekFam, they know Berjaya Dragons are going to take this next one super duper aggressively. So how can they tank all of that blows and then of that give it right back? Obviously, Varus will be brought right back in because Momo can go down there and get some crazy damage done here by this guy. And obviously, that Darius, we've already seen exactly how great he was up there, up top on that Baron lane. And this time, Berjaya Dragon's going to be bringing him in for a round number 2 contra.
Yeah, and of course, Varus as a marksman here is going to be needing a little bit more safe space. So what Berjaya Dragons have to do is to peel through the front lines. And wow, it's going to be the Fiora that will be put right into the Rift to challenge Zisune. And I'm liking what GeekFam is up to this time around. And they also locked in Defy, leaving not much of a spacing here for Chili, unless if this is going to be a little bit of a switch up here. The Gragas can still go in as, you know, the support or the jungle. And I believe that this is Winter here playing that Orianna. Well, I got to say it's going to be a switch up here. So Karudo on Orianna, and that Lux will be given to Winter. Now, I'm feeling like this is going to be a draft that does favor the likes of GeekFam. Just look at how many stunts are available, as well as, well, just a lot of all these layers of offense as well as defense that Berjaya Dragons will have to find a pickoff to be able to get some clean engagements. And now, BJD, of course, struggling in the very first game. I wonder what's the game plan now heading in towards game number 2, because this draft here looks to be pretty much on a similar note, except for the fact that there is changes over on that Dragon Lane. And now we shall head into the Rift to see what goes down.
So classic Berjaya Dragons, tactics just not working against GeekFam. So they always go in there for the bait, and they always manage to sucker these teams to drop in for the team fight, and they just overwhelm their opposition. GeekFam, on the other hand, they do their mathematics really, really well. They know exactly when they are fit for that fight, and they know when to back away as well from, because they constantly go in there for those skirmishes, just going in for a couple of damages, checking up on their items as well. And only when they are confident for the takeover do they go in for that engage. So, round 2 here.
I'm liking the Darius here to face off against the Shang, because whenever Shang moves in, he will need to find a vital point to take out a chunk of the health of Darius. But once she commits, it's only the riposte that will be able to salvage that sort of situation before Zisune goes whole in. And this time, Zisune is not going to take a safe approach of going for a barrier play. And the Shang alongside with Zisune, they both take Ignite over the top side. Now, just chunking a little bit more health from the bottom laners here, Winter as well as Sagi. Once they do secure a little bit more room, I guess that they will be able to still have a little bit of a good pokes across the corner. Now, for Linkx, he's going to have a tough time here to trade right back because of the long range, of course, harassments that will be put into place. GeekFam now looking at the scuttle, and it's just going to be a 3-on-3, and Rumble gets snuffed out, but it will be a punishment, and GeekFam, they won't get the first blood.
Yep, Chili will have to back away from that equation. Unfortunately, that Vi just went right through for that drop. Rumple just getting it done either on his Lee Sin or that Vi. He doesn't care. He just wants to be the best jungler out there.
Yeah, and over here we do see a lot of poke being done to Sagi. Now, early game, Corki doesn't really pose much of a threat until he gets maybe the package, dodges the snare for a little bit. But just looking across and how they are playing, I guess that GeekFam just want to ensure that they get some good openings, especially when BJD responds aggressively. So over any short time frame, we don't really see too much of a difference in terms of gold. They've already caught back up. Only the 300 gold from that first blood they've gotten.
Linkx just doing perfectly to dodge all of those shots there and then return fire to perfection, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. And it looks like GeekFam is just going to have an impregnable force down there at that bottom lane. Of course, Vi can drop in for a quick gank, but not going to come in for any excited plays just yet, as the reset will come through from Berjaya Dragons. Why, oh why? What is the play that's going to be coming in here in a moment? Contra.
Oh boy. Oh, he's going to be popping a couple of all these vital points here as he's already opened up the Grand Challenge. But I believe that the Shang here didn't really know where exactly Chili is at. So just playing a little bit more cautious as he's trying to freeze the waves right below. And Zisune now baiting him to engage. It will still be a kill for the Shang. It's 1-for-1. But man, I didn't really expect that damage coming from the Shang.
Beauty, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This Fiora's absolute beastly up top on that Baron lane. It still took 2 players to go in and capture and lock her down, man.
Exactly, and also to note, I'm looking at the runes as well for the Shang as well as Zisune. It's interesting to see both sides playing Grasp of the Undying so that they can just get a little bit more HP from the laning phase by just, of course, proccing the passive. Now, going back to towards the instant replay of the base, I guess it's Zisune here that tries to actually land a nice little decimate to, of course, kill off with the Noxian team. It just takes a chunk of health down to secure the kill for Chili. And I felt maybe if he play it a little bit more cleanly, he will be able to do wonders right across. Shang stealing the honey fruit, getting some gold, but all's for the taking as GeekFam is now focused in for the very first Drake, which will be the Mountain Drake.
And let's see if or not they will be able to drop in, because that Corki as well as Lux are going in to get that damage done. Damage to where their eyes first, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. A quick move coming through from Galio as well to just spot the area out. GeekFam just, not going in for that full-on engage. They constantly just wait for Berjaya Dragons to pull the trigger first and then come in from the response. You realize that, Contra?
Yeah, and it's going to take quite a while, and they know for a fact that if they were to go in for the Drake right now, there will be some quick response coming from the Berjaya Dragons, which they will need to prepare for. So Karudo is just shoving the waves to the best of his abilities. Shang now is controlling the Baron lane very effectively because he's up ahead, getting that one kill off of First Blood. And it will take quite a while before Zisune will be able to just trade right back. In terms of itemization, both of them are pretty much equal, but they've already got 2 kills. So this is where the Shang will be a lot more confident to take him on. But then again, going back to the top side. Look at Zisune, he's getting shred out slowly and steadily. And the rest of GeekFam, they're having all this rotation over the top side here with Momo and Linkx joining along.
Well, it was gonna be very interesting to see Chili drop in for the quick gank as well, but obviously he's a little too smart than that, as Linkx is in the vicinity. Zisune might go in here for a quick reset. They will be trying to go in for Shelly, ladies, German boys and girls. The Gragas can get it done, but of course that Brom as well as Momo gonna be making it a little bit difficult for them, Contra.
Yeah, we do see a couple of wards being popped into place, so GeekFam will not be going for a hot pursuit. A little bit more pressure on Shelly as he's being pulled out of the pit. And that's where the Shang, he will follow suit to rotate down towards the bottom lane while Chili dodges an arrow. It is just a little bit of a challenge here, but GeekFam, they do know that this is happening as of the moment. Vaki getting prepared for a hero's entrance, and this is where the bottom stand comes right in, and it will still be GeekFam that secures it. Now they flop right in just to take down Chili as the first member of BJD goes down. Zisune trying to actually look for a kill. They will be able to get one back in. Hero's entrance now will not be able to catch all too much, but knock the up in the air. Grand challenge as well. Shang tries to look for the kill, and he will be able to get it. My goodness, GeekFam playing this out like a piano. And wow, what a melody of kills that GeekFam has secured.
And they get the ace, a perfect opening for a uncontested pick on the Mountain Drake, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Can Berjaya Dragons make a comeback in here? 2 very, very important objectives at the start of the game picked up. No turrets taken down just yet. That's not the objective as they go in here for a reset. That push after this from GeekFam. I don't know how the Berjaya Dragons are gonna hold them back, Contra.
Well, it seems like Chili did miss the body slam, and this will not be a kill pickup unless he does have the explosive cast. Well, Linkx will be snared across. Body slam now connects, but Rumble has arrived just on the corner. Not that they do have vision, but they understand that this is a little bit too much of a risk to take, especially Berjaya Dragons losing that team fight for that Rift Herald. So more pressure is on the side of BJD at the moment.
Yep, it's about a 3k lead on gold right now. GeekFam, not a lot, but just enough for the time being to place a little bit of extra pressure on Berjaya Dragons. Walk me through the item as the Trinity Force gets completed by the Fiora there.
Yeah, and I'm looking at a Blade of Ruin King already completed for the Varus and Manamoon for Sagi. Now, in terms of itemization for the likes of Gragas, he's going to be going on a little bit more defensive setup for Chili, as he's already completed the Sunfire Aegis. And there goes Trinity Force, and Sagi has already picked up the package. So I wonder if he's going to be using this for a team fight or just to clear some waves, because it doesn't really last too long. But there's something happening over the bottom side here. Is the grand challenge already being opened up? The Shang forcing Zisune to back away, getting spotted out by the Squirrel's Bloom. But over on towards the top side of the map, there seems to be a little tad bit of commotion with 4 members of BJD committing across. Now Rumple just trying to look for a little bit more of a camp steal over the Raptors here, while Perudo wants to just take some off, and here comes the package, and it won't be Linkx here that won't be keep away. Beautiful stuff with the Glacial Fisher, and now Becky forces them to pop some flashes, and wow, what a recovery. Chili goes down yet again, and it's a 4K lead for GeekFam.
Oh, this Braum, this is the reason why this Braum gets blocked out so many times at those banning phases, right? He just soaked up all of that damage, Contra, not even disturbed. And they will bring Shelly up top on the Baron lane as well, destroying that turret, ladies, German boys and girls, on for the push. But the Lux as well as Corki should be able to hold that. GeekFam will now change their paths all the way down to mid. Are they going to be able to flush out more players from Berjaya Dragons? That looks like exactly what they are looking for in here, Contra.
That's right, and Becky now really playing spectacularly, and she's already got 6 assists. He's not really looking for big kills, right? Like, every single time that Berjaya Dragons make the first move, they will get punished. So it's about waiting for GeekFam to force something out, and even so, you got Momo there that can chain them up with his ult, and Rumple with the Assault and Battery, and if it extends a little bit longer, the Shen can actually make it to some of these teamfights here to really zone them apart and pick one kill after another. So in terms of how Berjaya Dragons need to play this, they have to stall it for maybe the late game here. It's already reaching 12 minutes in a bit of time, and I'm just looking back at the itemization here for a quick look. There will be Laundries as well as Sarah's Embrace. But once the Orianna gets the Rabadons, that's where we might just actually get more. And this time, I don't think Sisune can actually hold on for long. And with that, they're all stuck right in the corner here. But Chili flashes away. He just survives for a tad longer. But the Shang is coming from the back. He kicks up the kill. This is what I have been foretelling as we are trying to steal that blue buff as well. And other than that, it's the Drake here in control for GeekFam.
They get the turret, they get the kill, they get the Drake as well. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, did GeekFam just start their push all the way for another W in here? A 2-0 victory over Berjaya Dragons. Absolute phenomenal in this competition. Winter will back away from this engagement as the rest of the players from GeekFam go in for a reset. Why? Baron Nashor maybe after this Contra. They need to take down a couple of players first.
That's right, and now we go back to the replay because we got a recap on this. Rumple immediately spots out Sisune with the ward. Becky comes in for the engagement as well. And the rest of BJD, you can see the positioning isn't really at the most optimal spot. As much as Chili is trying to make an escape, he will eventually get picked apart by the Shang that has been able to cut right in. And GeekFam just cutting a lot of their exits. Now, 10-2 is really not what I'm expecting out of Berjaya Dragons here. And I believe that at some point or another, the game might have actually been won by the draft itself.
And I'm afraid that same exact emotion and feelings are flushing through my heart as well, Contra. Rumple, Chili in here. A quick cast out to push away GeekFam. And this is the pressure coming in from Berjaya Dragons once again. Exactly what GeekFam wants. Rumple, Chili goes in for that body slam. Misses once again. He's not having a great day. Rumple with the chase instead. But is this pull a little too much? Nyx with the Glacial Fissure just to back all of them away into the corner. No takedowns just yet. Just teasing each other. Contra.
Yeah, they managed to get the catch on Winter. So this is still going to be a losing situation for the likes of Berjaya Dragons. So just look at the split push over the bottom side. Top lane having some minions right there, but it's not going to be significant enough. And, well, what can Berjaya Dragons do right now? Because we see Nyx dropping in that Glacial Fissure just to really zone every one of these members of Berjaya Dragons completely. And I'm just looking at the lineup once more. Like, BJD, once they commit, they cannot really fall back. Just having Chili response them, and now over mid side. Oh man, what a dive, and they didn't really have to do all too much. Momo here, possibly being the MVP for the entirety of this whole series. Along with
11k lead on that goal contra. No small joke over a team like Berjaya Dragons. Chili, they're going to go in there, pick up the blue buff for themselves. How much is that going to help them? I don't know. Hey, maybe things can turn around. If Berjaya Dragons manage to Berjaya at that Baron pit, maybe things can turn around contra.
Oh, speaking of which, here comes another dive! The TP comes right through cross, and this is where they buy a little bit more time. Sune actually landing a little bit of that pull just to first settle down the pressure. But GeekFam now is trying to also do the Baron. If anyone goes down, well, GeekFam goes on a little bit of a reset of that situation. But BJD, man, they're really being stretched apart here as they need as much resources as they can. And in terms of execution, it hasn't been all too clean. And speaking of execution as well, this sort of composition that Berjaya Dragons brought out is not entirely the easiest to pull off, because you got to land those skill shots, and Winter, he hasn't been able to snare up some of the vital targets of GeekFam.
And not being able to get it done, it's not just him. The whole team of Berjaya Dragons, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, just today, a little, not really shining as bright. Zizune getting chased down by the Shang. Chili coming back in there for that backup, which means they will survive for quite a bit, but not now.
Oh, Glacial Fisher, the cat on the tree. They get stuck. They get flushed out of their own jungle. They're looking for Sagi as well. You see the ooze of confidence of Zizune here still goes in just to pick them up. Well, as much as he does have one on his Gula team, it's still not going to be sufficient, because at the moment, 16 minutes of the play, we are already seeing the Elder Dragon spot up, and it's pretty much free for the taking for GeekFam.
Oh, with the Elder Drake in the bag as well. I don't know how the Berjaya Dragons are going to be able to Berjaya today. They've taken the Ocean Elder Drake. They've taken the Wind Drake. They've taken the Mountain as well. Baron Nashor right up top next, and then a full-on push. It just might be game over, contra.
Oh, man. I don't know how would Berjaya Dragons even defend. Just look at how clean GeekFam is currently playing. They are currently at another level, and I'm not saying that Berjaya Dragons is not to be able to equalize. It really takes a big play to buy a lot more time. And I'm just staring down at this Baron, as this Zizune will be singled out by all four members across. What can they do? Chili now the next one on a chopping block. As you see, the Glacial Fisher actually negates it from coming right across. Rumble now getting all the picks that he needs as he tears them apart. They're falling right back, but Sagi, he does get one kill in return. But for how longer can he hold? As Sagi, he gets flushed out. And with that, this is going to be game over. A clean 2-0 victory for GeekFam.
They literally just walk through the inhibitors, not caring about the damage they receive. They didn't care about anything. This is the one and only GeekFam dominating the opener here today against one of the best in Malaysia, Berjaya Dragons. Well, we've got a few dragon heads on the platter served up by GeekFam here today, Contra.
That's right. I mean, not only the Drakes were absolutely taken out by GeekFam, this is the biggest dragons that they have ever been able to slay. And, well, let's actually look at the stats here, because I got a lot to talk about this GeekFam side, which they have been plotting for this day for the longest. And just look at Momo with 11 kills, 7 assists, and not dropping a single time at all. Uncontested. This is where GeekFam played protecting or babysitting the carry of the team, as has been able to get almost a full item build. BOTRK, Infinity Edge, and of course, Rapid Fire Cannon here to top things off. I just feel like BJD, they didn't really seem to have any sort of room, especially when they lost out for that Rift Herald, and that's where everything fell apart.
Yeah, and you know, there's nothing much for Berjaya Dragons to feel bad about because GeekFam was just on another level of perfection in here today. Ozora Veki, with the amount of support that he gave for his team, as well as Linkx, the amount of damage this guy tanked for the team whenever, you know, the Berjaya Dragon side tried to pull them in for a team fight was absolutely crazy. 18, I believe he got almost involved in all of those team fights in there, except for a couple of ones up top on that Baron lane.
Exactly, and the Shang, he's also been able to really force Zizune to pull every card that he has. And look at the ban that Berjaya Dragons actually pulled into this whole equation. It didn't really benefit them because they themselves banned out the Akali. They've also banned out the Camille, which doesn't leave that much room for Chili as well as Zizune. And GeekFam, what they had to do was just to take out that Garen, as simple as that. So right now we're looking at 21-4 and damage across the board. Yes, Sagi has been able to dish a little bit here and there, but it's nothing as compared to what the overwhelming forces of GeekFam could have possibly put out throughout the Rift.
I mean, the bans were targeting Shang very specifically, and that just backfired tremendously on the Berjaya Dragons today because Momo stepped up to that plate. His Varus was crazy from the get-go. 2 games back-to-back. If anything, Varus should have been blocked off of the list after game number 1. That didn't happen. GeekFam domination today, Contra.
That's right, and I guess they definitely take something out of the playbook from the likes of 7-9 because last week, we saw them actually playing on Ashe, where you see, usually when it comes down to marksmen, if they don't really have mobility, they will be compensated with a little bit more crowd control, and that snare is just lethal when it comes down to a team fight because it spreads across the members that are nearby from one another. So if this continues to happen, I'm thinking that this Varus can easily become the meta for the moment. So, GeekFam taking that 2-0 sweet victory. I'm pretty sure Ozora Veki will have a lot of smack talk to really put out. So, with that, let's actually hop over for a little bit of recap for what happened throughout Game 1 as well as Game 2.
Yeah, so in Game 1, Shang going up against Zizune, the Garen had quite a tough time going up against that Darius, man. Oh, and this was the team fight that, you know, we thought would change everything, but it was just a slap on the wrist for both sides, Contra.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. Like, it definitely went down to an even scoreline. That flash has to be popped from Sagi, and they were forced to retreat. So, considering that, this is where GeekFam actually gets slight advantages here. And Momo, just look at him locking down that Janna, and they already know that, okay, this is going to be a little bit of a lost cause. They will have to give this one up, and Chili was this position alongside with Sagi that was stuck on the corner all by himself. So GeekFam, they could easily secure the Ocean Drake as soon as they won that team fight.
Yep, and of course, right after that, the Infernal Drake as well. And, you know, they weren't allowed to drop in anywhere close, Berjaya Dragons. But the problem was, GeekFam was never the aggressor in most of these situations. They always allowed Berjaya Dragons to step in and start that fight first, but they always ended up finishing it.
Yeah, and I gotta say that even if they want to be the aggressors here, they don't really seem to have much room for the opening because Ozora Veki was all over the map every single time they go in for a fight. Even if you have to buy, just look at how well they position. Like, they just corner down the Vi that comes in with the assault and battery, and what can the rest of BJD do? Like, you can't really save Chili, and with that, this was the play that happens over the top side, and the Shang, he secured himself 2 kills from the get-go, and this fight here definitely was a little bit more of a saving grace for the GeekFam side as well as BJD, eventually getting themselves cornered up again with the re-engagement so perfectly executed from GeekFam.
Yeah, and that was almost a ace out there as well. And You know, that just kept happening again and again and again. As the matches ramps on, GeekFam just gets a little bit crazy. And this was that other team fight that just really changed everything towards the end.
And I guess this is where GeekFam already knew that, you know, it's our game to take or our game to lose if we really made big mistakes. And
Yeah.
none of the mistakes have been pulled out by GeekFam. So they were clearly the deserving winners in this best of 3. And, you know, one part of me was hoping that it would have been a really close fight in the past 2 games that we saw. But hey, I can't really cry over it because, you know, for the likes of Sagi, he was offering to give some free skin if they were to win. But don't worry, we got some more great stuff to come because Momo undoubtedly the best player in the Riv in this series.
Oh, the 8 kills, 8 assists, not dropping even once. Damage dealt 22k. Absolute craziness with their 100% kill participation. This virus for both of the games back to back has been nothing short of impressive. You want to go lock down our Shang, you better be careful because we've got more than one MVP star in here, GeekFam says.
That's right, and just look at that immense amount of damage that he struck. This is what you don't really expect out of certain Varus, and usually when you go to your normal solo queue or rank matches, you will think of Varus as a subpar marksman just because he doesn't really have escape, but when you actually play around a Varus and protect him so well, this is what can become of your matches out there, and GeekFam just showing something brand new, which isn't really all too unfamiliar at the same time. And they have been able to draft out some really, really strong composition. And I really do wonder what will Ozora Becky be talking about over on the Malay segment as he'll be giving the interview, I suppose.
Now, I really wanted to speak to them as well, but it's okay, Contra, because when we jump onto the break, what I'll do is I'll immediately switch over to the Barca side and check out exactly what he says. But so far, so good, right? GeekFam, I did not expect it to be over in 2 matches. I swear I expected Berjaya Dragons to take it back, and we were going to go all out, screaming our lungs out as it gets pulled off to a very close, either side could have taken it, but what a crazy show by GeekFam in here today. And like we kind of predicted at the start, if that happens, it's a huge statement being put out for the whole of the nation here, Contra.
That's right, and well, this is just the opening matches that we have already seen. So with that said, we'll definitely go on a short break, and when we come back, we'll bring you more games ahead of us.
Macam tak ada respon diberikan dari penjaga penonton. Dicuri! Dicuri! Kehilangan nyawa yang agak banyak, tarikan yang baik. Nampaknya mereka bisa mengenai Ozora Becky. Nyawanya betul-betul jangan diberikan. Masih lagi terselamat. 108 dimilikinya. Mencari peta. Mencari peta. Mencari peta.
Nice. Alright, go. Tahu first. Can. Alright, tahu already. Nexus. Okay. Nice!
Victory!
I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on board. Okay.
We're 17 and we're not afraid. They say that we're too young. Can we go back? Won't fall apart, don't let my heart break. Can we go back? Like we're 17 and we're not afraid. They tell us that we're wrong, we might be. This life, it isn't long enough to feel. My love for you is strong, I'm fighting you and I know that we're not sober, but shut up and pull me shut up and pull me closer, yeah. Holding me still too far away. Even when we're older, I promise that I'll still hold you like we're 17 and we're not afraid of making mistakes.
We're living for the moment now, we're one with the world. I can't lose this feeling I get. My heart's in the right place, and so is my soul, yeah. I won't take no excuses for it. I want it, love it, need it, live it. I feel like something's missing when I do not have it. I feel it in my bones, gotta find my space. These emotions on my face, taking a toll, I gotta pay it forward. I'll give it all that I can. No matter what, I won't let up. It's in my soul, it's in my blood, and I won't take no for an answer. If it don't hurt me, it makes me stronger. Yeah, no what, I won't let up. It's in my soul, it's in my blood, and I won't take it no more. I won't be there. Just leave it to me. I know what I need. You'll find if you see. And if you believe, you live and you breathe, you'll find the key. Lifting me, lifting you. Can't go alone, let's do by two. Doing this together, it's me by you. All through the night, all through the night. This is me, this is you. When we get together, we can all pull through. I don't ever wanna stop this groove. Let's get it right. Take it to the Lord, then take it to the grave. Listen to the wise man, tell me what to say. Listen to your heartbeat like it still bleed. A little bit of hope, yeah, it's what we still need. Say a little prayer for the moment. Give what you got, just go in. Can't hold you back if you own it. Live your life like a chosen. No matter what, I won't let up. It's in my soul, it's in my blood, and I won't take no for an answer. If it don't hurt me, it makes me stronger. You know what, I won't let up. It's in my soul, it's in my blood, and I won't take it no more. I won't be there. Just leave it to me. I know what I need. You'll find it to see. And if you believe, you live and you breathe, you'll find the keys. Know what I need, I know what I need. You'll find the keys.
No, I can't remember the last time that I really felt fine. Now I'm trying to rewind. Cause lately, I've been feeling kinda hazy, like I'm stuck in a daydream, and you're not here to save me. Down and out, I hit the floor. All is fair in love and war, but I can't do this anymore, no, no. So, take me to a place I know, somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know, 'cause baby, you feel like home. I've been kiss in the late nights. We'd fall in love in the moonlight and wake up at sunrise. Now I'm just thinking that we should go back to when we were, hold each other to feel good. Down and out, I hit the floor. All is fair in love and war, but I can't do this anymore. No, no. Don't take me to a place I know, somewhere where I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know, 'cause baby you feel like home. Take me to a place I know, somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know, 'cause baby you feel like home.
Macam tak ada respon diberikan dari penjaga penonton. Dicuri! Dicuri! Kehilangan nyawa yang agak banyak, tarikan yang baik. Nampaknya mereka menyentuh menyalin Ozora Becky. Nyawanya betul-betul jangan diberikan. Masih lagi terselamat. 108 dimilikinya. Mencari peta. Mencari peta. Mencari peta.
Welcome to the CE Icon Series MY. This is the League of Legends Wild Rift, brought to you by the ESL Mobile Open with the support of our partners Maggie Hot Cup, Udo, as well as JBL. My name's AJ, I'm the Mustachio, down here with the one and only Contra, bringing you all of the craziest of action. And what a surprising 2-0 defeat the Berjaya Dragons are facing here, Contra.
That's right, and I really didn't expect that this to be so clear-cut in terms of victory for GeekFam, as they have been able to celebrate without really having too much pressure for the rest of the group stages here, because they have finally slayed the unstoppable dragons out there. And now BJD showing a little bit of sign of weaknesses. I'm pretty sure that they will be preparing something by the time we get ourselves into the playoffs. But now that that is done and dusted, we'll be going into another exciting one, because we'll see Eminence Raptors appear, and they'll be taking on another formidable side, as it will be Splatzone Insomniax.
And Splatzone Insomniax has, at the moment, for the lack of a better word, has been going splat most of the times when they come across all of the other teams. Against Eminence Raptors today, what are their odds? I don't know, because quite honestly, I've been loving the way Eminence Raptors comes in here with their drafts, Contra. Don't you think?
Yeah, it's very much an unorthodox draft when it comes down to competitive play, but they are also making it simple, clear-cut, just to execute in terms of team fight. So I wonder whether or not can Splatzone Insomniacs really propel themselves up from the lower side of the standings, because they don't want to be there for any longer. But yet again, Eminence Raptors, they're racing against the likes of 7-9, RTZ Underank to get themselves to the upper bracket as well.
And let's see if or not the Eminence Raptors will be able to, continue a little bit of good that has been coming their way in here so far with a victory over Splatzone Insomniacs. I mean, based on their current track record as well as the way they've played, it seems like the Eminence Raptors will have an advantage going into this game because Splatzone and Insomniax, they've just not been on form since the start of the group stages. But maybe today will be the day that everything turns around, right? We've seen some matches won just at the drafts alone, Contra. So as we, stand by to see, let's take a quick look, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, as Eminence Raptors will take on Splatzone. Insomniax will be introducing their lineup to you in a moment as we see all of the champions that will be dropping into the Rift to represent their brand. Steezy, Shion, Hilla, Fluffy, as well as Kids on the side of Eminence Raptors. And Shion, I mean, just the way that Eminence Raptors have started stepping up, he really has started stepping up in this team, Contra.
Yeah, and I really do like his plays with his Wukong, and if Insomniacs are taking notes, they should actually bat it away than to give him that sort of confident pick. But he can still always go for things like the Lee Sin and everything else, like the Vi. But Hilla also has been really popping up as their main superstar, alongside with Fluffy to both rake in those number of kills. So keep an eye out on both. And Steezy, I think that he's been improving his playstyle as well. So I'm excited to witness what will they come up with as they take on Splatzone and Insomniax, as we'll be seeing Dust, Linus, Dan, Latte, as well as Buck. So far, I've been highlighting that Dan as well as Dust to be quite the showmaker here, but Latte, I want to see him go in towards the marksman role, because we've seen him playing over the top lane before. We've seen him play different styles of champions. So I want to see him go back on that Ezreal, where we know him for those incredible plays. And if I'm not mistaken, there wasn't a pentakill back then as we were looking at the qualifiers, and now it's time to put them to the test once more.
Yeah, Latte, whenever he drops in there with the Kaiser as well, Contra, the sort of damage that he has been able to shower down on his opponents is really, really strong, right? So let's see if or not that will get banned out, because, he, just like you said, in order to qualify through in here, he showed us some crazy, crazy plays to come through in here. And any predictions as to what will get banned off from the two sides, Contra?
Well, early on, I did mention about the Wukong, but last game I was hoping to see a Rammus being played out. Rammus is available, but it's also tough to actually draft within it, because it's a very straightforward sort of champion where if Matt Rammus commits, your teammate must commit alongside with you in order to actually make it work. So let's see what will they make out of this entirety of this tree game series, I hope, as we'll be check out some great plays from the two sides. But before we, of course, begin, of course, shout out to all you guys tuning right in on a Monday evening, as we've got some interesting news that you guys will be favoring to, of course, land yourself some JBL earphones, headphones, as well as free data coming from Udo. And on top of that, you can stand a chance to win the JBL Quantum Series. You can walk away with either the Quantum 50 or the Quantum 300. How you want to do that? It's very simple. Like, comment, and share the live stream, and tag JBL with the hashtag JBLPeople and SISMY. Good luck to those with the most creative comments. You'll be able to walk away with the Quantum 300 by the end of the show.
Absolutely, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Nothing much in terms of, the difference of quality between the 50 and the 300. It just depends if you like the in-ear or the over-ear headphones. Now, we've got the drafts coming up for you. Let's see if or not these predictions do come true. Whether that Wukong will stay in play. Diana's going to be kicked off of the list first off from Eminence Raptors. And let's see if Splatzone Insomniax goes in for the kill. The Camille with the Steezy play is quite crazy as well, so we are expecting them to maybe just strike that off of the list here, Contra. 10 more seconds to get this locked in.
Now, no Diana being played out throughout the entirety of the day, so it's a 100% pick and ban ratio. Now, Gallo being locked away, this is what I really hope that BJD actually went in for the last round, but we knew how strong the Goliath can actually, well, not Goliath, the giant of Demacia will be able to bring to the table. But one more ban for each of them. Eminence Raptors, they might actually look to negate a little bit of pressure by taking out Seraphine. Okay, I understand why, because Splatzone and Insomniax like to go in for that double trouble with Sona combined with the Seraphine, so that they can actually out-sustain in some of these team fights, and they're forcing Splatzone and Insomniax to play different cards.
Well, let's see if or not they, Splatzone will do the exact same thing to the Eminence Raptors side, ladies, gentlemen, boys and girls. 4 more seconds to go in here to lock away one character, and that will be none other than that Akali, which I really didn't see much of an issue, because Theezy is going to go and drop his Camille in for that Rift takeover.
Yeah, I definitely think that he can either go in for Camille or even the likes of a Fiora will be pretty good. Now, first pick here is still being left blank, as they'll be able to secure the Wukong for Xian in the jungle. Smart move, and if things don't really go according to plan, they could still secure the other junglers like Vi and put Wukong to the top lane. Now, thus comes in to lock in the Gragas.
Okay, so Gragas lock in here by Dust, super solid, will be able to drop in there to that Baron lane. Lee Sin obviously is going to go into that jungle. Xion now can go in here for a pick, and he will bring the Braum on for the defense. Probably going to be moved in together with Fluffy as well as Kids down there at that bot lane. Ezreal is going to be going down to the bot lane as well, probably, or do you think he's going to drop into that mid section there?
Most likely on the bot lane, that's where I do favor it. But there's going to be maybe a little bit of a switch of lanes from time to time. Now, bring the Vastayan couples back on the Rift. It will be Xayah as well as Rakan for Latte and Buck, which actually leaves the last pick open for Splatzone and Insomniax to be favoring the mid lane, unless if Gragas was doing pit up over the mid, which can actually go pretty well, because facing off against a Katarina, that's what you can actually stop her with the body slam. Or a very hard counter to Katarina is going to be the Pantheon, which I don't really favor in this case because it's very teamfight oriented. And to my surprise, Camille going all the way as the very final pick for Eminence Raptors.
Yeah, and I'm even more surprised that Splatzone didn't take that for themselves. But it looks like they were already set on this particular composition even before dropping in here. Neither side's bans posing much of a hindrance to their composition and drafts. So let's see exactly which side is able to overcome the other. I'm definitely liking the side of Eminence Raptors a little bit more compared to the Splatzone side contra.
Yeah, and I'm seeing a last minute switch as well. That Latte, he's not going to be playing the ADC. He's moved over to be able to switch over for a Garen pick. So I really do wonder which lane is he going in particular. So a little bit of a mixed bag of feelings for myself about what Splatzone is currently doing, because I definitely do prefer Latte going in the Dragon lane itself. But it will be very much exciting as we move over to the first game between this best of 3 for Eminence Raptors versus Splatzone Insomniax.
A unified push coming in here from Eminence Raptors. Not expecting to go in there for the engage on that Rakan, but they will back away as that Gragas poses a threat to Hilla. Buck might go in here for a quick gank. They might try to go in for that quick kill as well early on. Hilla spotting that and backing away from the situation. Not going to flash away just yet. Not much of a trouble to deal with these two contra.
Yeah, very interesting moves coming from both ends. And now even the support of Eminence Raptors is tagging along over the mid side, but there's not going to be any kill pressure so early for this Katarina or even Thus on that Gragas. So you can see that Hilla is playing a little bit safer because Thus absolutely zones him out. And Latte taking a little bit too much damage here as this Camille is forcing Latte to just hold back. But that wave will arrive to the turret, and Hilla, you see, every time she goes in with a Katarina, well, he goes in with a Katarina, we'll see him soaking a little bit of a body slam. And he just have to tread very, very carefully. But thus, if he burns out his mana, I guess that's where Hila will actually start to strike.
Let's see if or not Dust goes in here for the full-on push, because Hilla's just playing this carefully so far to perfection. Dust, on the other hand, trying to take those advantages with the cast, goes in for the push, the body slam missing. And Hilla just flashing left, right, center, just getting away from him. Now, this Gragas is going to be having quite a tough time if he wants to take him down.
Yeah, Shunpo is definitely that spell where it's so tricky to just expect from the Katarina. Every time she just have all the blades spinning, it will go on a refresh so that she can Shunpo maybe twice or thrice in the battle, especially getting a kill. That will definitely reset some of the spells coming for the Katarina. That's why it has been a lethal pick coming into some of these drafts. Fluffy now needing to just hug right by, while Eminence Raptors goes in to steal a little bit of Crux, and Fluffy will pick up the remains. He says thank you very much for a little bit of a leash here. But both sides, they're playing very neutrally.
And that's exactly what we want to see. It is good for them that they are taking this a little slow. A slow and nice laning phase sets up a great mid-game as they go in there for those direct takedowns as well as Drake pickups. But for the time being, both sides showing immense amount of patience. Just as I said that, the Garen goes in for the slay, and Camille taken out of action so early in here. Steezy wouldn't have expected that, Contra.
Yeah, and just serving in a little bit of a Damascene justice over the top side. And that's First Blood coming in for Latte. And he will be going to build a Bomby Cinder. In the case that Steezy wants to go into commit, then we'll be able to just slowly take a little bit of a health bars off of the Camille. As she's still trying to look for room to complete that Trinity Force. Shinpo just to kill off that cannon minion. As an instant replay will be brought to you by Maggie Hot Cup. Now, Steezy sees a little bit of opportunity. He commits here, and hookshot does land. But he was unfortunate that Linus was just across the corner to land that Dragon's Rage.
Yeah, unfortunate for Steezy getting ganked in that way. That Lee Sin's definitely going to pose to be a lot of trouble. Linus in with the action. Camille just needs to be a little bit more careful. We'll give the Garen as a lucky pick on the Camille. I didn't expect that to go down in that way. But let's see if or not they can keep that up at that Baron lane. As now it's going to be a Drake pick here as the Camille goes right towards that Dragon Pit. And Splatzone Insomniax coming in with a little bit of a slow response contract.
Yeah, they're just waiting for the Lee Sin to come by. It might just be, oh, a great quickness knocking up the air, but not enough to even get anywhere close to the Drake. And with that, Box Slam comes to connect, allows out explosive cast. Killer goes into spin in with the Death Lotus as he goes in for the kill. And yet again, he gets shut down. A 4-2 trade in the favor of Splatzone, and Insomniax makes that 5 total kills.
Ooh, and what a crazy pickup by Splatzone Insomniax. I mean, they didn't get the objective there. The Drake got taken quite easily by Eminence Raptors. They were a little slow to the scene, but they pick up enough, I guess. Buck's gonna be in trouble. Yes, Steezy with that pressure. One more hit in there, and he gets the slay. Latte on Steezy right now. The Damascene Justice does not strike, and he will have to deal with this Camille now. Calling in for a little bit of an assist from that Wukong. Not gonna happen for the time being. Wukong spread thin.
Oh, we miss. Oh, no. It could have been a kill for Dust, though. Quite unfortunate. Like, what we saw early on, other than the team fight, I guess that Steezy has been practicing a whole lot of Camille to pull off that flash hook shot. Not really all too easy, as he's been able to land on Buck as well. Now, a little bit of switch of lanes just to, of course, put a little bit more priority on the Rift Herald for the time being. Now, spotting out the Gragas as he's attempting on the Scuttle. Spots out Dan as well. Now, Xion gets into position just to clear out all the wards. And now, Splatzone Insomniax, they're blindsided on this part of the map. And what they could rely on is Linus here landing a steal, but he moves in the wind too quickly. And with the Accent Elevator popping up, that's being removed from play. A little bit more HP, and it will still be Eminence Raptors here to secure the Rift Herald. And well, oh well, 8 kills in total for Eminence Raptors, and that's an early ace for ER.
Oh, and they are going to be able to take down the mid turret as well, together with this minion wave. Hilla and Steezy getting it done for the team, whilst Wukong goes in for that reset. Are they going to be able to get the Baron lane turret taken down as well? It looks like they will be able to bring it down to at least 50% HP before this Rakan reaches. Lee Sin not going in for that backup as well, which means that Rakan's going to be in a little bit of trouble here, Contra.
Yeah, well, I guess we'll go through replay first. As their priorities were set right, and once you actually lock down the Xayah, no matter if she used the Barrier Storm, it won't really matter too much because she can't really go out of that hexagon being set up like an MMA ring.
Ooh, and Bucks just surviving, holding on by a thread. Turret taken down, and still the side of Splatzone Insomniax, no matter how much they go in for that push. 2 turrets now in the hands of Eminence Raptors.
And you're also looking to really keep them at bay, having free reign on towards the mid as well as the top side, meaning to say the jungle of the Red side is going to be fully exposed, so Splatzone Insomniax have to play it a little bit more carefully. In the next few moments, we'll expect them to clash once more over on the dragon that will be spawning up in about 20 seconds from now, and that Infernal definitely will be able to perhaps redeem the likes of Splatzone Insomniax. You don't want to give this over because Hilla, she'll be a killing machine with that Katarina if this is going to be going in the hands of Eminence Raptors.
Okay, Xion now recharging his flash. They just need to drag this out long enough for Xion to go in there for a quick drop and then smite. He needs to back away from this equation. Kid's giving him that backup. And Splatzone Insomniacs want to go in and take the Infernal Dragon out just as easy as they think that this can be. Eminence Raptors might be able to come in here for a quick steal. Xion for the drop. He's got the flash on him. He can go in for the smite as well. And that Wukong gets it done.
Oh my goodness, this was way too clean, and another ace? Eminence Raptors, are you kidding me? They made it look all too easy now. Easily, they could just go into break 2 turrets in a row while members of the side of Splatzone Insomniacs, you're on those death cooldown timers, and I don't even know if they could even salvage the situation from here onwards. Now, Latte rock the scene, but they don't really want to commit. It's pretty much a lost cause to dive into battle right now. Now, one more setup as Eminence Raptors, they're just finding the edge. Gus here goes into face tech, but Intilla jumping with the death bonus. This was going to be a total annihilation with a triple kill, and with that, they did shut down Hilla, but it's only going to be one member left, and Linkx will be taken out. Easy peasy, 3 aces within the span of less than 10 minutes. Eminence Raptors will be able to eventually close out the game, but they just need the minutes.
Yep. They are definitely going splat. Eminence Raptors, such perfection, such confidence with their gameplays, even allowing Splatzone Insomniacs to go in there, get that dirty done on that Infernal Drake, and that Wukong, man. They should have flushed that guy out of the area first if Splatzone Insomniacs wanted to have any sort of a chance in there. But nope, they just served it up on a platter for them, Contra.
Oh man, like Splatzone Insomniacs, whether this game is done and dusted for them or not, I want to see them draft better into game number 2 in terms of bans, because I talked about Xion being too comfortable on this Wukong. They didn't even bat an eye on banning it out. And as a matter of fact, leaving the Camille up for the taking is going to be a very big risk as well. Now, 2 Drakes and about 11k ahead. What can I say? Eminence Raptors, it is their game to lose out, to do whatever they want. And I still think that Splatzone will still be playing a lot more of a catch-up game from here.
Yeah, and you see, the drafts that came in here from Eminence Raptors, super duper predictable, right? Steezy's always in the Camille Shiai! And whoa, beautiful! And he will just back all of them away with an explosive cast, but nothing can stop them from going in. The Hextech Ultimatum just locking Buck away, and he will manage to take his little butt out of that danger zone. Amazing play for Splatzone to survive that. But for how long now, Contra?
Oh, they've already got Dust taken out, so this is going to be a call for the Baron. If Linus catches this one, oh my goodness, closing up for steal, but just by an inch, and this will be perhaps another ace that they're looking for. Still hops right in, Dust as well as Buck. They're the only few remaining. Now, Dust comes back alive, and that's going to be a true shot barrage, missing the mark, but it doesn't really matter because the Baron buff is sure, and all Splatzone got to do is clear off that wave, and even to do that, it's going to put them at risk once more.
Oh, and Buck needs to back away from the situation. Xion going through with a quick push. And I don't know what to say anymore, Contra. This is going to be a superb defense coming in here from Splatzone Insomniax, and they will make Eminence Raptors back away.
And that is a beautiful ground entrance coming up across. Xion only going to take the penalty. Will have his Guardian Angel being popped. Now looking for Fluffy as well. The quickness not really connecting. This will be pretty much a true shot barrage from downtown. Down under. Hilla's still alive. But Splatzone, they did clear out some of all these Baron buffs. Now they only have to deal with 2 members remaining, and they still have the confidence to try to take them on. And Splatzone Insomniax at least buying a little bit more time.
But time for what, though? Because you need to go in here and make a plan. It comes right back. The Katarina taking the Lee Sin out of the equation. Dan's going to be standing Latte as well as Dust. Are they going to be able to hold on for any much longer? Steezy goes in for the full-on push. Takes that Hextech Ultimatum down. Dan is caught right in there. Goes in for that Slay. Annihilated.
My goodness me, this is a Fiesta all random moment. Well, not that random anymore. And Hilla, look at him, he's still alive. Like, this guy, he has been flexing on his Katarina from time and time again. Now, Fluffy's going to be able to yoink that buff eventually as they secure the third break of the game. Third in minutes, 45 seconds. And I guess they just want to just put a chokehold on Splatzone from here onward.
A 12k lead on that goal as well. They will take down turret number 6. Splatzone Insomniax, on the other hand, has not even taken one for themselves. They are being dominated to no end. Now, this fight at the Dragon Lane might break out, and Eminence Raptors will be in trouble if they don't back away. And the full-on push coming in from Splatzone Insomniax here, Contra.
Oh, there goes a little bit of connection of the Sonic Wave. But there is a split push coming in. In fact, it's just going to be Hilla, but he can easily just dash out of that. There's still a little bit of commotion happening down there. I want to see the fight, Mr. Cameraman. Just bring it to me. And there you go. Hextech Ultimatum locked right in. Bug gets shot down. My goodness, that snipe coming all the way from Fluffy. He didn't even need to take part in that team fight. And my, oh my. Eminence Raptors. I guess they are committing a few errors here and there, but Splatzone is slowly making some rooms here for improvement.
Yeah, and I think Eminence Raptors are confident that even if they do get, called out on one of the mistakes in here, Splatzone does not have the footing to take the game back from them. Linus in here with a quick push, but he gets stunned right back. Fluffy should be able to take him out by her own. Face is being popped out, and the Lee Sin jumps right in for that kick. Beautiful.
I don't even know what to make out of that because he's already very low and he's trying to commit and kind of save Brom's life at the same time. Now, they know that there is the Baron that's slowly being taken down by the 2 members, and there's nothing that they can do because all these mutants are being flushed into their face. And with that free Baron buff and the rest of Eminence Raptors, they're just playing out the entirety of this battle here, just hoping to get a few more kills. While I guess this will be Splatzone Insomniax trying to deny the inevitable. While Hilla looking for an opening, as they are trying to jump in with a pick. And speaking of jumping in, Steezy's going to move head first. But this will be the final move from Eminence Raptors.
Yep, and this is gonna be the kickoff here as they go in for the push. And bye-bye Nexus, says Eminence Raptors as they take game number 1.
Wow, I really do like this sort of aggressive play style that Eminence Raptors have been able to put up. And Splatzone, Insomniax, they didn't really have an answer to majority of these fights. And they've already lost too much pressure from the get-go as the moment they've lost the mid lane turret as well as the top lane tier 1. So with that, let's move over to our stats of the game, shall we?
And a total of, what is this, 15k being picked up in terms of goal by Hilla here. Steezy is absolutely wrecking it as well. But it would be Fluffy, the one to pick the MVP up with the total of 6 kills. He falls only once, but 14 on that assist, almost equaling his support, kids.
Yeah, as much as this wasn't really the cleanest of matches that we've ever seen, like, this is a 70,000 goal total for Eminence Raptors, just to show you, how dominant they were in the entirety of the battle. And I guess for Splatzone and Insomniax, they got a decent draft, but they don't really have a clear way to execute it without getting into trouble, because Steezy, alongside with Xion, when you just combo the Hextech Ultimatum with the Cyclone, where else can Splatzone and Insomniax run but to just answer back, like to go full aggressive, and that leaves so much room for Fluffy. He gets the MVP with 14 assists as well as 6 kills, and he didn't really have to participate from, a close proximity fight. He managed to get kills even with his true shot barrage that land all across the map.
Yeah, the absolute craziness, right? I mean, to be able to foresee exactly where your opponents are going to be and then aim that fire off and pray to the gods. 28k unrealistic damage coming in here from Fluffy, only to be closed up against with 26 coming in from Hilla. Absolute annihilation, the Eminence Raptors. They sought after to take the heads of Splatzone and Insomniax, and they got exactly that done. And not even one of those situations we saw Splatzone and Insomniax about to or even close to turning things around against them, Contra.
That's right, and I guess that they tried to actually go in for a couple of these Drake contests, which they have been able to get a couple of kills, but it didn't really translate to any turret takes or so. It was Eminence Raptors that has been able to just put enough pressure all across, and the way that Splatzone and Insomniax answered through wasn't really the best way to actually answer through some of these fights as well, because we saw Hilla all alone split pushing. Like, that's just a cat arena. You just send one person and you can just easily clear the wave. And yet again, they send 4 members chasing after what? A Wukong and a Braum? You're not getting anything out of that.
Because they felt like the Wukong was just doing too much of damage within the game, right? I guess they forgot that they could ban him out instead. Let's see when they come back in for game number 2. They take Xion's Wukong out, right? Because this guy is just going to continuously go in there for those steals. He's going to go in and continuously go in there and get those objectives taken for the likes of Eminence Raptors if they don't. Contra, a quick short break. Let's see what they get done in game number 2.
Macam tak ada respon diberikan dari negara penuh. Dicuri! Dicuri! Kehilangan nyawa yang agak banyak, tarikan yang baik. Nampaknya mereka menyentuh mengenai Ozora Becky. Nyawanya betul-betul menyebabkan. Masih lagi terselamat. Wan Rakit telah pun dimilikinya. Mencari peta. Mencari peta. Mencari peta.
Nice. Alright, go. Down first. Can. Alright, down already. Nexus. Okay. Nice! Victory! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on board. Okay.
It's the adrenaline running through my gate. It gets me high. time for small talk. I tell you the truth. I'm faster than you. I'ma tell you the truth. Not in it to lose, just faster than you. Look into my eyes. I'm not afraid. Take over my mind till it fades. Like a medicine, it keeps me safe. This neon lights lead the way. Ain't got time for small talk. I tell you the truth. I'm faster than you. I'ma tell you the truth. Not in it to lose, just faster than you. Faster than you. I tell you the truth. I'm faster than you. I'ma tell you the truth. Not in it to lose, just faster than you. I tell you the truth. Just faster than you. Just faster than you.
Glasses on, my hoodie's right. Break the door, give me side eyes. Are you feeling yours? Cause I'm feeling mine. Slide back to the future, got my own time. It's sipping dope to feel right. Got my own high, don't need no lies. Sneaky bitches never ever act with zone eyes. Alright. You can tell me nothing. Come back when you guys all in the same. Just put the fire.
Macam tak ada respon diberikan dari pendengar penonton. Dicuri! Dicuri! Kehilangan nyawa yang agak banyak, tarikan yang baik. Nampaknya mereka punya tunggal Ozora Becky. Nyawanya betul-betul menyebabkan. Masih lagi terselamat. Wan Rakit telah pun dimilikinya. Mencari peta. Mencari peta. Mencari peta.
You're currently tuning in to the C Icon Series Malaysia. My name's Contra, and this is the Mustacho AJ that's been joining along with me for some exciting Wild Rift action across all this as part of the ESL Mobile Open as well. If you guys want to participate in the upcoming ones, you guys can also look to register at esl.gg/mobile. And well, we're already going into game number 2, and Eminence Raptors, well, they have played out that game to, of course, their own liking and dominance throughout the Rift. So I wonder if Insomniax can actually answer true in game number 2.
With the number of mistakes being made in the drafts as well as in-game itself, it will be quite a long shot to say that, Splatzone would be able to take the win right after, right? I mean, we need to start at the basics. We need to take away the biggest pressure points away from the likes of Eminence Raptors. And we didn't see them taking that Brom out of the equation. Camille was just left in there. And we also saw that Wukong being such a crazy weapon in the hands of Shion. Are we going to be able to see a better ban coming through? Because once you break the base gameplay of Eminence Raptors, then you kind of force them to kind of, change up their gameplay. Maybe that's the opening that Splatzone Insomniax needs here, Contra.
Exactly. I really do think that they have to actually work out some of the picks as well as bans coming in from the draft, because in terms of some of the play style coming through the early game, the execution was fine coming from the side of Splatzone Insomniax. It's just that there's too many layers to actually go through, and hence why I felt that Splatzone immediately understood that the late game they will be having a little bit of issues to deal with. So let's see what they will be coming out with heading in towards this second game. So I want to see improvements from Splatzone and Insomniax. They have yet to actually pick up a clean win throughout the group stages thus far, and it's going to be sad to see them going at this rate because I see a potential in some of these players. It's just that they just got to figure it out when it comes down to the drafts and execution. So with that, I wonder if this is going to be working out for them.
Well, let's jump into the drafts and see if or not Splatzone Insomniax has learned from game number 1 and is going to lock down the side. There you go, Wukong out of the list. This is how we start the bans to see if or not Eminence Raptors will still be able to come in with the exact same type of dominant gameplay. Diana, of course, getting blocked off of the list for Eminence Raptors in here. Quite a basic block for them since the start of the competition contract.
That's right. So with that, this is going to be pretty much a very standard sort of ban. And as we are seeing Splatzone and Insomniax finally taking the hint here to see Xian being a little bit more of a dominant force inside the jungle with the Wukong, so they banned that away with the Gragas, which also leaves a lot of all these big picks like the Akali available for Splatzone and Insomniax. So I want to see Dust going on Akali, and other than that, there's also the Camille as a pickup option as well. Instead, Dust goes in for the Galio, which honestly isn't the worst case scenario, but it leaves so much room for Eminence Raptors to get whatever they want. Starting off with the Braum, and now they have the Katarina available as well, so they can slowly secure the bottom lane here with an easy pick for the Ezreal. Now, to answer back, Linus, instead of going for Camille, they lock in DJ for, which is decent, but oh man, they kind of miss a big opportunity right now, and Eminence Raptors probably will be laughing their way across the bank here, and they are having the Fiora to work with for Steezy.
Well, let's see if or not, because Ezreal as well as Braum, they're going to be taken up by Fluffy and Kids. Shyvana, very interesting pick coming up in here. So most probably Fiora on Shyvana. I'm guessing Himmel fight, which is going to be quite a solid pick from the side of Splatzone and Insomniax to, go in there for those team fights, tank a lot of those damages, and, just beast up in the zone of the Eminence Raptors. And of course, the Lux being able to secure those shots from far away. What do you think about the drafts this time around from Insomniax, Contra?
Well, a little bit better, but they are having so many missed opportunities. We'll talk about the Akali being left out there, and now Steezy is picking that one up. I do prefer Akali going over to Hilla instead, because Fiora up in the mid lane challenging Ziggs will be a little bit more difficult to execute anything at all. So maybe it's a little bit of a switch of lanes that we are going to be expecting from some of these players out there. And I'm still looking at the likes of Eminence Raptors taking this game very, very likely.
Absolutely. And will Splatzone Insomniax be able to pull a rabbit out of the hat here and, offer it up to the Drake, maybe pull the Drake in for themselves, get an advantage in the game and snuff out Eminence Raptors? Highly unlikely, but our hopes and prayers are with them.
That's right. We will turn up the volume as well as some of the lights here on the Rift, as we'll see what will come up. But yet again, it will be Hilla that will be using the Fiora up in the mid lane here. So what you want to do here is very simple. You want to try to force Dust to back away every time he comes right in. Just simple. Dive in, get some of the vital procs out there. And for Latte, I think he knows this matchup decently well, because for the Akali, it will be very hard to penetrate through some of the health bars of the Malphite, as all he has to do is just to roll in some of all these rocks to be able to stop her from pursuing for it. So I guess it's not too bad to play the Fiora up the mid lane, as I thought Dan, he would have actually gone for a Ziggs up the mid lane, and that will be a more favorable matchup over for the Ziggs against the Fiora. But they're going to be replacing the marksman role. So in terms of pushing power, Splatzone and Insomniax, we don't exactly have that. But over the bottom side, it's a full harassment lane as they are chunking down the health of Fluffy and Kit.
Well, let's see if or not Linkx. Okay, quick red buff picked up in here. Dusk is going to be in trouble. Strike back at Hilla. One more shot in there, but beautiful flash away will make sure Dusk still survives. And the reset will come through for the Galio in a bit, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Now, the fight down here at that Dragon Pit, on the other hand, might just break out, but a little prematurely. Good thing they backed away from that.
Yeah, and Splatzone Insomniax, now they do understand that this is going to be a little bit more troublesome, especially with a little bit of all these pressure coming around. Now, Hilla on that Fiora. This guy is really putting the meta to the test right now. But I like his idea, as he's facing off against this Galio that has been a little bit of a stronghold. The only way that you can punish a Fiora is to have gank coming out there. And with that, Day4, instead, he's looking for a very mobile unit in the terms of Akali. Akali will just recall back to base. Now, Insomniax, they're looking for a little bit of punishment, and thus, he's just suffering a whole lot over the mid side here. He has to recall for his second time in order to get his health bars back up. Now, CZ, I think he's already saw Linkx. It will be a full commitment. Perfect execution already being left off of available. This will be a kill going over for first blood. And Splatzone, what can Latte do? He's got no mana. And, well, I guess he flashes as well as barrier his way through just to save his own life.
Yeah, that Malphite showing exactly why he was brought in here. Super tanky, able to suck up all of those blows, but unfortunate, just unable to go out there and extend and help his teammate out. It's going to be the blue buff picked up by Kids here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Linkx getting his job done against those wolves right down. A quick steal, and they will back away from this equation. Beautiful gameplay coming in here from Eminence Raptors so far. Splatzone Insomniax, they haven't been able to do any much of damage just yet, Contra.
Yeah, I honestly, I'm not liking it all too much, but this is going to be a full commitment on a Braum that you're talking about here. You're not going to be able to take this really, really tanky unit. And with that, he says the heart is the strongest muscle. And here goes Grand Challenge, trying to look for all 4 vital points. He will proc it. As Dust brought down to 50%, but Buck is in the way. And well, oh well. I'm supposed to, of course, stay neutral, but Splatzone Insomniax really lost out so much pressure. Thus now buying that Rod of Ages as he'll return back to lane over the mid side. And they're not even punishing this Fiora all too much. This is why I'm really concerned about priorities here for Splatzone, because they have to now challenge the Drake.
Oh, and Sneezy jumps right out. Oh, but here they come through, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Are they going to be able to get this kill? No. That Malphite goes in for that slay, and Akali rages on as well with a double kill, Contra.
Oh, man. It is going to be a little bit more hectic for kills for Eminence Raptors. And somehow, you know, they lost the Drake and also lost the fight while at it. So Eminence Raptors, they're still up ahead. Now, with about 2,000 in goal, in terms of turrets, everything will still stand. Let's have a little bit of a recap of the replay now, brought to you by Maggie Hot Cup. Goes in for the perfect execution as DZ hops right back in. He gets stuck in between, but it wasn't too much of a problem. But look at Killa. He's just chasing everybody across, as we did have another kill being picked up. And Eminence Raptors, they just play better. They just built different.
And this build difference is exactly what Splatzone Insomniax is kind of discovering as they try to poke and prod through their armor. Latte want to take it up against Hilla, and this is going to be a little bit of a bad news. There you go, a beautiful flash across that wall. And then Malphite isn't able to go in for the full-on engage. Hey, it's going to be Linkx who pulls away a 3-on-1 situation and still surviving that. A well-played Jarvan escape.
Well, also a very well-played Fiora, because the repause actually blocks anything in its path. And if you were to actually hit on a hard crowd control on the repause, she will just reflect that stun, and well, solo kill on the turret is what we don't always see, but Steezy has been able to manage. And then going back on a gray screen, while there is a challenge over on the Rift Herald. So Dust now getting a little troubles here to face off against Hilla, who's not giving him any room of entry point. Here comes the Cataclysm as well. This might just be a steal. Yes, they will be able to get it in the bag with the Malphite coming right in with the Unstoppable Force. Now, little pinch be left for Dust, but he moves the wrong way and gets punished for it. Now, one more kill coming in true for Splatzone Insomniax as Hilla still has a little bit to work with, but he knows this is going to be a lost cause. But over top side here, Latte! He gets one more in the back, but Hilla says hello. Is this going to be a triple kill? It looks to be it. And Riposte blocking the shot, and he won't be able to find that triple kill.
Oh, excellent in here. They're going to lose one more turret. Eminence, Raptors, Splatzone, Insomniax. They bring Shelly in for that damage. And now Shelly goes up for that push. Unfortunately, just to be taken down. Hilla, on the other hand, are they going to be able to take this turret down? Malphite comes back to say, hell no, get out of here. And all the way up top. Look at that damage contra.
Oh man, just having a whole lot of kills. As we have already seen, Steezy here snatching onto 5. Hilla, yes, he did walk away with 1 kill, but speaking of Steezy, he's already looking for it. And perfect execution! Well, get out of here. Well, I guess just like what Malphite says, he's already in a rock in a hard place. So, Splatzone and Insomniax, they did a little bit of wonders of the mid lane, especially on that previous team fight for the Rift Herald, but what can they pull up next is the question, because they're having a turret breaking down from the top side. They will give this one up. Hilla, though, he's trying to force the rest of Splatzone Insomniax to back away. Now, it's still Eminence Raptors taking control.
Buck going in here to see if or not the players from Eminence Raptors want to start on the Infernal Drake. Not yet, but the team fight is just on the horizon. We know neither side is gonna think twice to go in here for the full-on push. Kids should be able to absorb all of that damage. Fluffy and Steezy just waiting to bait the players from Splatzone Insomniax in. And here we go, Contra.
Oh man, still a little bit of a juggle between the two, but over the top side here, you can see Hilla going on this little bit of split push, which what Fiora does best. So I don't really think this is going to end all too well for Splatzone if they were not to think twice about it. And that's going to be a big knockup coming from the Unstoppable Force. TP coming right through as well. Hero's entrance just to hop right back. But Steezy, he joins the fray, and this will be only Dust left available. Flash coming from the side of Xion. He will be looking to back away because Steezy is still there, and look at Hilla doing his job, taking yet the turret.
2 turrets down and just 1 more to go. The inhibitor. And that Akali is trying to go in for that perfect execution. Dust flashing away, trying to hold back everything. Nope, not today. As the Galio will go to survive, Contra.
Yeah, he's just taunting it. He's like, yeah, I could take your hits any day at all. And 10 more seconds, we will see the Baron appear, but Xion now playing with fire as he tries to actually snatch away the blue buff yet again. Not so lucky this time around. Linus will be able to actually get it in the bag. And Splatzone Insomniax, yes, they're clumping up for those team fights, but they're losing pressure across those side lanes, which is something that they need to look out for. So what they have to do, just easily send Dust to take care of the sides, clear all those minion waves, and stop Hilla from getting these free pushes. Because that Galio could just hop into the fight anytime with the Hero's entrance if he's just at least halfway across the map. Now, next streak will be coming up in a few moments as Eminence Raptors, they're getting prepared for the next objective.
They've got 6 on the lead for the kills, and in terms of the goal, they've got a 6k lead as well. Eminence Raptors are doing quite all right so far, but they want to just prep themselves up for this next objective. Before that, all they need to do is just hold Splatzone Insomniax down at their own grounds here, which they're doing to perfection. The Galio might get caught out of position here, but the whole of the team of Splatzone Insomniax just gathering around the top left-hand side of their jungle. Are they going to be able to bait Eminence Raptors in for yet another fight? They know the attempt for Baron is going to come through. But it's not... I mean, even Eminence Raptors won't go in for a full-on engage on that Baron.
And I'm just looking at how things are going at this rate. No sides really want to push for a call, but Dust will have to take good care of the bottom side of the map because they're about to challenge the Baron. And Killa is saying that if you were to go in for the fight, I will take yet another turret. So he will have to clear this one out. Now Dust getting stunned right under his own turret, and here comes the grand challenge. But Dust, he's trying to juke his way across with a flash as well. One more take of health, as that will be the row signifying that job secured. And Hilla now facing off against Latte, but the Baron is at stake at the moment. So without the Malphite, this is still going to be a winning fight. And with that, Guardian Angel Spencer will be popped here from the Jarvan. Left Lotus, well, there's no Katarina. And, well, Eminence Raptors, they try to make it look as easy as it can. And there's only so little room left for Linus to run for his life.
Oh, that Akali is just so crazy, man. Steezy with that double kill on that perfect execution towards that end there, which just opens things up for Eminence Raptors. And this is an easy peasy pick on Mr. Baron Nashor. And there you go, the reset coming through when they go in for those push with the buffed up minions, ladies, German boys and girls. A couple of more turrets in their hands, no problems at all. Dusk just pushing all of his wave up forth first, preparing for the take that Eminence Raptors want to bring in here. Now in 4 seconds, the Ocean Drake will say hello as well. I don't know if that would be their objective though. They've got the Baron to go in for the push contra.
That's right, and I'm just looking at the current moment here. Steezy, he is pretty much unstoppable. Same goes to some of the other players, such as Gion. And because Steezy here, he will be able to connect that Shuriken, and this will be pretty much a easy kill as he goes legendary. 11 kills in total, probably ending up as the MVP by the end of the roll. Nobody gets through for this challenge on the Drake, as Eminence Raptors secure their very second one.
Well, bring in the father of all Drakes later on, but the question is whether or not Eminence Raptors is even going to wait for that moment. They look like they want to go in for an all-out push here with the Baron buff. They seem to be doing all of that damage, but the inhibitor being protected very well by Splatzone and Insomniax. Buck as well as Dan going to be dropping back for the time being. Hilla on that pressure will need to back away from the situation. Kids needs to come back through for that push, but low on that HP. It looks like they can't get it done this time with Buck shooting off. But no kills will fall, and it's a perfect defense set up by Splatzone Insomniax.
Yeah, and at this current point in time, we're just looking at slight Baron power plays. A 1-3-1 push is in effect, but Hilla doesn't seem to have the buff alongside with him. So there's still going to be a little bit of a tussle for Eminence Raptors to secure anything at all. But over the bottom side, oh, Latte, he's just struggling to make ends meet. And Dan, he got himself the Rebellion step cap. But Eminence Raptors, they're still pressing on, just chunking out the health bars of this Malphite, who is supposed to be hard to kill. But they're just melting out the health bars like butter. So 17-7, I guess it will take some time as Eminence Raptors just want to just get as much resources as possible and just have a little bit of a cleaner game as compared to what we saw in the previous game. Now, let's have a look at the itemization. We have the Spirit Visage alongside with the Sunfire Aegis on top of the Iceborne Gauntlet for Latte, as he's still on the positive of KDA. I don't even have to look at Steezy to know for the fact that he's already going to be completing most majority of his items. And with that, Linus kind of wouldn't do all too much to flush him away.
And Steezy is holding this solo. Linus spotting that opportunity, goes in for a quick jump, but he's not going to be able to take him down that easily. Lotte on the backup as well. Steezy just teasing them, waiting for them to come in here for a full-on push. Why? So that mid blockade can be placed upon them as well. As Baron Nashor drops in here for the second time, we might just see Eminence Raptors back in there for that objective.
That's right. Now, Eminence Raptors holding a full control, no vision whatsoever coming from Splatzone and Insomniax so far. So they have to actually make it quick, and over to the bottom side, we still have Hila going for a push, and the Dragon Force will be popped right in. Xiang goes in for the chase, and here comes Hero's entrance, just knocked him back for a little bit. Steezy going over the back line, and now kills after kills will be found by Steezy and co. And the Raptors goes in for the Baron takedown, while they will lose an inhibitor down the bot lane to Hila.
Yeah, Linkx brings in the Cataclysm. I think he just kind of got caught in there with his own teammates, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Unfortunate, but it is what it is as Hila goes in for that pressure. The inhibitor not taken down mid just yet, and the Javan will have to back away solo, running away, trying to survive, but not for long. Oi! Manages a perfect flash away, but now Steezy on his tail, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, takes him down at the end. On that revive, Linkx. Second time round too.
Yeah, I don't think there's any way out for this Jarvan. It looks to be one of the saddest cases in Wild Rift for today, as Splatzone and Insomniax don't seem to have all too much room. Honestly, Eminence Raptors could end the game anytime that they want to. All they have to do is put them in a 5-man fight. Instead, they just want to secure all objectives. And this will be the very last streak that will appear, and that's going to be the Mountain Elder. It's already being tickled upon by the rest of Eminence Raptors. And remember this, the more dragons that they take, Shyvana can only get stronger and stronger with those buffs. Now, Hila buying a little bit more room here, while the rest of Eminence Raptors, they're slowly closing in through the mid side as well.
Are they going to be able to take this turret down? The answer is yes with this minion wave. Bye-bye inhibitor. And the full-on push is going to be dropped on by Eminence Raptors. Will the likes of Splatzone and Insomniax be able to go in there for the defense? Because here comes the Nexus takedown. A couple of more shots in there and a quick knock-up coming through by the Galio.
And it's over. Well, it was pretty much coming, but Eminence Raptors, they played it well enough here to be able to secure this 2-0 victory against Splatzone Insomniac. So I saw an interesting play in that team fight, right? So Steezy, he tried to go in for the perfect execution, and he flew all the way to the enemy's fountain and, you know, just absolutely get obliterated right there. But they knew the game was done. So, just giving a little bit of consolation prize back to Splatzone Insomniac.
Was that consolation enough? Gee, I don't know, man. They just got annihilated 2 games back to back. And, you know, this is close to perfection coming in from Eminence Raptors, from the early on pressure all the way to that final lockdown, taking in all of those, you know, objectives as well. Let's take a quick look at the stats, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and see exactly who picked up that MVP. It is none other than that little Steezy, dropping in and out with those perfect executions, Contra.
That's right, and we talk about unorthodox pickups, right? And he went in for the mid lane Fiora. He did a lot of split push instead of looking for those kills, but Steezy was the one that goes into really tear down the entirety of Splatzone Insomniac. So with that, I don't mind the top names right there, because it was Eminence Raptors that exactly won this game, right? So Latte, he is the SVP. He was trying to pull up some certain plays. He did steal the Rift Herald after all, but in terms of execution, it was Splatzone Insomniacs being all over the place. So I just felt, you know, this game here looking a little bit iffy, and how Splatzone Insomniacs has been juggling with the entirety of some of the plays.
And it's just unfortunate that they just couldn't go through with exactly, the kind of flair that they would have hoped to bring in here. Because Hilla as well as Fluffy were absolutely crazy on their damage down mid as well as the dragon lane. But Steezy, dude, this little Akali was all over the map. Up top on that Baron lane with the Slays getting involved in all of those team fights as well. She definitely was a handful, man. And, they didn't go in for the bad. Neither did they go in to pick up that particular Akali for themselves. And Splatzone Insomniax, they pay a lot for their draft contract.
That's right, and just look at how they are just doing, like, 30k of damage being dealt by Hilla is already insane enough. And Steezy comes in with the 33k, and I'm just thinking, like, how on earth would you even defend against all the pressure, even though we already have a very defensive setup being brought up by Splatzone Insomniax? It didn't really matter. I don't think that they have enough damage to fight up. And Dan here, he wasn't playing a typical marksman. He was just playing a Ziggs over the bottom side. And, well, it's just unfortunate, like early game, I guess they were doing a little poke, but as Fluffy goes into the late game, you just add up all the damage all together. It's just the recipe for success for Eminence Raptors.
Ooh, and the one thing that I'm very curious about is what made Hilla go in here with the Fiora mid, right? And is this because of the drafts or whatever bans that came in from Splatzone Insomniax, or was this already pre-planned by them? And is this a gameplay that we are going to see perfected even further on later on? Let's bring Hilla in, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and we'll have the man himself.
Congratulations, Eminence Raptors, and we'll be speaking to Hilla right now. So that's a clean 2-0 victory for you guys, and we've seen that Fiora mid challenging that Galio. So you seem to have a lot of confidence to go in with like first pick Katarinas and Fiora. Is this what you've been practicing a whole lot? Going into ranked games or so?
I wouldn't say ranked games lah. Me and Steezy has been grinding a lot of 1v1s to find out which matchups is better for whichever heroes. So Fiora is one of the better ones against Ziggs and Galio, which is why I picked Fiora. Yeah.
Okay. It's really interesting because, like, when you mentioned, like, against Ziggs, sometimes he could easily poke you through maybe the early phase, but it's still going to be a favorable matchup scaling into the game, right? And I just think that you guys played out really, really well. So, other than, doing all these sort of practices with Steezy, is there sort of like a usual ritual or practice that Eminence Raptors actually do before getting into some of these official match?
We're just chilling in the Discord before we start our matches. So that's one thing. Yeah, but
fair enough, man. Apart from
trying our best lah.
Your best clearly was enough in them, and you guys took a clean victory over them. Apart from Berjaya Dragons as well as GeekFam in here, which other team would you guys, rank as your #1 rivals to take down, or that you're studying the most?
Other than Berjaya Dragons and GeekFam, there's only Sam9 lah. It's only Sam9, yeah. It's honestly just Sam9. So
I see. So if you're going to be going 1v1 against Kazuo, I'm pretty sure that you have something special for him as well, right?
Kazuo.
If that's the case.
Kazuo's a jungler, right?
Oh wait, Kazuo's the jungler. Yeah. So over the top side, we've got RH, and over the mid lane, Ravens. I think he's been playing quite a lot of mages out there. So if you guys were to do a 1v1 tournament, other than, that particular mid laner of Ravens from Sen9, who would you like to face off against?
Wait, I didn't catch the question.
Oh, my bad. If you had a 1v1 tournament, who do you feel like you would want to actually face off for maybe $1,000?
$1,000. 1v1.
Yeah.
I'll go with Steezy.
Steezy, okay.
My own teammate Steezy. It's very fun.
At least somebody gets the money, right? Okay, AJ, any more questions from your side?
The only question is, as what is your preparation method for this whole competition, Hila? I'm talking about Eminence Raptors as a whole in terms of going in and doing these research. Do you guys just focus in on the top teams that you know will be making it to the playoffs, or are you guys in here studying all of the other squads, or is the focus all internal in improving your mastery over the champions?
So as for us, we actually came in with our new jungler in our lineup for our very first game. So that was not viable. But over time, we're just training with scrims and such, training with our own free time, just trying to make the best we can lah. Yeah.
And
so
I think the best so far has been good, man. And Shion has definitely been, settling into the squad quite well. All the best, guys. Hope you guys continuously pick up those Ws, and hopefully we see you at the playoffs.
Thank you. Hey, have a nice day.
Cheers, buddy.
All right, you too. Thank you so much, Hila. And that was definitely a very fun interview that we do have with Hila out there. I think that he definitely is the up-and-coming mid laner that has been, stomping out a competition. And this is where pro players practice, right? Like how to actually get better. So he's screaming basically against his own teammate. So with that is one way that you can just improve by going on 1v1 custom rooms. So other than, of course, the 1v1s that is going to be happening, now you see AJ whipping out his phone. He is about to get into the rift, ladies and gentlemen.
No, I'm about to get my butt whooped. But before we jump into the ARAM match, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, let's check out exactly who is the MVP for this match. From the side of Eminence Raptors, it's none other than that Steezy, who dropped in there with those perfect executions again and again and again. 26,000 damage coming through from this guy, Contra.
That's right, and 100% of kill participation on top of that. So this is going to be the sidekick, or should I say, trusty partner of the ones that we just interviewed, Hila, as she's been able to really pull off some very spectacular 1v1 finishes, or even when it comes down to those team fights, he's been able to really rake up those number of kills. So we'll be going on a very fun, exciting way to just chill all about, because we're about to see if AJ can continue the win streak here on that ARAM, as this will be a moment for us to capture. And speaking of moments, we got the Maggie moments. So what you guys can easily do, share your comments and pictures with us to stand a chance to be featured on the stream. # Maggie moments. So just go ahead and do that. If you want to clip AJ feeding off, or if he's going to make some plays, make sure you guys clip that. I don't care if it's on Twitch, YouTube, or Facebook. You guys just got to do it. So I can see a little bit of nervousness coming from our dear Mustachio. Come on, man. You can do this. Come on. Don't let me down. We've already got 3
long
wins.
shot.
It's not a long shot. Just
Splatzone Insomniax is gonna hate me, bro. Me winning this is as likely as Splatzone Insomniax defeating Eminence Raptors when they've got Yakali on their side. Okay, it's not gonna happen, bro.
Not happening. Come on, man. Have a little bit of faith in your teammates at the very least, because they're the one carrying you right here. So let's see what's about to happen. So tell me who's on the list on your team.
We've got Kenway 4th Gen, we've got Ayman in here on our side, we've got Wise as well as Crash, okay? Now we've got 3 Emerald 1s as well as give me a second, let me just, and 1 Diamond 3 in here, okay, I think I'm gonna be able to be carried to oblivion. Now we've got a trivia question in here for you guys, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. If you guys can answer this, Contra will give you a kiss. Now the heart is the strongest muscle. Contra mentioned this earlier. He also told you which character usually says it, which champion usually says this line.
That's right. It's a very easy one, and especially if you're a support main, there's no excuses. Just drop in the comments right down below. # Maggie Trivia. Now, with that, I'll be, of course, look at some of the gameplay, and hopefully my Padawan right here don't let me down. Already got, 3 wins already. I guess I don't mind taking a loss anyways, if it's the case. But hey, I got some faith here that we'll be pulling in a 4-0. So let's see what's going to be happening. And with that, I'm pretty sure you got a shout out to everyone out there as well, because there's JBL headphones to be given away.
Yeah, boy. For the best audio experience, you want to go with the Quantum lineup. Why? JBL is new to the gaming world, but JBL is not new to the audio world. They've been providing the best audio solutions for concerts, stadiums, the best of the best comes in here from this brand. And if they are dropping into the gaming world, they are bringing something different. And if you want to find out more about the whole Quantum series, jump over to their website, jbl.com.my, and you guys don't even have to purchase it. All you need to do is follow what you see here. Like, comment, and share this stream. Tag JBL Malaysia with the hashtag JBL People as well as SISMY. And you stand a chance to win 3 Quantum 50s and 1 Quantum 300. Not you get all of it lah. Be patient lah. Each person gets one, okay?
Yep, that's right. Just tune in every single time that this stream pops up and you stand a chance to win yourself those Quantum series in-ears or over the ears itself with the Quantum 300. So, my friend, are you ready to rock the Howling Abyss? Because this is going to be a little bit chilly in the winter tundras. So,
yeah,
how you feeling right now?
Yeah, I just want to make sure I don't run out of data. So can you please bring out the 5 gigabyte code, please? There you go, ladies, German boys and girls. Let the Mustachio go in here for a quick scan. If you guys want free 5 gigabytes worth of data as well, pull your phones out and scan this QR code. Yo, Yudu's giving you 5 freaking gigabytes. Who does that, Contra?
Well, of course, not other than Udu, powered by Cellcom, so you can also get your SIM cards delivered to you for free. Just give it a go. No harm on that. So I'm hearing a little bit of excitement. So let's get into the Howling Abyss for this ARAM match. And, the heart is the strongest muscle, but we are going to be I'm just going to be sneak peeking what they do have.
My Misa is my strongest muscle.
Hey, you actually look very much like that. So, because he's playing on that misfortune, it's going to be unfair for me to reveal who else is playing on the other side. And they do have quite a solid composition. So, AJ, I wonder what will you come up with, because they're pretty much locked and loaded and ready to hunt out for you. So, with that, let's check out what goes down in the Rift. And, well...
Gela Mikos! Bring it, Lama-chan! I hope Mikos is as noob as me, bro. He probably knows the game way better than me.
Okay, so I'm assuming you're the one playing that Darius, are you? So,
yep.
Well, I guess that's a fair chance. You could still go into dunk someone out there. Now, quick tip for you, all right? Max the first skill. See anybody, pull them in with the third one, and to slow them down on the second. Anytime you see the ult, just upgrade it, my friend. It's not too hard. So, with that being said, we will go into the Howling Abyss. And with that, this is a fun showdown for you guys to tune in. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the show. Now, we do have the gaming.
It's the Howling Abyss, where you will get the opportunity of listening to the Mustachio howl like a fish. They don't flash la Mustachio. Why you flash? Why you flash? I fat fingered that one, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. My bad.
Okay.
My bad.
Okay. Come on, show them your axe, man. Show them what you're made of.
Not yet. I wanna wait for them to come in here for the push la. Wait.
Not like this, bro. Oh boy. Flash coming in, throw this out wires, and they are driving right in. Nico's trying to actually move right through, and yes, it will be the first one. Mustachio getting the first one. Oh, Nico's, where are you at? Where are you at, bro?
Nowhere, yo. There he is back in there, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We wait for the opportunity. We wait for Mikos to get those mistakes done first, all right? Zig's in here with the push. We're not going to go in for the push on Brom.
Oh,
come here first, sir. Come here, sir. Come here. Allah, ma, missed that.
Oh, boy. I guess Mikos will have a little bit of a tough time here, but hey, the health bar is pretty low. You guys could possibly pull up some numbers. Oh, gotta dodge those arrows, my friend.
Come on.
Okay,
Come on.
here comes the Inferno Bomb. And
Glacial Fissure gets popped out.
And everybody is going on a tear now.
Don't kill the mustache.
This might just be a little bit of an ace, but Amon is still gonna be left alive. So NXL, I believe that's gonna be the Noxian Legion. Oh, beautiful shockwave, but not enough damage to come up with anything else. Now, that's gonna be the Shrine being picked up as everyone goes on a slight heal. So Kenway and the rest of them will be able to actually come right back up. So Mustachio, come on, go forward a little bit. Put some pressure on. Put some pressure on. Okay, I can see them in the bush. Yep, that bush right there. Go for it. Go for it.
Yep. D.
All right. Okay.
Alamak, nearly got the fella.
Well, you guys still got it. So that's going to be 2 kills in for Team AJ. Well,
come on, guys. Come on, guys.
This is now you're going to be able to pressurize them for the moment. And I guess not much that the Soraka can do. This is going to be a free turret if they do it right. Oh, what a shot there. And if they're trying to actually go in for the kill, and you are locked out, my friend. Gotta get that life up. And
unfortunate.
Fisher knocking them up in the air. Crash is trying to actually get a little bit more space, but Mikos only has a tick of health left, and that's going to be a snipe coming down from Mio to secure the kill. I wanted to look at the scoreboard for a little bit if we can. Well, it's all right. We'll just take it real slow, nice and easy. A little bit of a health shrine here being popped up as we have whoa! The classic kill from all the way through the back corner. But Jifter is risking his life, trying to actually look for the kill, and
no, get out of there, get oi!
A little bit too far for it, my friend. Oh my goodness, Mio is going crazy with the snipes as they are getting slowly flushed out. Soraka ain't fair, my friend. They're just getting all the kills being done. So,
they are excited because they're going to defeat me. No,
no,
they're not gonna let them come here.
So soon. True Chopper Rush, well, not gonna be connecting. Blocked by the doorways. And Mustachio, you gotta be careful for a bit. Oh, there we go. Pull him in! Pull him in! That's right! Pull him down! Okay.
Come here. Come here. You want it. You can get it. Come here.
And just more of the snipes coming down from Neo throwing his arrow, but that will be it.
Yeah, boy. Yeah, boy.
And, well, the ult does connect, but not able to take it down. But the Serpent will be able to secure the kill. So Crash gets another one in the back. First sword down, and Mustachio, he's going for it. He's
boy.
And he'll be able to get the kill as well. Beautiful stuff comes from the English.
Bye, Mikos.
And the casters. You guys are excited? Say what? Say what?
Yeah, boy. Come on. Come on. We gotta sacrifice ourselves here. Come on, come on. We can die. We can die. We can die. There you go.
All right. Seems like things are going well according to plan, and the BM caster side still getting smacked.
Uh-huh. Thank God Ikuto didn't join us. Thank God. Ikuto goes out again. Mustachio will go home crying.
Okay, let me see if my phone is charged enough. I would like to bring in my charger for a little tad bit. But hey, I guess I don't need to charge it.
Come here, bro. Come here, bro. Come here. Where you want to run? Where you want to run, my friend?
Oh, boy.
Where you want to run?
They are getting smacked here. A beautiful shockwave there to pop it on top of Mikos. Mikos survives, but here it comes. The Astro with a big place. Was trying to actually get into these spaces, but we'll still need to actually go in for more of these folks. Now, this is going to be a little bit dangerous, but Kenway still has a lot more health bar towards Mio trying to actually go in for the arrow. The Satchel on the ground, not going to be able to actually do too much. In terms of goal lead, it's going to be a 1K of difference at the moment, but the likes of SMG. Craze will be able to drop in that encore.
Yeah,
and
boy.
Mustacho slamming them down. Now falling back for a moment more, and they will be the beggars for the bomb. Just to stop them from pursuing any further. Raptalia has to back away, only have a slither of help, but Yohi just lock everybody on track. You gotta aim for this guy, and seems like
Bye, Brom. Oi, Brom, don't run.
He picks up your. They won't be able to actually get one more, but Mustacho, you're getting the hang of the wrist.
Don't run, my friend. Come back here. Alamak, cannot reset us, right? We just have to go in and die, right?
I'm feeling very proud of you.
Hey, Barus, calm down, Barus. Calm. Don't. Hey.
I guess it seems to happen, but here comes Kenway dropping through all these bombshells. Nico's trying to actually make a little bit of a Hasaki. You know that your game is lost when you are playing a Yasuo on your team.
No.
You know for a fact. Now Miko's just have a little bit of help.
Get them out of there.
Names it. Oh, great kill.
Get them out of there.
On top of Mio as well. Slicing Milkstrom does not really connect to anybody at all. And this is where the rest of the English squad, they're coming right in for the kill. Wise moving the
Come on.
As they look for Pixie as well. Dashing right in, and he's pretty much out of plays. Trying to be picked up here, and I'm pretty sure that this will be a big Glacial Fissure dropping on top. And they're looking for one. And this is where Pixie is getting flushed out. And Mustacho is going for the kill, but Weiss, he's trying to pick it up. He stays alive. Oh, this Azrael is a beast, and that two-top barrage will be taking down that cannon as well.
Come on.
4-0.
Come on, bro.
4-0.
Come on, bro.
Come on, baby.
Mari kita. Don't get excited.
Come on. Hey, Mikos is there, right there. He's just right there.
Yeah,
he can do it, man. Okay, no minutes. Don't go right in.
Yeah,
my
exactly.
Take it slow.
Come on, Mr. Minion. Come on, Mr. Minion.
Oh, what? Okay, he's giving
Hey,
it
you
live.
come here, bro.
Oh, nice one.
Okay.
Close enough.
Almost.
Wait, is this the comeback? Oh no. Eamon!
No.
Eamon!
No.
Survive! Run, my friend! He's trying to shoot! He's trying to shoot! Hey, flash
No.
away. Okay.
Stay alive.
Do this for all the minutes. No! Oh, goodness gracious me! Here comes the
We got this.
Out of Miko's side.
We got this.
Dropping the name, and he'll be clearing all the minutes, so no pushes coming out of Miko's just about. Yeah, True Chop Barrage connecting to Raptalia, as she'll be able to actually land a wish and the blasting to kill them up. And we now getting a little bit sniped. Trying to actually get a little more of the health bars up. Glacial Fissure on top of Kenway. But this is going to be Pixie being out of position. Slicing Maelstrom on top of Tree. This might just be over. And it's down to Mustacho here. And he needs to actually go in for the kill. And was trying to hold on, but Mustacho goes down. 4 members still remain. Now Amon has to hold on for her 0-5. Shifty Gaming and the rest of them is trying to go in for the push. But Pixie, oh man, this is way closer than I thought. No more minutes left. Super minutes pushing right back. So we still have a lot of time here. English side, we're just gonna sit back.
Which is Mikos, huh?
The Yasuo.
Yasuo. Okay,
Yep.
okay.
That's right.
Okay, I'll kill the Yasuo. Wait. Yasuo,
Okay,
I'm coming.
here's a tip for you. You gotta land a few more auto attacks so that your ult actually hurts a lot more. So once you pull them in, land a few with auto and your first skill, then once you see like a Rick Flash on top of their head, just pop your ult.
Okay, roger that.
Okay, he's at the side of the bush. That's right, go for
it! Oi!
Oh, you can do it. Oh boy, Mikos, he's alive with only center health left. Now, AJ tanking every single one and dropping damage, and the rest of them are coming right across. Yep, there will be popped up, and this is where the side of English team will fight back.
You dare hide in the bushes and kill the Mustacho? Run, boy, run!
Now, AJ side, they're having advantage here, a very clear one. So, Raptalia, he's out of mana already. No more killing being done. This might just be the end. Redemption, they pop in. Oh, Pixel with only one slither of health left. And here comes Mega Infernal Bomb. They're looking for the pickup. Mikos goes down. Haha, the long goodbye. Now, 16, they flushed out. And Dipto Gaming is coming right back at the English side. We win once again.
Bye bro.
So
Bye
long,
Mikos.
Mikos. So
Kena carry
long,
ke? Tak ada
Mikos.
kena carry ke? Dapat W cukup bro.
Siapa yang beban sekarang? Siapa yang beban? Itu
Contra,
dia.
Contra. We keep the debt for after this lah. We keep the debt for after this.
All right. So let's do one more round. So let
One
me
more.
go grab my phone real quick. So I'm gonna
One
disappear for only a slight second, and I'll come right back.
Roger that, yo. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, they tried. They managed to get 24 kills, 20 above us, but they didn't manage to tap out our Nexus. You want to know why? Because I got the Misai. And this is the full odds. That's MVP being picked up by Wise here. SVP. The Mio on the other end. Mikos, unfortunately, he got the luck of the Rift. He got the luck of ARAM. It gifted him that Yasuo. But the one thing it did not gift him is the Mustachio's good looks as well as the victory in here today.
It's the mustache gap, like he can't grow any of it. So, yeah. So I guess the prom can't really defeat your mustache because naturally you are tankier than he is. So I guess it's my turn to hop on the Rift, is it? So let me get some confirmation.
Don't get
right
carried.
here.
Yeah, don't get carried. Make sure you go kick their butts, Contra. Let's make this a clean streak, bro.
you give me the Akali, it's all over, all right? So,
oh, yeah, boy.
Let's see.
Yeah, boy.
Okay, I'm hopping right in. I got my phone with me, so just give me some time. I'm loading into my client. So, let's see.
Mikos, are you crying, Mikos? Mikos? Don't cry, Mikos. It's okay. In life, ada hari kita menang, ada hari kita kalah. Sometimes kita kalah terlalu banyak kali. Tak boleh. Don't cry. You know, the worth of a man is not by how many times he wins. It's by how many times he stands up after he loses. So, stand up.
Tak perlu nangis pun. Give up je. Give up je. It's easy. It's very straightforward. Just give up. It's not that hard, okay? All right.
Okay lah, this time, we see if or not Ikuto can come in here and tap out Contra lah. Because even if he does manage to take one, it's not a very big blow, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. It's equivalent to GeekFam beating Berjaya Dragons. They're still going to go to the playoffs. It doesn't really make a difference here. It doesn't.
I guess so.
Contra, tell me you've got the Akali, Contra, so I can do a happy dance for you.
All right. I hope so. Well.
Oh, Mikos wants to come in with the excuses. Mikos says he could not win the game because he didn't have Wi-Fi. Bro, Mikos, what is this? Mikos? I told you to scan the Udo QR code before you went into the game. Why didn't you scan the QR code? You got no data because of your provider. Bro, change to Udo. Problem solved. They do it better.
Alasan. That's right. We do it better sebab kita ada Udo. So, yeah, we got everything solved here.
Yeah. You go in for the scan and then you settle, bro. You can't, complain that you've run out of data and all. Now, that is not gentle lah, my man. Ay. It's not gentle, but your team very gentle. You all keep getting beaten. So squishy. Come on, Contra. Take it back, bro. I've thrown too much of shade already. And then after this, we lose means, embarrassing, bro.
Okay, let's see what we'll be able to actually get right now. So I got a lot of options available, and I'm just seeing whether or not if this actually works out. Now I do have the Yasuo on my side. Maybe I should play the Yasuo.
Alamak.
Yeah, Yasuo. So producer saying that Yasuo has a 100% of losing streak. So let's not go there. Let's not go there. We will be taking other stuff. And
see the Amumu getting locked in here. Come on. Let's see exactly what does Ikuto drop into the rift with, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Shyvana, Corki, Ari. Let's see if this gets locked through, and it looks like it has. Let's drop into the rift, where we will see our good man dropping in here with the Oriana. Oh, GG lah, bro. GG. Let's go. Contra, you got this, bro.
Well, I'm looking at your side. They do have a very strong composition of a team fight, but I'm not worried. Not a tad bit. And I'm just going to be using the casual stuff. Let me just...
Okay, let's see. So it's going to be slow pushes in here while Contra flips his phone. Jinx going in here, hiding in the bushes, waiting for the push to come in from Team Blue. Team Blue making their approach very slowly, does not anticipate that bush attack. But it's going to be that Rose who drops in real close. And here comes Amumu with the first blood. Luck's taken out of the equation, and it's all out fight. And JIF needs to back away. Oh, Contra cast in here as well with that Oriana, wanting to suck everyone into the oblivion, but does not get it. And it's gonna be a stalemate for the time being. That Sona trying to bump all of the players up with a little bit of a base boost there. Let's see if this Amumu can go in for yet another slay. Wise is really, really low. Corki gets taken down by the Gragas. And so far so good, 1 apiece. On the 11k gold, they are not too shabby at all. Can they go in for a quick farm? Wise dropping in very closely here, but will not get taken. Will get taken down. Not very wise of a movement in here from him. JFDE Gaming still in the equation, but really low on that HP. Can go in for a quick dive, but is finding the exact opportune moment to get exactly that done. For now, we'll be using Ayman as well as 4th Gen for some backup. Shyvana dives into the bushes and goes in, but gets slain out of the equation. Yo, what's up, Contra?
Oh man, all is good, my friend. Just casual smackdown. Already 2-1 and 4, so come on, give me some challenge, Ikuto. Ikuto, where you at?
No challenge in here from Ikuto so far. Black Roses goes through, but all of them get stunned at the same time, and they will go in for the takedown. Amumu slain. Here comes the Lux with that response right back, but it's just 2 players in for the defense. Here's Ikuto right back, buffing his team up for the push. Are they going to be able to withstand the side of Contra? And Waze is really, really low in here. He has lost his parting just a little bit, but that explosive cast can come rolling through, just waiting for that opportune moment as Contra's team will fall back for the time being, luring in all of Ikuto's players. 8-3 so far on the scoreboard, and Ikuto will choose to hide in the bushes to no avail. Gonna get flushed out by the players either way. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's Ikuto versus Contra. Vasa versus English. Ikuto coming in for the push. Bye-bye, Ikuto. Oh, but he manages to run away in the nick of time.
That's right, and come on, get some healing done. Yep. Okay, I'm back on track. So let's see. Come on, I dare you guys to push.
Contra's team can go in for the push, but they want to hang back to see whether or not Ikuto's side makes that mistake. And it is going to be Rose who falls back into the bushes, going in for those hit waves. Oh, with the very, very... Oh, explosive cast pulling back all of those players, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. And this is the form for engagement. Team Contra goes in for the full-on flush, almost getting the kill. And it would be Gragas on the double. Let's go, yo. Corki getting taken down as well. And it is the Oriana finally on that pop. Contra cast, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, together with Kenway in for the push right now. Arth is going to get taken down. And if this Arth gets taken down, explosive. No, cast doesn't go in for the flush at all. Shyvana's going to be standing tall, and it's going to be Inoi. Gragas rolls in to that bit of death for himself. For the time being, it's 12-8.
I'm just looking at things on how things are going, and I feel like, you know, my Gragas can just take on everybody, so I'm not really all too concerned. Oh, nice catch. Okay.
Corky goes in here for a quick tap.
Oh, wait.
Beautiful takedown. Oh, Jinx getting taken down as well. Corky on a double kill so far. And Arts needs to get out of there immediately. Here comes Waze with the pressure. He can go in for a quick body slam. He can catch Arts off. Goes through. Beautiful takedown. And are we going to be able to see Team Contra come in with the pressure now? Gragas needs to wait for that backup, not just from his team members, but also from that minion wave. He will push forth to manage the aggression from those minions just a little bit first. Raptalia coming in for the push. Black Roses in with the backup as well. They are trying to flush this Gragas out, but that Gragas is just way too tanky. And a beautiful takedown. Amumu's flushed out. Here comes Team Contra, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. And Waze, this guy is just buffing, just pushing everyone out of the way with his fat tummy. And he puts on the pressure. Team Contra still in here with the lead on that fight. With the pressure on the other hand, not so much as that Gragas gets taken down. And this might be a situation which forces Contra and team away. Ikuto buffing his team members up on the way through. Pixel still alive with a beautiful dive by that Shyvana. Shyvana very ballsy, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, but gets shut down by the Jinx anyway. Corky taken out of the equation as well. And now all that is left is Black Roses. Run, boy, run, because Little Amumu, here we come, Little Amumu. You better get away. Turret taken down. And Team Contra, they will go in guns blazing. Nothing, Team Ikuto. I am just bakuteing his name right now, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Ikuto cannot do jack against Team Contra as they try to come back in here for yet another push. Raptalia hiding in the bushes for a little bit of cover. Nothing's gonna come out through that. JF going in for a quick push just to bait the players in from Team Blue. But so far, so good. Both teams playing this really carefully. Ayman's gonna be falling back. Kenway needs to go and find a little bit of honey fruit for himself. Amumu goes for the slay on that Jinx.
Come on,
and it looks like Team Blue's all of a sudden putting that pressure, Contra.
Well, I'm still not that worried. I still can clear all these minion waves. And yeah. Come on, bring it on. Nobody's inside the bush, but I guess eventually I'll be able to actually find one. Nice one!
Oh, beautiful body slam in there. Catching Ikuto, but the Gragas gets taken out. Are we going to be able to see Arts as well as Pixel get taken out? Because that's going to be a quick ace, which gives such a huge opening for Team Contra. They'll go in here for the push. Pixel needs to fall away. Arts as well. Here comes Rostalia in for the fight. But they don't have the guts to go in for that push on Team Contra. They need to wait for that minion wave to go in and distract them just a little bit first. That's exactly what's done. But the rest of Team Blue just cannot find it within themselves to go in for the push. That Corky pushing up front. This time around, that Corky can go in for the flush, but unfortunately, the damage that comes through for Team Contra is just a little bit on the higher side. Here comes that full-on engage and pops off. Unfortunately, that Lux will not get taken down, but get taken down instead, and they will go in for that full-on push. Team Ikuto will Rose taken down as well. Does this mean they're gonna lose this turret, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls? Yes, that's exactly what it means. That Gragas is alive. How much can be defended in here by this Gragas? Explosive cast will prevent them from taking down the turret. A beautiful defense coming in from Waze whilst looking for the minions to catch back up. And let's go. Team Contra is once again back in here. Team Blue cannot go in for a all-out push.
Oh, well.
Team Blue holding really well, Contra.
Decently well. I guess we've still got a lot of work to be done here. But let's kick out somebody right there. Come on. Don't kick now.
Oh, jump real quick. Oh, lockdown. And they go in for that slay. Beautiful takedown by Corky, but the Lux fires back. A double kill. Gragas goes down as well. Jinx returns fire, taking 2 members out. Make that into a triple kill as well. A freaking killing spree. And this Jinx is on fire. Are we going to be able to see Contra cast right now? Go in for Ikuto. One more shot in there. Contra not overcommitting. Ikuto still alive. Brings back a little bit more of HP for himself. Ayman can go in for the push, but they needed to wait for their minions. Minions in here right now. now. Arts trying to make a very careless push in, will learn his lesson. Oh, Ikuto caught in here. Ayman trying to go in for that final hit, doesn't get it. Ikuto still stands strong, protecting his turret. Well played.
Okay, I got 19 assists. I guess I'm the pure support at the moment. But hey,
all right,
it's all Gucci. Okay, double kill.
So
I gotta say,
through, they plow through.
Playing really, really well. So,
yeah, man, solid play.
He even renamed himself PKQ, and in this matchup because he knows the winning side, the Punko Hunters. So here you go. We're breaking in.
Full flash, and they will go in for the takedown. Not even waiting for the minions. What are they doing? And they will back away. JF is good in here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. The leader if Team Punko is just waiting for the minions to come through. It's going to be Arts as well as Ikuto in here so far. Ikuto just buffing Art up a little bit, just healing a little bit of his life. Are we going to be able to see Team Blue hold on for any much longer? Because here comes those buffed up minions in for the final push. Maybe Contra. Nah, they get cleared up a little too fast. Contra's just hanging back, waiting for his team members to come back in here for the full-on push. Gragas is leading those minions ever so higher as we move through in this game. Team Bahasa Melayu, unfortunately, might be seeing yet another L on their side, and they are just protecting their nexus. They cannot make a play. They can't go in for the push. The best thing that they can hope for right now is to get an ace on the English side and then go in for a push on the inhibitor. And then later on the Nexus. Is that going to be enough for a one play? No, it's going to take a while, and they all get stunned at the same time, and Lux gets taken out of the equation. A beautiful knockup coming through, and Jinx is snuffed out as well. Oh, that Shyvana doing amazing this time round. Contra Cast is unable to respond to this situation, and they will get flushed out, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls.
No.
A full-on ace coming in for Team Blue.
No.
And this
like
means it could all be over. Look at them. Doing nothing, just waiting for their minions to make this push with them. They will take down the inhibitor. The minions on the side of Team Red trying to hold on, trying to survive. But it is a little too long. It's a little too late. The ace that has come through will manage. Oh, Amen! Here comes 410 as well. This is the battalion. This is the save for Team Red. And Team Contra Cast will be able to survive for a little bit longer, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Team Ikuto, they got the ace, but they don't get the W. And which this means the streak may still be alive. And here comes Black Roses in here for a very careless push that Amumu gonna get taken down. You want to get aced out, or we will give it to you. Ikuto just taking a little bit of the damage from that Lux. Arts will be walking away as well. Shyvana on her foot, not floating around in this space. And it's gonna be those minions doing that damage for them. And this is the Nexus push coming in from Team Contra. How is the defense gonna be from the other side, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls? Let's see. They get locked down real quick. The knockup coming through as well. Shyvana goes in for the takedown. Contra gets snuffed out. Gragas eliminated as well. Art still in there. Bye-bye, says Jinx. Ayman then fails his 4th gen. They cannot get taken down, and therefore they back away. No ace coming in from Team Blue this time round, which means the fight is still on. They pick up a few honey fruit, and they are back in here for the defense. Raftalia almost taken down in here. Bring those minions. Raftalia picks those HP back up right in there. Oh, gonna get taken down. But here comes a revive through. Ikuto should be able to get this done, and he does exactly that. I'm on the very last one in here. Gone for the defense. Gets taken out as well. No, it is still time. There's still time because our champion, our MVP, Waze is still in here. Ikuto, take Ikuto out. Come on. There you go, Nexus. Take them out. And it is going to be Contra as well as Waze, the MVPs for the Team Red on the chase for Pixel EV so far.
I'm getting pretty stressed up. This is the only game that they're actually getting a little bit of lead here. Well,
can we?
Well,
can we see them? Can we see them make a comeback in here?
I guess I have to play it a little bit safer now, shouldn't I? So, see, we got a shrine. Let's pick that one up. Okay.
No
Things are
contra.
going fine.
Very slow push coming in here. JIF's just waiting in the bushes, taking down those minions, making sure the wave does not get pushed up way too high, and they will be falling behind their own minions just in case a push comes through from Team Blue. And Wise is just waiting wisely in the background. Contra is going to be joining him as well as Ken 4th Gen goes in for the full-on lead for the side of their wave, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Both sides doing absolutely everything in their power to not make a mistake. Team Blue, they want to hang back. Team Red, they know exactly what is waiting for them. They are not looking to make any mistakes as well. The first team to go in might be the first team to lose out on this battle. And the one that can be making the difference is hiding in the bushes with his explosive cast. All he needs to do is just roll it behind the players of Team Blue and drag them in here for a full-on takedown. Always backs away from those bushes. He does not get to roll out his explosive cast, but here comes Amumu, gets rooted down, and it's a full-on engage as that Gragas goes in and slay. Amumu taken out of the equation as well. Gorky responds back, but it is that Jinx that gets a triple kill, and this is a full-on ace. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it is a streak that is undefeated from the English side. Hey man, they will go in and clear off their minion wave, but they cannot go in for the push just yet. They need to wait for a few more seconds so that they don't make the same mistake that Mikos as well as Mira did. And bye-bye, Basam Layu casters, as we continue the streak. Are you ready, Contra, for your victory dab? Let's go. 1, 2, yeah! Sorry, Lambo.
All right, I got carried again. Thank you so much, Ken. And they're just aiming for me. Like, you saw Arts, most of the skills, he was just diving for me along with the Moo. Like, I got no chance to even come up with any.
Yeah, man, I know, bro. The same thing was happening to me as well. Arts a really beautiful pickup for himself, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. 28k on that damage. Unfortunately, it was the Ikuto Berman this time around. Ikuto just got carried cow, but technically he's supposed to support the team. He did that really well, but they could not take down the team of Contra, yo. Waze just doing so much of damage alongside that Jinx, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Can't wait 4th Gen, as well as Punko leaders Wise in here with his wise gameplay. We managed to take the win, Contra.
That's right, and it really went pretty closely. I gotta thank all my teammates right now. All the PKQ guys, where you at? Wise, Jifta Gaming, Amon, can't wait for Gen. It's a pleasure to play alongside with you guys. Same goes to the opponent's side. Black Roses from RTZ, Rose Raftalia, RV Arts, as well as Pixel Levy. And no thank you, Ikuto. You deserve this.
Well, unfortunately, he tanks 28k of that damage. He tries to go in for the support for his teammates. Hey, dude, he should have drafted better, man. He should have drafted better. Unfortunately, he couldn't play with luck.
Yeah, and well, I guess like the end of it all is still a pretty much fun game that we have been able to,
it is.
Of course, playing it as well as witness. Thanks for the cast. Gave me a little bit of pump of energy because I can't let you guys down. But
yeah,
still, do we need another one next week? I feel like we've won enough. I
think it's enough embarrassment for Ikuto and Mikos. That's all I can say. I mean, we need to stop it at a certain level because, they are our friends as well. We cannot be embarrassing them live on TV like this. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, in order to allow Mikos as well as Ikuto to, cry a little bit of their sadness away, we're going to be taking a break, all right? This should be quite a long break. We'll see you guys at 8:30 so that our Muslim brothers and sisters can break fast first. Contra and I will be back at 8:30.
Macam tak ada respon diberikan dari penjaga penonton. Dicuri! Kehilangan nyawa yang agak banyak, tarikan yang baik. Nampaknya mereka bisa mengenai Ozora Becky. Nyawanya betul-betul menyebabkan. Masih lagi bersama. Wan Rakit telah pun dimilikinya. Mencari peta.
Nice. Alright, Alright, go, go, go. Down first. Get in. Alright, down already. Nexus. Alright, okay. Nice! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on board. Okay.
The C Icon series for League of Legends Wild Rift, made possible by our awesome partners Maggie Hot Cup, Udo, as well as JBL. My name's AJ and I'm the Mustachio, down here with the one and only Contra to bring you all of the hottest actions. And speaking of the hottest of actions, we've got two spicy teams up for the fight here. Sem9, who has already taken 2 wins back-to-back and 1 series in here for themselves, going up against the Monsters GeekFam. Contra. How do you think the results are gonna fare tonight?
Okay, let me set the tempo straight, right? Like, other than us knowing that this is gonna be a big fight, Ozorveki used to be teammates with not only Swak, he's also teammates with our Hedge. So this makes this matchup here extremely important when it comes down to, you know, ex-members of Kuala Lumpur Hunters. Who is the stronger ones? Is this going to be that new era as well, where Becky, he's already found his new best buddies? Will he just, you know, shove aside the old comrades right here?
Well, see, at the end of the day, when you get drafted onto a new team, you play for the brand. And friendships, unfortunately, they need to be shoved aside. Why? Because salary gets put on the table and you gotta play your heart out. Sem9 going up against GeekFam. If Sem9 takes the win, it's gonna be one of the biggest wins for them as a team, as a brand. And this is an opportunity they will not let go of. They've already gone in and drawn blood a little bit from the Dragons. They've already gone in and fought some of these teams and put them in their place. Will they be able to do the same with GeekFam? Obviously, the likes of Ozorveki and team will be trying to prevent that. They do not want to drop anything. GeekFam, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, will take on Sem9. Monsters with those who have stolen many hearts. Contra.
That's right, and we start off with the GeekFam's lineup popping up on your screen real soon. So I'm pretty sure that we'll have Ozorveki up in the mid lane. Well, I guess it's just gonna take a little bit second here. Yep, we got the Shang for the Baron lane. Rumble into jungle. Veki over mid. Momo as well as Nyx to conclude the entirety of the lineup for GeekFam. So far, other than Veki here being the superstar of GeekFam themselves, I think Rumble here is going to be going with the challenge, because whoever gets to be on the blue side, if that Lee Sin's not banned away, I'm pretty sure that they're going to go in with the first pick Lee Sin.
Yeah, no doubt about that at all. Rumble definitely trying to go in here and prove that he's the best Lee Sin user. And you know, whenever the Lee Sin does drop into his hands, he creates so much of havoc in there. But of course, Sem9, as they bring you the lineup of our Hedge, Kazuo, Ravens, Wild Rabbit, as well as Swak, will be looking to put an end to the absolute dominance that GeekFam has had in the group stages in here so far. And you know, that damage might just do Berjaya Dragons a lot of favor. Contra.
Yeah, and coming out hot from that past matchup here, Kazuo is also very, very strong jungler out there that also wants to contest for that Lee Sin pick. So Ravens versus Ozora Becky. This is where we want to settle the score. Who exactly is the current best mid laner of the Rift? So, man, I just am glad that I'm the one to be able to be casting alongside with you here for this match, because I've been waiting for quite a long time for an intensity at this level. So we know that sparks will fly inside of the Rift. So we'll get ourselves ready for this match with Maggie Hot Cup's Champion Select real soon.
I'm gonna call it Contra. It's definitely gonna be a 2-1, no doubt about that. I doubt GeekFam is gonna be able to take 2-0 over Sem9, but I want this 2-1 to be on the side of Sem9. I've said it many a times before. I'm not embarrassed to say it. I'm a GeekFam fanboy, but I've just fallen in love with Sem9. I've just fallen in love with Sem9,
man. Anyways, well, I got no doubt about it. I'm pretty sure that they are definitely the fan favorites, other than being the meme lords that they are. Now we're going to be going in towards the draft here as Sem9 takes on GeekFam. Now, starting on the blue side is going to be GeekFam here, and I mentioned about how important it is to actually start on blue, because that Lee Sin pick is up on the table here if neither side is banning it away. And Sem9 immediately aims for that Orianna, says, Veki, you ain't gonna get this one. And Brown being banned away, I think GeekFam is definitely up to something, because with that, they also have to think, if they were to go in for first pick Lee Sin, there's also Camille on the table.
Yeah. Oh, Kaisa getting struck off together with that Orianna. So let's see. Shang, is he going to go and secure that Lee Sin? They better, because RH will pull that for his team member, ladies, German boys and girls. Kazuo will... Oh, they want to let them. I think Rumpel just said, give him the Lee Sin. RH is definitely going to go in for that. Camille, Kazuo, come on, bro. Lee Sin, my man. Lee Sin.
Well, let's see if this really happens, because it might just also be a setup here from the side of GeekFam, but instead they're locking at the Gragas. So this leaves room for Rumpel to get his Lee Sin back on track. So is he gonna get it though? Yes, he will. And well, comfort pick being activated, and Veki now is gonna be looking for something. He doesn't seem to have his mid lane just about yet if he's not playing that Galio. Now, instead, Veki picks up the Xayah for Momo. And just a fun fact, this was also Veki's favorite champion back in the PC counterpart, where he was playing as a marksman instead. Well, he basically played multiple roles throughout his career, but here we have Ravens locking in the Jarvan for the jungle.
It's a very interesting composition coming in from Sem9. The fact that they didn't go in for that Lee Sin pick, they didn't want to walk into the game that GeekFam sets up for them. They didn't want to walk into something that is expected of them. They want to play it a little differently. And so far, dude, the lineup for Sem9 is as solid as they come. The same can be said for GeekFam as well. They're going to be able to get into those team fights. Gragas is going to be able to pop off his barrels. Rakan and Xayah combo dropping into the fray for GeekFam. Oh, you gotta love that. And Swag's gonna wrap everything up with the Ziggs, who's gonna be delivering all of those bombs together with that Gragas in with his explosive cast, and Ezreal just popping off. We are in for some crazy team fights here, Contra.
That's right. That will mean that Swag here will be playing a Gragas support, which we haven't seen for quite a long time. It is definitely executable, especially having the body slam up available most of the time, and that will break wall the Rakan whenever he wants to go in, stopping him from going in with the Garrett entrance, except for the fact that you want to catch that Gragas in specific, so that Vastine couple over the bot side will have a little bit more of a flair to play around with. But mid lane matchup here is something that I didn't really see coming, because that is the power of getting that Gragas early for that first pick, because you want to confuse your enemies and say, okay, go ahead, pick whatever you want. I can go in with my last pick, and that will be the Ziggs to fight off against Veki here up in the mid lane.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to RH as well as Swag because they will be able to break up those team fights, right? I mean, Camille, she goes in there with a Hextech ultimatum, locking down one player and knocking all of the rest away. And Swag can just drop in his explosive cast, blasting them away if they attempt for that re-entry, just so they can make sure they take out their biggest pain point in terms of GeekFam. And usually that will be a very, very good way to lock down a opponent as strong as the fam, right? Then again, quite a number of them are a pain. So let's see how Sem9 takes this, as they start off quite aggressive with each other, but nothing too fancy.
Yeah, just a little bit of a back and forth trades between both ends. Linkx here soaking a little bit, tad more damage coming from Wild Rabbit, as he's looking to exert a little bit more pressure. What's have already been placed by the likes of Sem9. Even if this Lee Sin wants to go bottom side, it can easily be scouted out. And he's going to be looking for a mid lane gank, as I'm looking at the mini-map, just waiting for the Ziggs to overextend for a tad bit. Now, Kazuo is going to be doing his blue buff, but Ravens has to be really, really careful about this, as he doesn't have a ward over on that side of the rush.
Yeah, Rumpel just playing the game of patience. But he will not go in and make that mistake. But instead, he goes in for Kazuo because he doesn't want to let go of that scuttle. Kazuo gets away. Swag catches Rumpel instead. Ozora back in here for that support. But it doesn't end well for either side. And neither one will drop any players.
Wow, just look at the amount of sheer skills that they are just showing between this scuttle contest. Like,
don't touch my scuttle, bro.
Yeah, and I guess a little bit of tickle doesn't really hurt, but over here, RH already getting over on towards Rumpel because they know how important this could be. Over the bottom side. Oh, great chunk of damage being extended as Momo as well as Linkx. They managed to secure the first blood for GeekFam. But what's happening here over the river is will be another connection of a kick on top of Kazuo. But he cannot move further because there are a little bit of a charges of nades down on the ground, so they will be retreating.
Those Dragon Balls out.
Yeah, I guess that's what we can actually call it. It looks exactly like it as well.
I know, right? It's going to be that Lee Sin, who's already managed to cross all over to the left-hand side of his jungle, and this time is going to be that Garen who will be able to get that backup as that Camille makes that push forward, just forcing him away from the turret. Garden's going to go in for a quick reset and top up on his items, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Nothing much to be shouting about just yet, with the first blood being drawn by GeekFam. Still, it really doesn't make much of a difference. It's just a bragging right at this point.
That's right, and over the bottom side here, it definitely will take a little bit more of a money for Swag to really get hold of majority of his items. That's why he's going with his boots first, building a little bit more tenacity to perhaps outlast some of all these traits. And over the top side, I guess the Shang doesn't seem to be phased about the existence of the Camille up top, because he could easily just go in for a little bit of challenge, stacking up more health on his Grasp of the Undying. But Becky, he's holding up just about fine. And I guess the difference maker here will be the trick that will pop up in 10 seconds from now.
And are we going to be able to see GeekFam flush out Sem9 in the exact classic way that GeekFam does to the rest of the players? Obviously, Sem9 will be looking out for that gameplay. I mean, you've repeated that so many a times. Must be at least one team in here have found the counter for it. That Ezreal is going to be, backing away from this encounter just a little bit, allowing the rest of the GeekFam to drop in to say hello to the Drake first. That steal might come through, but Kazuo is still far away. He's got that true damage buff on him, which is going to be good enough to go in here for the steal. Are they going to be able to make this approach, though?
Yeah, Kazuo does spot them out, and they're trying to actually go in. Oh, quickness! And there's no entry point whatsoever. And with that, Kazuo just makes his way out. And I guess Sem9, they have lost too much of a pressure point, and the bottom lane couldn't seem to have joined in the fight by any chance. So consider this a little bit of a victory for GeekFam for the moment.
Yeah, a great hold. And Sam9 just paying a little bit too much of respect for GeekFam there. They could have just gone in for the push towards the jungle and then flank around, but they just didn't have the manpower, respecting the fact that they didn't have the numbers to take on a squad like GeekFam at that point. Galio's not going to go in for that reset, just teasing Ravens to come in here for the push. The question is, will he be able to do so? Ravens has been playing this very carefully so far, and it doesn't look like he's going to get caught off guard at all, Contra.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a stagnant mid lane as opposed to what we saw earlier when 7-9 was taking on other teams. So over the top side here, we are going to be looking at a lane swap. Both minds really think very much alike. And I think this actually favors the likes of 7-9. The reason why they do this lane swap is to get a little bit more priority on that Rift Herald, as they could make sure to secure it much faster so long as they have this wave priority on their side. And if not, Kazo can also go in for the gank, as he's already taking down all these wards. But remember this, Rumble is also being very close by.
Oh, absolutely, man. And you know how dangerous this guy is. Rumpel just goes in for a quick round of de-warding whilst they prepare to say hello to Shelly. There's just one more ward right there in front of him, which he hasn't gone in and spotted out. So, but then again, it doesn't really matter, right? Because look at the way GeekFam goes in for it. Oh, but Ziggs can come in here for the steal. You've got the Jarvan approaching as well, ladies, German boys and girls. But are they going to take that risk for Shelly? We will see in a bit. He's in. Too easy for that guy.
Yeah, I guess that's the reason why the camera doesn't even turn over onto the pit, because none of the members of 7-9 had that same amount of pressure. Rumble was very confident that he will be able to secure it because he's already cleared out many of the vision, and it's definitely a risk for 7-9 to take on the unknown. Well, this is a little bit more slow moving than we thought, because both sides are actually playing with very much caution. Also, just needing to actually clear out the wave. Here comes a little bit of Sonic Wave. They do knock our Hedge up in the air, but they knew that it's still a little bit too risky because Hextech Ultimatum is up available.
And if anything, this is the way Wild Rift is played to perfection, right? A very clean laning phase coming in here. Respect being paid by both teams as they go in here to farm up for themselves. Now the pressure will come through down at the Dragon lane. 7-9 should be able to secure one turret and do so much of damage up top on that Baron lane as well. Amazing coming through from 7-9, but is that enough?
Well, maybe it might just be Kazuo can actually look into force something upon Veki, but he knows that there's not enough amount of damage that can actually pop Ozarveki from 100 to 0, so he's going to be looking for the Shang. Even so, you know, GeekFam replies, dropping down the Rift Herald over the bottom side, forcing a response, and Rift Herald's not going to be damaged just about yet, but there will be an exchange over the top side here. But I feel GeekFam, they're going to rush right through, because this is not going to be much of a good news. They have to back away. And here comes Inferno Bomb dropping right low. Raven can only do so much, just hopping a little bit on Shelly. And 2 turrets for 2. I guess it's honestly not too bad.
Yeah, not too bad at all, but it was an amazing reset coming back in for 7-9 to go in for the defense, expecting the push up to the inhibitor, but GeekFam a little too smart for that. What a play, man. They make the rest of 7-9 drop back onto their base towards the Nexus and make that push up from there, and the pressure down at the Dragon lane and that reset that comes through allows them such a easy take on that Mountain Drake. This is GeekFam at their best.
Exactly, and you should expect nothing less than that. A little bit contest for the blue buff, and it seems like they will be able to steal this one away from the hands of 7-9. Wait a minute. Yep. Galu has managed to actually secure it in the back. So you see this methodical macro play across the map, which is a masterclass from not only GeekFam, but also from 7-9. Like, to not respawn is also a way of respawning. Like, you saw they were to look for the mid lane turret while they were forcing a Drake right down below. But of course, unfortunately, they don't really have enough of that winning wave, so they were just giving it up towards the side of GeekFam. But they shouldn't give any more because they've already secured 2 Drakes.
Yeah, they need to have a little bit more vision on the river as well, because Baron Nash is definitely an objective GeekFam wants to play, but not as early though. And down at the Dragon Lane, Shang and RH just going up, wow, toe-to-toe with each other. RH not phased at all, and Shang will be pulling away from that battle. Up top at the Baron lane, which we've just switched over, by the way. You know, the pressure just keeps coming through from Sem9. But here's the problem. GeekFam has always been able to settle the Baron. Not once have I actually seen GeekFam lose Baron when they go in for the take. But is this going to be the first time?
This might just be the first time. Like, just look at how cleanly they play. It's already 11 minutes and there's only 1 kill that's happened across. Not even the kills happening on this solo laner. And
yeah,
the reason being is this. They understand the importance of resources. This is like how Koreans like to play League of Legends. A very methodical game where it's all about numbers overall. And from the micros perspective all the way down to the bigger objectives of the game. So now, with all these macro plays, GeekFam, you see them actually getting 4,000 goal lead in total.
And is that going to be a lot based on the way they have been playing this thus far? Definitely, right? Because it's going to take a while for Sem9 to scale up on their own as well on the current pace. Rumpel, that fight for the scuttle just continuously breaks out between the two. But I think, it was Rumpel that got it at the end.
Yeah, because he does have the smite overall, so I'm not too surprised by that. But over here, Becky taking too much damage. In terms of itemization, you can see majority of all these players have already secured 2 big ones. Here comes TP, and a fight breaks loose. Heroic enters it, actually dropped right into Sem9 because he's so little health. He locks everyone in with the capture, including his own teammates. Becky runs out with a slither of health, but the rest of GeekFam, they crash right in as they look for those kills, and they get it. Finally, swapping it off. You're trying to look for another one in the form of RH, but this is just a brick wall that RH is facing with.
And this is the flush that we were talking about, right? And GeekFam now has gotten it done, but not too much of HP left here. And Nyx needs to come in here from the backup as well. Look at the push down mid as Sem9 will lose that turret. Shang can't do much about that. Now, the vision as far as the river is concerned, Sem9 has got a lot of eyes in here towards that Baron. So if at all GeekFam does make that play, Sem9 should be able to use their usual strategy up against them to go in for that good take back. But right now, with the Cloud Drake dropping in to say hello, are we going to be able to see them go in for a split objective? Maybe Sem9 drops in for the Drake and GeekFam uses that opportunity for the Baron. It doesn't look like it. They won the exact same and a team fight is on the horizon, Contra.
Yeah, speaking of which, now that will be pretty much the blue buff in for Ravens, as he can lob a little bit more grenades over on top side as well as bottom. They do have waves pushing in, so they cannot afford to lose this fight. Sem9, it's either they have to choose, drop this Drake, or of course, go in for a full-on fight, which they are already a little bit too late to the scene. So understanding that all these waves are not really well handled, they will have to actually send members up top as well as bottom. Great play coming from GeekFam overall, just to make sure that they keep Sem9 busy.
This is going to be a problem because GeekFam has started to pull away in this matchup. 7k lead on that goal right now. No small joke. Make that 6. No small joke at all. GeekFam, as the match drags on, their hold on it gets stronger, Contrast.
Indeed. Now, just looking back the items here, as we have yet to cover it. So we got Rod of Ages, as well as Rabelon Dap Cap on the Galio, working on the Lich Bin, which he just purchased, which is a big buy, which we hardly see from most Galios. But over on our Garen here, we've got, like, what, Dead Man's Plate, Torn Mill being set up, and same goes for Force of Nature. This Garen is rich, I tell you that. He's already going in for 4 items. Well, I believe that's not the full Torn Mill that has been purchased. It was the Bramble Vest that actually is a lot more feasible then.
Uh-oh. GeekFam has already set the precursor for the Baron takedown. Cleared out those wards, and they put in some sights right into the jungle of Sem9 as well. Ozora, Veki, and Rumpel. This is that engage to push the likes of Sem9 back, and they are gonna go in to engage Baron Nashor. This is classic GeekFam as they go in for the attempt on Baron. Nothing Sem9 can do. Swag, Shang just keeping them company, making sure they can't go into Jack. Lee Sin takes that Baron Nashor into their hands. And what can Sem9 do now?
Clean as a whistle, GeekFam. They immediately saw Kazuo and they'd say, okay, let's bring this guy less than 10% health, force him to back away, and while Rabbit has to pop that heal to keep him alive, even if he's alive, he has to go in for a reset, like just recall. By then, GeekFam understands they have enough damage to take down Baron in time, and they absolutely zone out Swag, taking him down as well. Now Kazuo in danger, and the entirety of GeekFam is here, and with that, back and drag. While our hitch looks to open up a little bit more room, but over the top side here, yes, well, okay. That just happened. A little bit of a dive, and they will need Wild Rabbit in this mid lane, because this is going to be a hard shove. But yet again, over the top side, they will be giving one turret off. Oh my goodness, one punch to the turret and half HP. Are you kidding me, Becky? That's the power of the Lich Bane.
Yeah, this is crazy, man. They're gonna lose the inhibitor down at the Dragon Lane as well. And the setup has already come through. I don't think GeekFam wants to go in for the Nexus straight up. They might just lose this fight, but they've already set up the Infernal Drake takeover down at the bottom. The reset comes through, Cataclysm will drop them in, but it doesn't hurt GeekFam at all.
Not at all, not a tad bit, as they're only doing this shit damage towards the Shang. Now they have problem clearing all this wave. That's going to be crashing over the top side as well. Here comes Rumpel. He's going to be looking for a kick. He knocks Tree in towards the air. Heroic entrance as well. And this might just be it. GeekFam have one of the cleanest plays that we've seen in a long while. But yet again, there's still many members of Sem9 here going in for an absolute defense. Needing to buy time for this Baron power play to be over. Here comes
trapped in there, pulled back, and Shang just goes in for the slice. Nah. GeekFam's just going to go in here for the reset, man. They want to take the Infernal Drake on.
Oh, no. Oh, my goodness. GeekFam now going for a retake. I don't like what I'm seeing, but they are disciplined enough to actually fall right back. And what they do have right now, Elder Drake in the form of Inferno. This is definitely the juiciest Drake of all. And of course, a fitting one for GeekFam to secure, but they don't have health. So, gotta wait for it.
Yeah, but it's already set up, bro. They've got so much of, side wards in there. They go in for that reset. They've got that HP as well. Once they go in for that push, Elder Drake's not going to be an issue to pick up at all. The best chance M9 has on this is that Jarvan going in for that last-minute smite. Maybe Swak. Oh, goodness me. I was just about to say maybe Swak can drop in there with his explosive cast, blast all of them away from that spot, and allow Kazuo to just drop in for a quick steal. But no, it's game over. Well played by GeekFam. This is the strength of one of the best in Malaysia.
Oh boy, this guy already has the Elder Drake as well. Look at how much he's dishing just to Raven. And Cataclysm already being popped. He has to sacrifice his Guardian Angels and our hedge. He gets knocked up with the red entrance. And GeekFam, they want to secure those kills and before they shut down the rest of Sem9.
Nothing. Sem9 had nothing up against GeekFam throughout that whole game. It looks so equal only because GeekFam allowed it to look equal at the very start. So much of respect being paid to each other, and GeekFam says, thank you so much for the respect. We'll take the W as well. And they went all out, man. Objectives played to the T. They went in there for great setups. This was a perfect game of chess where GeekFam just read and played their moves way in advance. Sem9 did not stand a chance, unfortunately. Let's bring on those match stats and see exactly what sort of damage was brought forth by the team of GeekFam. 9-on-1 on those kills, not too much to shout about at all because of the amount of respect played in here, but it was all about the objectives as Shang picks up the MVP contra.
Well, I can't agree with you more. It's more about a lot of enemy movement reading in the entirety of the game and just knowing what exactly to do. You see this game, it comes with a very low ratio of kills because both sides are having masterminds plotting out what to do on each and every move, including the next step forward. So Sem9, maybe they were moving those chess pieces around and they kind of got stumbled upon the point where, oh boy, I guess it's 10 moves to checkmate right now because I made one wrong step. And the thing is, you can't really pinpoint where that one wrong step is, whether or not, is it lack of regression? Is it lack of an initiative? I kid you not, it's definitely not one of the above. And with that, Becky, Rumple, they walked with no kills. They managed to get Momo online, but it was the Shankier that was the grand MVP. And who would have thought Garrett, out of all these other picks, to be able to secure the most amount of kills, and for Sem9 to only walk away with one?
And it was just the way it was played, right? It looked like Rumple didn't really do a lot of damage in this game. It's because he didn't really bother going in for the usual engage as well as those ganks that we have seen in the past games. Rumple just mainly focused in on his jungle. He wanted to get those objectives, and that's exactly what he got. How many Drakes he managed to go in there and settle. Kazuo, on the other hand, look at the amount of damage that this jungler has brought in. Not because he didn't go in for these engages. He played the exact same gameplay and respect that Rumple played. He wanted to go in for his objectives, but he just kept getting stonewalled. He couldn't get any entry in to even smell that Drake.
Yeah, and look at Ravens. He did 33k, another massive run coming in for a Ziggs, but only so much that he can do. He didn't even walk away with a single kill, the only one being Wild Rabbit that secures one for himself. But I felt maybe if you were to actually highlight Kazuo, yes, he does play a role because he has been tanking the majority of the damage and he needs to initiate first. But what he does, it comes at a cost because Becky, he can be, of course, safeguarded in a certain way where just hop over with the hero's entrance to another teammate to escape. Momo, you don't want to dive on top of him as well because once he opens up the Firestorm, it's intargetable. And even for the likes of the Rakan, everybody, it will be covered by the side of Sora Becky. And that makes it a lot harder for this Jarvan to really go in for a forced engagement in that sort of way. So it was actually very well thought out for the likes of GeekFam for this entirety of the draft.
Yeah, it was just perfection from start to end. And the only way for, Sem9 to take this game against GeekFam is to read their moves, to read their thoughts way in advance. Basically play GeekFam's game up against them. But dude, that's easier said than done, right? We saw exactly how they go in there for the Baron gameplay. But that is a move that is so easy.
And wow, I feel like I was watching two geniuses going on a chess match, like you said. And I guess GeekFam, they definitely set a few traps right in and eventually pulled through to checkmate the likes of Sem9 for game one. But this is a best of 3, so we'll see whether the test boards will be flipped around. Where, of course, over here is the blue side as well as the red side. And AJ, we got a lot to thank for because we are seeing some of the very best of Malaysia.
Oh, absolutely, man. I mean, you know I'm a baby in the Rift Contra. Thank you so much for all of your guidance and helping me catch up with the game, But I have to thank the likes of Sem9 as well as GeekFam because they show me perfection within the Rift to allow me to catch up even faster, right? And these sort of gameplays just, they really get your heart racing. I'm super duper sad that Sem9 could not take game number 1 because I know GeekFam will be doing their very best, everything in their power to get the W today. I want to see Sem9 at least draw a little bit of blood this is the time for them to rise up. We heard Swak say in that interview earlier on that BM side that they've got something different to bring in. We saw that something different. It's not enough. They need more of whatever they've got up their sleeves. It needs to come out right now.
That's right, and judging from the fact that they went in with some really interesting bans as well, I thought everything was going well, but there's this big giant bully in the Rift in the form of a Garen up over the Baron lane that they can't really seem to get over with, and the Shang was the one to really serve them justice here, all the way from Demacia, of course. So I'm wondering whether or not, I don't think Garen's supposed to be banned in any matches in particular, because there's so many other top tier picks over on the Baron lane, like the Akali. And do correct me if I'm wrong, did we see an Akali ban coming in from the first game?
I do not recall, but I think if I'm not mistaken, they did go in there for the Akali ban as well. And maybe, I'm just thinking, right, maybe this is a gentleman's agreement between Sem9's Kazuo as well as GeekFam's Rumple. Maybe Rumple said, hey, I'll take him first, then you take him. We'll see exactly who can run this Lee Sin a little better in here. Hopefully Kazuo is able to show us that he can step into those jungles and get those objective steals, man, because Rumple was just doing it to perfection, Contra.
That's right, and speaking of which, here, we're going in for very similar bans. The Braum being taken away and not having that in the hands of Swak, he can still rely back on his looks. While there's not going to be a Galio to be seen here from GeekFam, so Veki will have to go for other options. They are willing to risk facing off against Veki's Orianna. Now, the Shang goes in to pick up this Gragas, which we have mentioned it before. It can go on the Baron lane, you can go on the support, you can go on the mid lane, you can go on towards the jungle. He's the most flexible pick at RH. Once I mentioned about the Akali, this guy knows how to rock it real well. I've played a couple of games with him, and yeah, he has been really popping out on that. Now, Kazoo also locks in the Lee Sin, meaning to say, GeekFam, they have to go in for option number 2. Now, Rumple usually do like to play Evelyn. Recent patch does see a little bit of nerf on the ultimate itself, so it's really hard to actually land the last caress. It's not about landing it, but the cooldown is so much higher as compared to what it used to be. And over the bottom side, Rumple as well as Becky, they pick up the Ezreal and Janna for Momo as well as Linkx.
Yeah, it definitely looks like a gentleman's agreement here with at least in pick on Kazuo, but the Orianna being picked up by Ravens should mean that, there's going to be quite a crazy fight down mid. Wild Rabbit gets the next pick as well before Momo and Nyx will set off 2 on their own, and Asher being brought in by Wild Rabbit. Very, very interesting approach coming in here from 7-9 Contra.
I really do like a little bit of a different pacing here, because I'm looking at Akali as well as Lee Sin being the early game fire starters, and Ashe is the guarantor for the late game hyper carry mode. Now, Vi will be picked up, and this will be a little bit of a problem for the Ashe. And, well, Swak, oh my goodness me. I talk about T-straps, right? It's an Addy support, or is it going to be an Orianna support? It could be either one, but they're not making a budge for it. They are locking their own respective roles, and they say, you know what? Play whatever we want, and so long as we play our hearts out. So once the Moonstone is dropped, you can see that Swak will prepare a little bit of the passive stun that she has. Drop that Timbers on top. Not much that you can actually do about that. But that will be very, very vital, because this Janna right now needs to really rock it well. Nyx has got a lot of duty to do in these team fights. Here we are, round 2, GeekFam versus Sem9.
Well, let's see if or not this time round, Sem9 will be able to pull one back to their side. Akali's making a quick approach in here. That Gragas has already got that ward set out in the river. Spots that Akali in this situation will back away towards the brush, waiting for RH to come in here. But no invades coming through. They want to play this safe as well. A lot of respect as usual being shown at the start of the game. Early pickups, and they are going in to help their jungler, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to settle those buffs first. Why? Because we know exactly how much that jungler just helps control some aspects of this game. And without that Lee Sin being bumped up real quick, getting those objectives are going to be slightly harder for Sem9.
Yeah, and after Becky pops the Squir's Bloom, just to scout out over the red buff and checks out that, oh, Lee Sin hasn't taken the red buff, it means that they're definitely going on a parallel jungling. So Kazuo will still take his sweet time to clear off the wolves. Just a little bit slower than Divide, but oh, RH playing with fire right here. He's moving all across, but he should be able to get an easy escape just to first throw some shurikens out and pick up a little bit of honey fruit. Oh, he did pick up the ruinous wall to be able to get a little bit of money out of honey fruit.
Let's just see if or not Momo as well as Wild Rabbit will pop off against each other. The scrim down there at the Dragon Lane, very, very slow and easy. The Scuttle's going to be taken out by Annie, I believe, as she drops in here to the river real quick, dropping in to see what she can do in mid. The support coming through. Ozora Becky might get caught out. Annie does not go in for the damage and backs away.
Yeah, it's a little too far, but they are going to be shoving this Scuttle back towards the hands of Kazuo at the very least. So even if you're Janna, you don't want to be anywhere near this river. Now, Wild Rabbit definitely needs to take quite a long time to scale as compared to an Ezreal. She's heavily item dependent. Now, Kazuo going in position, trying to look for something right here over the top side. Rumble is looking for the assault and battery, and RH, he doesn't really have too much health. The waves will eventually crash right in. And Kazuo, he's having pretty much the crux getting stolen by Rumple.
And this Lee Sin right now needs to... Well, actually, you know what? The Lee Sin doesn't really need to worry about much at all. He should be able to drop back across in the jungle if GeekFam allows him to, right? Yeah, but that's going to be quite difficult.
Yeah, and I just witnessed a little bit of the thing that not many actually do. And
Oi.
hold it, that's a perfect execution coming from RH. And I talk about his Akali. He's playing it to perfection, as we always say. So, look at the items here. I think that she's going for a very early line race. And here comes Body Slam as well as the explosive cast. Shang should not have enough damage to follow up with that. So RH, he walks away without losing too much.
What a perfect execution pulled off there by that Akali. And could that be a precursor to what we are about to witness in here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls? Sem9 assassinating GeekFam as Rumple will go in, continue his process of jungling. It is going to be a mid meetup between that Orianna as well as Ozora Veki. Nothing much to shout about, but as this Lee Sin drops in, that backup, Ozora Veki will back away from this situation. 11 seconds more, and the first Drake is going to be the Infernal Drake, which is going to be a very, very important task for both of them to pick up. Objective in here, Lee Sin's first on side. Kazuo, can he get the damage done? The Scuttle needs to be taken out first. Raven starts it off, and Kazuo will go in to finish it. Picks up a little bit of gold for himself as well. Yes, what's that 0-4 Contra?
Yeah, and immediately he drops that ward in towards the Tri-Brush, spots out Vi over the corner, so Rumple has to give way. And with that, Sem9 goes in for their first attempt on towards the Drake, I do believe. There's still no wards over on here, but Rumple has already spotted things out. And here comes Summon Tibbers, and here comes the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, landing perfectly on top of Rumple, all the way from the bottom end. And Becky now has to further return, flashes away. Sem9 playing a much better game to nail.
Ooh, beauty, but they cannot get too excited about this at all. Why? Infernal Drake on for the taking right now as they go in for that reset, but the engage not coming in from GeekFam. Great in there. The site placed by Sem9. They should be able to know if or not GeekFam gets a little cheeky with the Infernal Drake. Momo clears out the minion wave down there at that Dragon Lane, as Wild Rabbit will drop back in together with Swak on that support. Let's see if or not Infernal gets taken down right now, as Kazuo very, very slyly approaches the situation. Can he flash in for a quick steal, for a quick smite? Kazuo! Oh! He goes! Oh! Kicked out of there! Kazuo! manages to get it done at the end though, Contra.
Wow, he gave Rumple a run for his money. And of course, a taste of his own medicine as well, as he has done it to others too many a times, and now receiving it on a short end of stick. Oh boy, definitely a little bit of a low blow right there from Kazuo. But hey, you gotta get the job done, and that's the cleanest way, not needing to actually force a team fight. So I guess GeekFam, they aren't really two-faced. Now let's take a look at that kick once again, because Linkx as well as Momo, they weren't looking all too quick, and by the time that he has already been kicked out, you know it's a done deal for Sem9.
Yeah, they're gonna go in here for Shelly as well. Kazuo in there with the Slay. Rift Herald picked up for Sem9 as well. Bring the fight on, GeekFam, says Sem9 as they go in for the push. Shang just trying to take down the turret all on his own. He will get the damage done, but up top, it is gonna be the pressure that comes in for Linkx. Let's go, boy!
Oh, my goodness, that perfect arrow lands on top of Momo, and there's just no escape. Like, Wild Rabbit, he made the choice to go on this Ashe where pro players really, really hate to play, because she's pretty darn slow in the early game. But it is for a very good reason. Like, how do you actually run away from not only the Lee Sin, but that enchanted crystal arrow?
Answer, you don't. You get slain. Sem9 with the 2k lead on the go. Not too shabby, not too much at all. There's nothing to shout about, but it is a great start in this game. They just need to keep that momentum up. Don't forget, there's also one turret taken, but of course they've lost one as well. So yet again, it seems like Sem9 has got a slight edge, but it's GeekFam. At the moment, it's still all equal here, Contra.
Yeah, well, you know why they do have a slight edge? Because they have our hedge.
Good one, man.
Okay, just doing what I need to from time. Fun. Anyways,
don't explain it, Contra. Just flow with it.
Yeah, I'm gonna flow with it right now. All right, so Rift Arrow being popped over the mid side, and to be done. Oh, another enchanted crystal arrow landing. But this time was a little bit shorter in terms of distance, only clipped on top of Rumple. But it's just sending message that he can land this at 100% ratio. He has not missed a single one. And mind you, the further it travels, the longer the stun. And let's take a quick look at the arrow that was set up. And he curved it not to hit Linkx, but he curved it perfectly to hit Momo. And that's the most impressive part of that fight that we saw.
Yeah, the perfect execution coming through as well. RS just absolute perfect form in this game. Quite honestly, the whole of Sem9 on perfect form in this game. Could the game changer be the Lee Sin that was traded? Because this was it looked like a gentleman's agreement. You take him first and then I'll take him next. Let's see exactly who plays that Lee Sin better. Both of them look quite equal if you ask me, Contra.
Very much so, but well, I guess by the end of that, there won't be any more equal if it goes to game 3. Somebody has to settle score or just say, you know what, let's ban the Lee Sin away. So
yeah, exactly.
Just look at the items, right? We do have Landry's being picked up by both the Ari as well as the Gragas, while just the Trinity Force for the Vi. So GeekFam now. They need to answer to this strike, but they're really far away. I guess they are looking to give this one away and hope to actually catch our hedge off guard. Wait, a little reset? What? Okay. That actually buys a little bit more time for GeekFam here to react.
Yeah, thanks for dropping down the HP of the Drake as well, they say, as Lee Sin takes the Mountain Dragon for Sem9. Two main objectives picked up so far, and that Akali just getting it done. Rumple, bye-bye.
Who's next?
Wow, Swak as well with the Tibbers drop right in. Do you expect the Annie to be up there? Not really if you are Rumple, but I guess this is where Swak has unleashed that secret weapon, that secret sauce that he's been boasting about. And speaking of that, the support is getting 2 kills and 2 assists, so I guess that Wall Rabbit is the support right now.
But I love the warding game coming in here from Sem9 as well, right? They definitely have got so much more control over the map, over the river as well, which means the next objective coming in here for Baron Nashor. Yeah, fat chance if you think it's going to be easy for Sem9, right? It is Azora Veki that goes in, places that quick side ward in there, but that one is not going to be too much of an issue for Sem9 to deal with. We always see that Lee Sin de-warding starting off. Usually Rumpel takes on that job. You might see Kazuo go in and pick that role up for himself as well. The engagement for Baron Nashor is just way too risky now. Let's see how Sem9 pulls this off.
Yeah, I guess there is a little bit more room, especially when you can actually have Wild Rabbit starting off the fight as he lands that and challenges arrow once again. And this is what we were talking about. Like, every arrow you hit is going to be a confirmed kill. And they will have to get this mid lane turn away to the likes of Sem9. Like, what can you contest with? Like, Veki, yes, he gets his already picked up here, but then again, he needs to really play a little bit more aggressively. But he doesn't seem to have enough of items to really land those blows. And RH, he makes his way out, but he will be rejoining once again because they are just teasing the Baron. And they're not going to be connecting just about yet. And RH, he still has the perfect execution intact. And here comes more pings. Because this time, this might just be for real that Sem9 wants it in the back.
Yeah, I mean, Sem9 just playing the GeekFam tactic in here, going in for the quick engage on Baron, dropping back out to flush those plays away.
Oh.
But obviously the gauge not coming in from GeekFam, and here we go!
My goodness. Swak just goes in for the body block. He risks himself, goes out for the count. But RH is looking for the perfect execution, but they will be shut down by Veki. Re-engage coming right in with little HP left on Ravens. So consider this a 2-for-2 exchange.
2-for-2 exchange, but the reset when it goes back in here for Sem9, no doubt they are going to try to play Baron yet again. Side ward being thrown out by Kazuo just before he goes in here for that reset. A quick D-ward when they come back through, and Sem9 will go in for attempt number 2.
Right, now Momo is going to be pressuring over the top side turret, which is very much brittle. So I don't think that Sem9 will be going after him all too much, but then again, there is Wild Rabbit there that's going to be in position, so it's too tempting not to do so. So far, many of the players of Sem9 still having clean sheet of score, except for, of course, Swak as well as RH. But RH already boasting 4 kills and looking to be the MVP if we continue with streak. So Wild Rabbit, now he's going to be sending an arrow looking for the Ari Captain Veki! And they are going to be hunting down for him, but he spirit rushed away. They couldn't really catch this Ari, so I guess this is the only target they couldn't kill off after hitting the arrow.
There's a super Wild Rabbit on the loose, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. They're going to be able to pick up the Ocean Drake really easy now. But here's what I'm afraid of, right? Contra. When the Elder Drake steps in, GeekFam should be able to turn things around very fast. At that point, we will see GeekFam show absolute non-stop aggression, because that is an objective they cannot lose. They cannot afford to lose in here. And right after the Elder Drake, they might just go in for Baron Nashor straight up if they manage an ace on Sem9. And we've seen GeekFam do this before. It's classic GeekFam gameplay. Let's see what happens.
That's right. Now, they do have a little bit of an exchange here as they were securing a top lane tier 2. And now, over at the bottom, they finally get the Eminence doing all the dirty work. And once again, the challenge is on for the Baron. There is wards inside. But are they really looking to start this without RH being all too close by, as well as Veki? I guess the answer is going to be pretty much true. While over here, the rest of GeekFam, they're marching forward. While GeekFam spots out the danger, and they will be threatening the mid lane turret as well. So look at GeekFam playing very methodically, and they're going to be looking for advantages, and it does hit. Here comes RH going in for perfect execution as well, immediately getting a kill on top of Linkx, as they will go in for a taste once more. But it was pretty much over and done with. It is still split push in effect, where Ozorveki is not looking to join the fight. They're looking for the turrets after turrets.
This might just turn the other way around because Sem9 has just pulled a GeekFam on GeekFam. And there comes a quick blast on from the corner, but it's not going to be enough. Getting chased away by Timbers. But Momo's just going in here for that solo. And here comes that backup as well now, Contra.
Oh my goodness, it all breaks out all across the fronts. Kajol now turning golden. What? Elysian turning golden? Are you kidding me? But you're playing it very, very safely, and they managed to pull in members of GeekFam, take one down, but they will give Swak in exchange. Well, I guess it's a tank Annie at the very end of the day, instead of just a typical one. RH now going up close and personal, getting a couple of shots being fired up, and he still managed to make it escape. Wow, swift moves, and here comes Shot Barrage.
Yeah, Sem9 is running out of time, Contra. I'm telling you, man, they need to go in for Baron now. They need to take Baron out of the equation because if the Elder Drake drops in, GeekFam is not going to let it go, and things can turn around really quickly if the Elder Drake falls into the hands of GeekFam. And we've seen them just pop off right after, man. If Sem9 takes Baron Nashor, though, the story can end so differently for them.
Yeah, and mind you, there is a cap in terms of the scalability of a Lee Sin as well as a Kali. Like, they will hit this brick wall where you just don't dish as much, but understanding that there's still 3 slots that they are working on, I guess that you can say that he can still build more damage items, but at this point, we're looking at survivability here being the key focus. Now Ravens will be challenged by Rumple, but Rumple somehow doesn't have his name appearing for some reason. Don't worry, we got you covered. Now, Momo,
endgame,
bro. He will actually scale very hard. Now, speaking of which, here comes the Timber. Everybody get out of the way as Sem9 is looking to rush right through. Becky now playing a solo push over the top side here, trying to buy the attention of Sem9, but they're not buying it at all. Like, what is this? 5 ringgit pa sa malam DVDs? Like, we're going in for a 1v1 up top.
Yeah, Elder Cloud Drake will drop in here to say hello to everyone. Super duper big objective has been dropped into the Rift. Who's gonna go in and say hello to Mr. Elder Drake? Momo is going in for the approach in here. We have got Rumple in together as well. Kazuo.
Oh, TP coming in right in. Oh, perfect execution. And they drop it right on top of Momo. This is looking very bad, but there will be a flash coming in across. Now chasing on towards Ozorveki Becky as well. Over on the mid side, we have the Shag taken out of the equation. And Wild Rabbit chasing right in. And the Geeks are running rampant and all over the place. Now, Sem9 will rush through mid lane and break down those turrets.
Oh, do you want the turret or do you want the Elder Drake? Go get the Elder Drake. Oh, Lee Sin getting it done. Kazu, whoa! Pick it up, Sem9. Let's go. GeekFam is about to drop this one, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. I don't think they expected it, but it is the side of Sem9 that's gonna go in and give it to them. RH goes through real quick with one final hit, and they will take the Elder Cloud Dragon. And here we go. It's all out battle right after this. GeekFam, can they at least take Baron Nashor as Sem9 goes in here for that reset?
Look at these two. Big brain plays. And Enchanted Crystal Arrow lands on top of Becky once again. And this time, instead of buying that Zhonya's, it's forcing Becky here to buy the quick Silver Sash because he doesn't want to be stunned, so he can clear off the stun. Lands a kiss on top of Kazuo, and he's going to connect with the Sonic Wave, but he will not be flying right in. And, well, I guess Sem9 will still be able to actually hold on towards this momentum here. Now they can actually force this Baron for themselves. But now, GeekFam, do or die, they need to find an opening, and it has to be quick. Oh, speaking of which, over mid side, Swap gets caught out. Same goes to RH. This is not looking all too good. They have to actually retreat, and Sem9, they've kind of butchered their attempt already, as they will have to give away all this pressure because of what happened over the mid side, and GeekFam, they get a clean Baron take.
Oh, thank goodness Kazuo as well as Ravens pulled out of that menace. While Rabbit gets taken down as well, they get ace. That's game over. GeekFam can just go right through that inhibitor up top on Baron lane, and the Nexus gets snuffed out as well. Are we going to be able to see with the pickup of just one main objective in here, Mr. Baron Nashor for GeekFam? What are the Geeks going to be able to pull off in here, Contra?
You can see that Kazuo is just looking to shove out the wave, knowing for the fact that the Baron power play will come into effect. But GeekFam, they cannot really press on the engagements as well, as much as they do have the Baron buff on top. Like, you can see, it's not a usual 1-3-1 formation that they're looking at, because they want to make sure that, okay, if it's going to be the bottom side, we will send a few members. It's not going to be an all-in, because Sem9, just look at the itemization, look at the goal. It's pretty much even up at first, but GeekFam, after the Baron, you see them coming up ahead in goal. And look at this. No team with a 6-kill deficit has been able to equalize in such a way.
Yeah, and that is the beauty of GeekFam, right? There's no point in this game where they already had it lost. Even at their Elder Drake getting lost as well, they still stand up tall in here. And here comes that push all the way down that Dragon Lane. Wild Rabbit trying to hold them back, slowing down their movements. Kazuo in with that push as well. Can Sem9 hold the forces of GeekFam back? They are using Baron Nashor's buff to the extent of maximum right now, Contra.
That's right. Now they're just looking to actually juggle in. They do secure 2 turrets already, looking for turret 1 over the inhibitor. And this is going to cause a lot of problems for Sem9 in the long run. And are they actually going to give a lot more? Because over the mid side, it's not looking all too great. So it's really calling on for Sem9 to really pull the trigger eventually, or really lose out. Now they need to get into danger and buy a little bit more time. So the bot side has to be cleared out initially. And looking at the mid side, this is going to be one heck of a push that will come out of the side. GeekFam! Oh my goodness, and their connection on top of Becky with the Shadow Crystal Arrow. Here comes the Monsoon trying to actually hold on, and R-Hit, she turns golden for a little bit, and he will go in with a perfect execution, still chasing on top of them, but Swift and GA still up in the middle. The rest, Sem9, they're on hot pursuit, they're pushing them off, and there it goes. One member down, going on a revival. Sem9 now goes in with the pressure, but look at the waves though. Is there any TP that actually comes in for the side of GeekFam? Because the bottom side is looking to be clear. This is all in coming out of Sem9 as they do send back our hedge, just in the hopes that there's no TP underway.
But they couldn't go in for that final push, for that full-on absolute pressure. They take the scuttle out of the equation, ladies, German boys and girls, preparing themselves, because the next time Mr. Baron says hello, they want to tapao cow cow. But GeekFam clearly showing them that you can take every single Drake in the game, including the Elder Drake, and we will still give you a run for your money, homeboys. And Sem9, oh, dude, how are they going to be able to pull this away now? 20 seconds. Mr. Baron drops in here. Reset. Are we going to be able to see GeekFam make a crazy comeback?
This is a big pickup if they can actually get the check. Yes, they do. And with that, it really calls out a 5 versus 4. And Swap, he received a little bit too much of damage because he flashed right in at first. Now, from the side of GeekFam, a smart play coming in because they are forcing their way over the mid side.
Nice one, and that forces Sem9 to go in for a quick reset, which opens up Baron Nashor. No, but it's way too risky. They will gonna tapao cow cow without Shank's backup in there. And RH is gonna go in there for that reset as well, ladies, German boys and girls. How will GeekFam play with such little pieces on the board right now?
Shang does actually get the TP on board as well. So if our hit actually drops in this 1 versus 1 fight, this game can be over as well. Tibros actually misses, but over on towards this Baron buff, it will be secured by Sem9 eventually as they go into the fight. The rest of GeekFam, they're going on a retreat. They will have to give 1 life up, and that's going to be Rumple right there. TP coming in available for the side of the Shang as he is hoping to push, but there's no more pushes whatsoever. This is the most incredible game of Wild Rift that I've ever casted. And if you guys are watching, just look at both sides of the goal. It's only 1K difference between the two teams.
Amen, brother. It is Wild Rift played to its best by two titans within Malaysia. GeekFam, the Giants, and Sem9, the up-and-coming Heart Stealers. Are they going to be able to tap out the Kings? Are they going to be able to tap out the champs? GeekFam themselves, Swak, they come in here for the push down at the inhibitor. Shang with the defense. Gets the beautiful stun on Linkx, and they will continue to go in. Inhibitor taken down mid as well, Contra.
For the bottom side of the turrets as well. This will be a very, very clean play. GeekFam now being forced to really answer or not just leave this turret be. And it's even more vicious when you have this Baron on the hands of Sem9. And that kiss actually lands. That pulls him Ravens all the way backwards. And Tulsa passes to deny them entry furthermore. But GeekFam, they're trying to hope for a little bit of an entry here and pull off quite a heist because Swap, he drops the bear, he drops everything alongside with the enchanted crystal arrow, and that's gonna be the dragon range on top of Momo as well as Linkx. They do pop out Momo. He does have the Guardian Angel, but they are looking to bring this to game 3.
What a freaking play by Sem9.
Wow. This is what we are talking about. I don't care who takes the last game, but this has to be the best one we've ever seen coming out of Sem9, and that deserves a round of applause.
They
boy.
take it back, man. They draw blood from the two giants. Sem9 definitely once with everything that it takes to build up a strong legacy for them in the Wild Rift scene in Malaysia. And dude, you give them one season. In season 2, Sem9 is going to be a formidable force, man. Let's take a quick look at the match stats, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to this chess game that was played to perfection as our hedge with their perfect execution coming through time and time again gets those 8 kills and 3 assists. Falls twice, but Ravens and Wild Rabbit, on the other hand, not dropping a single time, continuously in there for the push, even almost getting aced a couple of times. They back away, and Wild Rabbit, man, with those stunts, oh goodness me, this guy was such a game changer in that.
He is, and just playing nearly 30 minutes of the match and not dropping a single kill to the enemy side. You gotta say that Sem9 is really putting on their best coming out of Kazuo, Ravens as well as Wild Rabbit. Early game, it was where RTZ really shined the brightest, and he definitely deserved the MVP title here with a total of 8 kills because he was the one responsible to really take down Momo as well as Ozorveki in the important occasion, and to also shut off Rumble from coming anywhere close by. So I want to look at the damage output as well as the damage soak, because I believe that RTZ, he actually puts himself out there just to buy a lot, and you just see 26k of damage being soaked in by RTZ himself, and yet he only died twice. This is remarkable. This is RTZ on a different tier.
You know, Sem9, they promised to bring in something totally different. They promised to bring in something GeekFam has not seen thus far, and they lived up to that promise. Not in game number 1, but in game number 2 to perfection. Can they make that final play and pull the W over GeekFam? Holy crap, Contra. I might just shite myself, bro.
Oh, man. Like, if RTZ gets to play this Akali again, well, I guess it's over, guys. It might just be over. So, Momo did quite a lot, but you saw even in the very last fight, while Rabbit dropped the enchanted crystal arrow. Same goes to Swak. He just flashed and timbers his way across. And this is how you play any as support or even any of a mid lane. Like, you need to actually exert so much pressure on your enemy side just to force them to retreat. And to pair up these two in the lane, you know they won't be dazzled and set on flame.
But here's the thing though, the biggest question as we go into match number 3 later on is, are we going to be able to see the gentleman agreement come to an end? Because it now opens up the bar for GeekFam to pick that Lee Sin first.
Well, they definitely has brought a lot of different perspective on how you should draft heading in towards the match. And speaking of the draft, here comes Maggie Hot Cup Champs Lad.
Okay, walk me through, my man. Walk me through, please. Do just ban the Lee Sin off.
Okay, no Akali. That's the most important thing for GeekFam right now because RH is way too good on Akali. Now, GeekFam now teasing for them to ban off that Lee Sin or live it up for Rumble, and yet again they ban out the Galio. So this will mean that the Shang here won't be having options out there. Either you take the Camille or you take the Lee Sin. You cannot have both. So I guess that's definitely a wise call. And GeekFam here, will this be a little bit too hard to pass? Because you see, they take a lot longer, and yes, they want the Camille, and they really want to do it real quick. And yep, that will be pretty much the lock-in coming from the Shang. So that means Kazuo, Lee Sin.
Yeah, hopefully he goes that way, right? Unless M9 chooses, there you go. Lee Sin being locked in. Let's go, my man. But then again, the Camille is going to be quite a pain to deal with as well, because GeekFam should be able to go in and single out a certain target to focus in all of their damage on, and that could just be that Lee Sin early on whenever she drops in or whenever he drops in for those fights. Orianna possibly locked in by Kazuo right now for the mid fight. Let's see exactly how Rumple goes in for his pick here contract.
And I guess this is very similar to what we saw earlier on, and Rumple will be able to get them by. And in this sort of case, Becky will be looking to lock in that Xayah just to provide a little bit more room for cover if in the case that they were to go in. Okay, a Pantheon? Okay, I want to see if this actually goes to the bottom lane as a support or the top side, because Pantheon gives a little bit more of a global presence, especially with the man drop heading in from the stars all the way crashing in. Well, Momo here locks in a Karina. You know what? Put the tier crafting aside because it's out the window already. And here comes Swak locking in Leona. We haven't seen Leona in a fair bit. So this is to actually lock down party targets just like Becky's Katarina.
Oh, Pantheon's going to be taking the fight up against the Shang's Camille, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Ozora, Becky, Orianna on Katarina, Corki in there for the push. Oh, I'm excited already to see exactly what sort of crazy gameplay M9 is going to come up with this time, because you know for a fact there's going to be no mercy on the side of GeekFam.
Yeah, and I really want to see how this works out for RH, because he'll be playing on that Pantheon. Now, Pantheon is a little bit unique, right? Where you can actually proc that sort of passive to empower any one of your spells other than the ultimate. So it can actually shield off some of these attacks, just like how a Braum's shield would actually work in certain occasions. And of course, negate the little damage. And also to buff out certain other output coming from the first as well as the second shield, comes in with an innate stun. So there is quite a number of stuns available, but the problem here is M9, they're running on the ticking clock. And that's where Wild Rapid as well as Ravens really have to hard carry this in the late game.
Okay, as we start things up in here, most of what I'm most interested in to see exactly how they spot the push coming in from each other side. No deep wards being placed, which is very surprising from the side of GeekFam. They're playing this really carefully, and that engage coming in from the Pantheon really early, but nothing too much to shout about. Nothing the Shang as well as the Camille cannot handle. Contra.
Right, and currently over on the bottom side, you see a little bit more aggressiveness coming from Momo as well as Linkx. But they can't really press on too much because you're facing off against a Leona after all. So once you hit level 3, that's where you will see her really ramp up to play a lot more upfront as compared to what we're currently seeing over the bottom side. Now, mid lane, Becky trying to dodge a lot of all these three ball of the command attack coming from Orianna. But here comes the invade inside the jungle because this Lee Sin was hoping to land a steal. And oh, is it a smite? Oh, he does not really get it, but they're still going for it. A little bit of engagement. Hook shot connects. Flash available as he will be able to pop it, but the Shang, he has to flash away as well. Now they're looking for the scuttle, and Ruffle wants it for himself, and he gets the first one, knocks him right off his feet. KO. GeekFam lands the first blow.
Really, Kazuo? Really, was that little scuttle so...
Macam tak ada respon diberikan dari negara penuh. Dicuri! Dicuri! Kehilangan nyawa yang agak banyak, tarikan yang baik. Nampaknya mereka punya tunggal Ozora Becky. Nyawanya betul-betul menyebabkan. Masih lagi terselamat. Kuat rakit telah pun dimilikinya. Mencari penta. Mencari penta. Mencari penta.
Welcome back once again. We are here for the C Icon Series Malaysia. My name's Contra. This is the Mustachio AJ here to bring you all the action that will go down. And this is part of the ESL Mobile Open. And well, we got to also thank our official tournament partners here, Maggie Hot Cup, Udo, as well as JBL.
Are you ready, Contra? Because two series in here. And to close off the day later on, GeekFam will meet Eminence Raptors. But right ahead of us, we've got Linkx eSports taking on RTZ Underank. Dude, these two guys can go head-to-head, possibly to a 2-1 and drag us out 3 games in here, Contra.
That's right. And, you know, early on, we did manage to interview Hila. And I believe the BM segment has been able to... of course, talk to some of the members of GeekFam, as both of them have been able to actually take a little bit of a, of course, win coming in for the entirety of the day, both getting 2-0, but we'll see whether can they walk away with even more. But here we'll do have another series as well as some questions for those of you guys who have come right back here, as we'll set the tempo straight, because we've asked the question here with the Maggie trivia. The heart is the strongest muscle. Which champion said this line? Just look at AJ. Probably you get the answer right there.
What is the answer, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls? Who said the heart is the strongest muscle? It is Brom, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. So did you get that right? And like I said, I promised you a kiss from Contra. Contra, could you please blow them a kiss, please, bro?
I'm pretty sure
that I'm so sorry if some of you fainted. Yeah, even the production manager has fainted, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Unfortunately, we do not cover your medical costs. Linkx eSports will be looking to say the exact same thing to RTZ Underank, that they do not cover their medical costs, as well as anything to do with their heartbreak that comes from a loss that they are about to serve up in a little bit. But RTZ Underank, they have been showing us, a steady stream of improvement at the Rift so far, Contra.
That's right, and we've definitely seen them really going better and better every single time that they play each one of these matches. So coming in towards this head-to-head, I really want to see who will they be fielding heading in towards this matchup. And speaking of which, we do have the lineups here that we'll be speaking about. And from the side of Linkx eSports, I think that there's a couple of changes that's been brought forward as well. So we'll definitely have to look into some of the position that they'll be taking and who's going to be, of course, stepping down for this series itself. So other than that, AJ, hope you have catch yourself some really good dinner. I did manage to get to the mamak once again. Gotta get my dose of Maggie right. Of course, I still miss the hot cup, as I'll be looking for it maybe after the show.
I'm gonna make you and all of the forever single ones very jealous, because my fiance kind of cooked dinner for me. So I stepped back, had some really good soup, had some pao on the side as well. So I had a good dinner. Sorry la, Contra, you and your mama, I can go on a date again. I'll buy you dinner soon, man. Now let's take a quick look at that lineup Contra was talking about, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, whilst he wallows in his sadness that nobody's cooking dinner for him. Linkx eSports will take on RTZ Underank. Contra, do you have a pick before we go into the drafts?
Well, Linkx eSports isn't really on a good streak right now for the past couple of matches that they've been playing, and I'm pretty sure that they really want to show that they have something to offer still against RTZ Underank. But we start off here with Emotion, and Kuro will be replacing Rojak in the jungle. This is a brand new start for them, while Kato will still be the mainstay up in the mid lane. 69 and Backcat as the dual laners for Linkx eSports.
This guy looks exactly like me, because one day we need to bring him to the studio, make both of them take a photo together with a Maggie cup in their hands and call them like the Maggie Cup brothers or something. Linkx eSports, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, are they going to be able to step it up in the Rift today? Because their opponents, RTZ Underank, will clearly be standing in their ways, trying to pull a W over their heads. Is it going to be a 2-0 contra? There is a high probability of it in here today.
Well, it's kind of tough to say because RTZ Underank, yes, there was some highs as well as some lows, and we'll also be looking at the lineup of RTZ Underank and Serpent 69. I'm still looking for him to pop off, and I wonder what does Kuro bring to the table, as this is RTZ Underank.
Yeah, boy. Crown, Oval, Rods, Kagame, as well as Shanks dropping in. Rods wanting to go up there and challenge the very best of the best in terms of kills. But here's the thing, right? They've not been able to turn all of those kills into Ws, countless times now, Contra. And that has been something that the team has been working on consistently. They seem to be getting there. And this time around, as they go into the drafts, what do you look forward to the most from the team, if you don't mind me asking you, man?
Well, I'm really looking forward to that lane matchup again, because Kato will be facing off against a very formidable side. Rods have been showing up really strong, and this is where, you see them coming in with like first pick Katarinas and every other things as well. So I just want to see them really taking on like certain risks involved to be able to actually challenge this really aggressive side of RTZ Underank. So I still feel that RTZ, when they are in the consistent form, nothing can really stop them. But they're also pointing the time in certain team fights where they kind of lose a little bit of momentum and couldn't really find it back on track, especially against all the top dogs out there, like namely BJD, as well as GeekFam, and just to mention, Eminence Raptors so far has been able to even take games off of the side of RTZ Underank, so I don't think it's impossible for Linkx eSports to do so.
Yeah, so, and we usually see the Diana getting picked off here. We all know that Crown loves to go in for the Diana as well as Camille pick to go in to that Baron lane to put on the pressure for the side of RTZ. Linkx eSports, on the other hand, they have not really gone in with a very strong ban game. Hopefully they come through and block off the access that RTZ wants to look off for, because the drafting side from RTZ, we have seen from time to time again, is quite solid, Contra.
Yeah, that's right, and I believe that it'll still take a little bit of moments time here for us to get that sorted. Maybe a little bit of a remake of the lobby will be just about fine. Don't worry, guys, we haven't started off with the very first ban, and I guess maybe it's a different switch of sides that they are actually choosing to start off game one. So that will be sorted out in just a short moment from here. So, well, the last time that we saw RTZ Underank, they've been doing quite well, and I'm looking at a lot of potential good mid laners out there. Earlier we had Hilla, and over here we have Rots. Kato, on the other hand, I think he's kind of like on and off form from time to time, and I want to see him really rise up to the occasion, like play something in a more aggressive stance. Even if you're going to be going on maybe a Galio up in the mid lane, you gotta show a little bit of dominance coming into the 5v5 scenarios, and speaking of which, we'll be getting the lobbies set up once more.
Yeah, so Kato, he usually drops in there with his Ahri and Gragas. Strong plays with the Ahri, but, unfortunately, we have seen him go into some of those battles which that Ahri does not step off, very successful in here from. So, well, the best of luck to him, ladies, gentlemen, boys and girls, because he has had some moments which he has been proud of, some moments that unfortunately end up as a meme. What are your Maggie moments? Share those hashtags with us, your comments as well as photos, so you can be featured on the stream.
That's right, and well, you can also pop in some fun comments. You can keep it meme-ish, you can keep it fresh, and just make sure stay out of toxicity. You can actually go in with some spicy comments. We really don't mind that, as that perfectly fits that Maggie Hot Cup. Well, what's your favorite flavor out there? Because I know AJ's one is Tom Yum. I do fancy myself some good asam laksa, and nothing wrong for going back to the classic Maggie curry.
Oh, nothing at all, bro. But yeah, man, on a rainy day, that Tom Yum hits that spot. Now, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, if you guys want to nail absolutely perfect audio on your streams, whatever you're listening to on your games as well, look no further. JBL is down here with its Quantum series. Now, you don't have to even go and purchase it, because for today, we're giving 4 away. 3 of those Quantum 50s as well as 1 Quantum 300. All you need to do is like, comment, and share the stream. Tag JBL Malaysia with the hashtag JBL People as well as as well as hashtag SISMY.
That's right. It's very, very simple. Like, comment, share the stream, keep it public, and tag JBL Malaysia. Hashtag JBL People, hashtag SISMY. Well, we've said it twice already. There's no excuse for you to miss out on that chance. So, well, hopefully we get our games running real soon, because I can't wait to get into action here, as this is the C Icon Series Malaysia. So make sure you guys also check out the new Quantum Series headphones. Just visit jbl.com.my to find out more.
Yep. Well, whether or not you want the wireless headphone or with the wired option, right? Because as you guys can see, I have got my wired solution all the time. Why? Because you've got zero latency audio monitoring through whatever mixes that you guys have. But if you guys want to go in with the wireless headphone option, it's got zero latency because of the 2.4 hertz dongle that you get with all of your headphones as well. Now, Contra, earlier, Mikos was complaining, bro. He complained that he lost, because there was no more data on his phone. We gave that forewarning already. Take your phones out and scan the QR code. 5 gigabytes of data from you two, ladies, gentlemen, boys and girls. Who says no? Mikos said no, and look what happened. He lost.
Exactly, right here. I'm just trying to point it in the right direction. Just scan this QR code right down below, and you won't be feeding like Mikos ever again. All right? So, simple solution. Simple stuff, all powered by Cellcom. Of course, it's you, dude.
Unfortunately, he got the stun and the slay on me, and he was very happy. But I guess I excite people when they get a kill on me in the game.
Well,
you take that, boy. You take that up. I don't know, man.
Not starting us.
Yeah, bro. Like the whole world is against us. But it's okay. We've got the streak, Contra. We've got the streak. We may get carried all the way through, but we got the streak.
Exactly. 5-0 victory. Do we need to actually say anything much more about that? Yeah, Cola's getting carried or so. Well, I guess. Oh, 6-3. Oh, I got my maths wrong. Okay. Even better.
Contra.
6
even better.
6-0.
Yeah, even better. Like 6-0, and so much of trash talk came from the Basamlayu side to the English casters. So much of trash talk, so much of trash that it started to stink all the way through here. I mean, we're sitting down in our homes. They're in the studio, ladies and gentlemen, boys, because we could smell it all the way here, but fortunately, the W still fell our way. Thanks to each and every single of our carrier. There's no way I could have won the game without them, man.
Exactly. Like a couple of times, I got myself saved by the bell, and it's all thanks to all the other players out there. I got Kenway, I've got AdXL Amon that's been looking after me, and even many more. Early on, the Gragas that was on my team, perfectly played out. Like, I've added them, and I hope to actually play with them from time to time. First, I'm not hoping to get carried, but you guys are free. Yeah, we'll play some ranked games together.
I don't mind at all. Please feel free to come in and carry me because, oh dude, this little baby Mustachio in the Rift needs to get carried heavily, man. But which one of those players will be looking for that carry within their team, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls? We've got Eminence Raptors taking on Linkx eSports. A lot would argue that they can stand toe-to-toe with Linkx eSports. Gee, I don't know, man. Are they going to be the side with the bigger fan base or Eminence? RTZ. My apologies. Che, the Mustachio has been dragging this for too long, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, that I even got the team name wrong.
It's all right. We'll be getting ourselves into the game, and we'll be, of course, screaming out our lungs to their names if they make some really spectacular plays, that is. So, lobby is still in the making, I do believe, as we will be looking for Linkx eSports members to come right back. So maybe they are needing a little bit of a SOS there with some data. And speaking of data, you know who to call or scan, because we got YouTube powered by Cellcom. Just get yourself that fee, 5 GB of data, and problems will be solved. So,
how did you swing it that way, Contra? I thought you were going somewhere else with that. I was like, data? What? But nice one, bro. Okay. You know what? Let's play a game of guesses here. Okay. Based on the previous matches that Linkx eSports as well as RTZ has taken, I know down the Baron Lane Crown will be looking for either the Diana pick or the Camille. And he won't really need to go in and fight with Emotion that much, because Emotion has brought in lots of different emotions into the game so far, and he has confused us with some of very interesting picks in the game, Contra.
That's right, and he can work out the Gragas over the top lane. Fiora, you give him the Akali, I guess he will be able to pull in some numbers as well. So I really do wonder what is Emotions up to, because it does fluctuate from time to time. But mid lane Rots, he's looking for that Katarina. He's looking for something that really spices up the Rift itself. So question now is, I still don't really see Rammus. Is there a reason why we're not seeing him? Because it is a good pick overall, but when it comes down to competitive setting, is he actually viable in a competitive setting? I wonder.
You see, you could ask me, but the way I was moving in the game earlier, for sure I haven't tried Rammus out just yet, right? And I'm talking purely about the mechanics, and there's a reason why, because some of these skill shots that these players pull off are absolutely insane, right? Now, it could also be a situation where they're not super duper confident bringing him into the Rift competitively just yet. We have seen some of them take, these risks earlier on, but maybe at this stage, they just don't want to step in. Hopefully a team later on that we see, Sem9, maybe they will be able to bring the thunder in for us, because they are resting up today, Contra.
That's right, and with that, I believe that we'll be getting some really spicy game even later on. And then finally, we do have our first game underway between RTZ Underank as well as Linkx eSports. So RTZ, they will start on the blue side. They immediately go into lock away the Camille. We have not seen a single game with Diana being opened up, and for very good reasons, right? Like that Moonfall as an ultimate can really disposition the entire enemy lines, or should I say your teammates, if you're actually facing it. So no Janna here, as that seems to be Black Hat's favorite support.
Katarina is going to be deleted from the list as well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. And RTZ Underank will go in for a quick Akali pick for your unlimited assassinations in the Rift, and the Gragas response coming back through for them, Contra.
Yeah, and I'm thinking whether or not is it actually a favorable matchup, because I've played some Akali versus Gragas itself. So maybe in the early game, if you can actually proc those 5-point strikes a couple of times, allows out the passive to just take down the health of Gragas. Yes, you'll get slightly of lead, but heading towards the mid and late game onwards is really hard to even burst down this Gragas, especially when he's going up for a tank build. But 69 here, he's securing that Lee Sin for himself, I do believe. Wait, it's actually for Kuro. While Rods goes into pickup Seraphin alongside with Olaf. So it's a very different draft that we're looking at here as compared to what we've seen throughout the entire day for RTZ Underank.
Yeah, and RTZ Underank, they do go ahead and mix it up quite a bit, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. So Linkx eSports, on the other hand, they're trying to go this, basic tanky in here. Brom going to be dropping in for that support role. Zaya being brought in by Kuro. Ezreal as well as Garen probably locked in here for RTZ Underank, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Okay, so Contra, what do you think of the side of RTZ so far?
Well, RTZ Underank, they have a lot of all these damage output coming out there, but I'm not looking at a stun per se, other than the Encore that can actually charm maybe an entire team if he lands right. So Linkx eSports, they do have a little bit more crowd control to work with, and maybe it could be a little bit of a difference maker. It really depends on how Linkx eSports play this one out as well. But I'm liking the draft that I'm seeing. Now, Kuro will pick up that Zaya. So instead, it's 69 moving into a very different role, giving up his own lane just to get into his jungle. Maybe this is where Linkx eSports can get themselves back towards a better shape, or it could be proven otherwise.
Absolutely right. And RTZ is bringing in a very interesting mix of lineup in here as well. And all of their mix-ups so far, Contra, have been quite solid. And as these two teams go in to take each other up against, do you have a call?
For now, in terms of graph, I do favor the likes of Linkx eSports, but I know for a fact that RTZ Underank, when you do have in the Kali on the side, they will be able to pull something out. And okay, even Ross is planning a switch. He's going into the jungle, and Yoshi takes mid lane. This is a little bit odd to me. I'm just not used to too many switchers, but spinning to win. Crown makes his way out, but that cast will be thrown right in the face of Garen, as he'll be able to regen mid lane Akali. Haven't seen that for a bit in competitive play, but still very much viable, especially putting some pressure on the side lanes. 2 spells miss, and the health bars are dropping low over the top side.
Oh, Crown just going in for the full-on commit, but Emotion looks slightly stronger in that battle. They'll go ahead to pick up that honey fruit for themselves, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and of course continue this little scrimmage up top. Emotion might just come out in front if Crown is not a little too careful with this. Sends a cast right through his way. Shanks Kagame down as well. They're just gonna be dancing around with each other as they control these minion waves. Not too much in here to shout about, Contra.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just a little bit of barrels there, but body slam connecting. That might just be an ignite being popped out, but Emotion, he's still pretty much keeping in check. But Crown now poses a threat, and same goes to 69, who's currently over in the corners of the river, and he's having a battle with Rods here. Whoa, the undertow hurting 69 a little bit too much, but Emotion, he does miss his body slam. He'll eventually go down to Crown. And oh boy, it's pretty much going to be a little bit more dicey. Flash available, Yoshi goes for it, and the final barrier there being popped up. 69, he lands and connects his arm wave. This might just be another kill going in favor of Linkx eSports.
Oh, a double kill coming in for 69. That was a all-out slugfest, Contra. I don't think there was any plan going in for those engage, but at least it made sure he was the one to end it.
Yeah, and you know, for the fact that they do have those sort of a lane swap, 69 was their 80 carry, and he's actually doing so well on Lee Sin. And well, Rod's getting invaded. He might just actually lose the blue buff. Oh my goodness! He does lose it! And immediately lands at Dragon's Rage. No business for this Olaf, and they are already behind.
And RTZ Underank at the moment, a little underwhelming with their play. 69 dropping into mid as well to say hello to Yoshi. Needs to back away just real quick, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Scuttle being picked up by 69 here. And this guy is having a fun at the jungle in the Rift today, Contra.
Yeah. Well, could you call him underrank or underlevel at the moment? Because I'm looking at levels. Man, things aren't looking all too great, but they can still recuperate. It's a little bit of loss of gold in the early phases. So 4-1 is still chaseable, in my opinion. Kagami does land a beautiful shot, but going up close to personal charm, and it will be Yoshi parking the passive. No more dive. That's gonna be a little bit too dangerous to follow that Ari into the turret.
The Infernal Drake gonna be dropping in here as the first Drake in about 20 plus seconds. Lee Sin's already at the area, trying to go in for a quick D1 with Crown. Just slaying that Olaf out, man. Sorry.
Oh, man. Did we actually even expect that? But I feel like emotion here
even the Dragas didn't manage to expect me calling him Olaf, but he'll take it. He'll tank that too.
Exactly. So with that, I guess Black Cat's just gonna be roaming around, spotting out that Blastcone uses it to escape. But Linkx eSports, they're getting themselves pretty much ready. And note for the fact that Kagami used to be in Linkx eSports, that's why he's called LE. Oh my goodness, Yoshi moves right in for the perfect execution. They're all lined up. This is not looking all too good. And the rest of RTZ Underank, they are storming their way across. And Linkx eSports just trying their best to connect all shots. And that will be a double kill in favor of 69.
Oh, unfortunately for them, it was a well-matched up battle. That Lee Sin making that Akali pay. Dude, that was a perfect execution on the Akali contra.
That's right. Like, he just landed that Sonic Wave across and thought that, Ghost is clear, but look at this. 6 kills for this Lee Sin. This guy is single-handedly carrying the team. Here comes the ultimate coming in from Black Cat for the moment. Glacial Fisher just knocking up Kagami, but he'll be able to Arcane Shift away. And really looking to get this Drake in hand, but Rots is pretty much prepared. True Shot Barrage connecting across, and it will still be Linkx eSports.
Nice try, says Black Cat, as he just tanks all of those hits for the team, and they take that Infernal Drake, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. So first objective down for Linkx eSports. RTZ, a little underwhelming at the start, still trying to catch up. Crown doing okay so far. The rest of the teams, I don't know. Can they make a comeback in here? They're not too far back, Contra.
Well, I guess in the... Okay, did I just see that? Okay. He tries to hop over the wall with the safeguard, but kind of failed on it. But it didn't really matter anyways, because she's looking for Shelly, and it has just appeared. So this Rift Herald now taken down to less than 50%. Rots will not be looking to try even. I guess it's a little bit tapped too late, but
still comes
Rots
through, and with the real quick push. But Rods needs to pull away, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. 69 as well as Kato being attacked right back, but charms Yoshi right into words, but does not capitalize on 69. Will need to back away from this equation. Yoshi steps up right front again. Why? Because this time Rods and Crown back in there for that backup. But no engagements, no takedowns. We'll move right back up top to the Baron lane with Kuro as well as Black Cat. The pressure being placed onto Kagame. But so far, so good. It is all still... Yeah. I was just about to say fair, but then, yeah, man.
Is it really fair, though? That's the question. Because 69 seems like he can play multiple roles heading in towards the Rift. And he does it splendidly. And, Kagami playing very aggressively on this Lee Sin. Well, speaking of Lee Sin, he does connect the Sonic Wave with the Dragon's Rage. Easy takedown at 69. This is his 7th kill of the game.
Oh, he brings in the Rift Herald, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Kato is going to go in for the push. 69 with the support as well. Shelly's going to get that damage done as they clear that minion wave for a push right up top. And who's going to be coming in here for the stop? It's that Olaf, but he needs to wait for Seraphine. That backup from Shanks as well, as they will lose turret number 1 in here.
Oh man, he's not even trying to take it down. I guess that Kagami eventually will be able to just cook this as a chili crab. But RTZ Underank. They just really have to find an opening here, and because Rots has been picked off from the early game, that's why they are having such a struggle in this phase of the game. But as they bring it to a late game potential, I'm thinking that RTZ Underank, they still have a little bit of space to play around. While more and more camps getting stolen away, I guess that this might will eventually come through, and they're looking for Rods. He's got to run, immediately pops in the Ragnarok, isn't getting any sort of effects, and he's looking to just secure Raptors as they find Kato with that beautiful encore will be able to stop them on their tracks, and RTZ Underank, they are back online.
Oh, all out of nowhere. They'll take the mid turret as well, ladies and gentlemen. Boys and girls, clear the wave in front of them real quick. Enough time for yet another turret takedown. The minions need to be waited for. They are not even bothering. They'll tank the hits in straight up as they'll go in for turret number 2. Very, very clean push from RTZ for the response contra.
I'm not really too certain of what to make out of that situation. That Raptors was clearly not worth the cost. And currently, we're going to be looking at the Ocean Drake spawning up. Therefore, Yoshi is already locked in position. He's already spotted out members inside of Linkx eSports. They know that they're inside. And here it goes. Immediately catching out of both of them again. This might just be another ace. But the explosive castle will drop right in. This is going to be a lost cause. But 69, he's trying to actually move right back. So Kuro, now he turns golden, but Ross will be able to actually flush him aside. This will be the Drake for the taking, and 1 kill going over the crown. And all of a sudden, RTZ Underank shows their facts.
Oh, guess who's back in the house? What a way to turn things around, yo. And they are 5k on the lead with the gold as well. Contra, within just the 2 minutes of just watching this, RTZ has taken this from nothing into everything, and they're going in for this push right now, and the pressure is on Linkx eSports.
Well, I'm pretty sure that 69 is going to be screaming, guys, how much more should I be carrying some of these team fights? I guess. 7 kills on Lee Sin as he builds on that Trinity Force. Now, it's interesting to note for the fact that in terms of build, usually other Lee Sins or Vi, they'll go in for a first item Guard of the Angel because you want to be providing a little bit more of an offensive side and still be taking most of the hits so that you could actually be the difference maker in this team fight. Now, speaking of that, let's have a look at the team fight once again because they know somebody's inside and they don't care who it was. They just throw everything in the line and it was just easy pickings for RTZ Underank.
Kuro just getting away with the breadth of his hat, turning golden for just a second, but that was just preventing the inevitable as he'll get slain there as well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. I mean, they have made the comeback in terms of, being able to catch up in the game, but have they taken Linkx eSports down just yet? No, they've just caught right back up. Linkx eSports can still make a comeback in here. Their Lee Sin has clearly proven to be such a pain. 69 has been such a great carry in here. Now he goes in and engages Rods with such a huge mistake. The encore coming through as well and gets slain so easily. The backup just not coming through, Contra.
Well, he kind of just hopped right in with Safeguard onto his Crux, and that will be his demise. Immediately, RTZ Underank is going to be calling in for Baron Nashor. And Kato can only try to tap as much as he wants, but Yoshi is already on pursuit. Absolutely zoning out the rest of Linkx eSports. Emotion now going on a split push as he wants nothing to do with that scenario. And my oh my, RTZ Underank here is just showing them that they could just rise up from the dead and eventually cause an apocalypse.
It's a super duper crazy well played game by RTZ Underank in here, just waiting for that moment for Linkx eSports to make those mistakes, and once they started catching them off Contra, it was just game over from then on. Right now with the Baron buff, they should be able to go in for a split push like you speak of all the time. It is currently a 1-3-1 and here they come for that meetup. Akali, 69 is going to be able to should be able to get her own health down there, as Lee Sin's going to be dropping in for that assist at mid.
What I'm really disturbed is the lack of coordination. And speaking of which, here comes the Dragon's Rage, but it will be the Garen that's going to be in their face. Encore pulls him back. Think about a 69 as well. And now there's only so little left in terms of resource. They will be able to actually break down this inhibitor.
Oh, wow.
And what can Linkx eSports even do at this point?
With that Baron buff, almost nothing. Look at Crown get the damage done. Explosive Cast will just go ahead to prevent the takedown of the inhibitor for a moment, but the inevitable will still fall through. Kuro, Emotion, Kato, they cannot do anything but just slow things down in here. RTZ Underank have just overtaken this game like a tsunami, Contra.
Right, and I'm just seeing this entirety of the side of Linkx eSports. They're not even coordinated for any of these team fights, and that's the most concerning part. Like, it's pretty much a 5 versus 1 versus 1 versus 1 versus 1. Well, whatever you want to call it. I don't know. It's looking to be pretty bleak, especially when you are 2 inhibitors down and needing to face against so much super minion. Doesn't matter what kind of objective is going to be thrown out, because another potential of 1 or 2 Drakes, well, actually just 1 Drake, next being Elder, and Baron being the biggest point of contest. And I'm not really seeing how exactly would they be able to stop even the likes of Crown. Just look at Crown. 8-1-4 on this Baron.
Yeah, and on the other side, you only have Linkx eSports with the Lee Sin doing all of the work in terms of the slaying. Now they'll be able to hold back the fort, but Kuro, Kato, Black Cat, they need to fall back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Black Cat's not going to be absorbing all of this as that Seraphine goes through as well. Kato, Ionis face get popped, backs away from that kill.
Oh my, they're dropping like flies, but this is going to be the derby hoorah that RTZ Underank will be celebrating, because they're taking them down just like a mosquito spray coming from Swak himself. But Kagami now just playing with fire just by the edge of the base, and that will be pretty much it. The Nexus taken down, and RTZ Underank takes game 1.
What a comeback out of oblivion. You know, at the start of the game, it really looked like they were letting go of this. Linkx eSports, they had such a great hold. That Lee Sin was unstoppable. They could not hold him back. But that was the problem, wasn't it? As the game went on, as the other players started scaling up, they could handle that Lee Sin. And once you were able to handle the Lee Sin, that was game over already, Contra.
That's right. I believe that it's definitely down to itemization. Speaking of itemization, let's have a look at the match stats here for me to elaborate why a Lee Sin with so many kills couldn't really come up, as we saw him going for the Yumu's Ghostblade. Yes, it's an offensive build. That's pretty much all right. But he builds that Trinity Force on the second side, which kind of leaves not much room for, you know, the likes of the rest to join the fray without, of course, that same amount of sheer pressure. And maybe he was bagging on emotion here to build on a tankier front, as he's building Sunfire Aegis, Lion Trees, and hopefully with enough armor, he will be able to actually get himself something in return in terms of Randuins. But just look at RTZ Crown being very disciplined. He goes in for a semi build, but he builds tankiness first so that the rest of Linkx eSports, when they go in towards the mid game here, they won't be able to actually hold on to some of all these slight leads that they did have. And is there actually team fights? Because I don't really see a connection between Linkx eSports members there. Yeah, you get the pun.
Yeah, there's nothing holding them together. I mean, you know, many a times we have spoken about the weak links within the team. I guess this time around, it just all broke down at the same time, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. But the Lee Sin trying to get them stuck together. RTZ Underank with the Crown leading the charge just blew them apart. What a way to make that comeback. What a way to take that game back into their hands. And you know, if it looks like this is the way Linkx eSports is going to be playing game number 2 as well, we might just end this game a little fast, Contra.
Maybe so. And just look at this side of RTZ Underank. It was Shanks that actually pulled some of all these great shot calls to just drop in the encore and getting every one of all these Linkx eSports members to be stuck under her ultimate. And Black Cat, I think he's still not really comfortable on that Braum. I'm telling you this because this is the way that things are going to go. Might as well just go in for something like Alistar that serves similar purposes, just like the Braum, but a little bit more offensive, which we can actually give a little bit more room for Kuro to pop up. But that's my theory, Craft. I'm just not sure. Are they going to make that switch up? Because if he's not really too comfortable on a tank support, might as well just go for another mage support like the Nami.
Yeah, man. Kagame is the one who dished out the bulk load of the damage there in that game, which is expected of the Ezreal. Look at the amount of damage sustained by all of the players in here from Linkx eSports, with 69 doing the most for the team like he was throughout that whole match, but the rest of them really not carrying their weight at all, Contra. And yes, you've kind of, pointed out a few things that can be improved in here. In terms of their drafts, if there's just one thing that you could change, what would it be, man?
Well, I guess first and foremost, it's just the way that they are actually playing some of these team fights. I don't really feel like it's fully on a composition that's not really working out. It's the execution here that is flawed as we are looking at the side of Linkx eSports. So heading in towards game number 2, I guess that they really have to play with something that is more on their comfort side. And even then, they have to be coordinated. That's the most important part, because I don't see any coordination coming out of that other than 69 making plays, but someone must actually follow suit at the same tempo that 69 is playing at.
Yeah, and Linkx eSports has done really well getting here so far, but, struggling at the group stages as they get punished by all of these teams. Is it going to be a comeback, or is it going to be an absolute shutdown, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls? We'll find out after a quick short break.
Macam tak ada respon diberikan dari penjaga penonton. Dicuri! Dicuri! Kehilangan nyawa yang agak banyak, tarikan yang baik. Nampaknya mereka bisa mengenai Ozora Becky. Nyawanya betul-betul menyebabkan. Masih lagi terselamat. Wan Rakit telah pun dimilikinya. Mencari peta. Mencari peta. Mencari peta.
Nice. Alright, go. Tahu first. Can. Alright, tahu ni. Nexus. Okay. Nice! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on board. Okay.
See
just tak ada respon diberikan dari negara penuh. Dicuri. Dicuri. Kehilangan nyawa yang agak banyak. Tarikan yang baik. Nampaknya mereka punya tunggal Ozora Becky. Nyawanya betul-betul menyebabkan. Masih lagi terselamat. Wan Rakit telah pun dimilikinya. Mencari penta. Mencari penta. Mencari penta.
Welcome back to the C Icon Series MY. This is League of Legends Wild Rift, brought to you by the ESL Mobile Open with the support of Maggie Hot Cup, Udo, as well as JBL. My name's AJ, I'm the Mustachio, down here with the one and only Contra, bringing you all of the hottest action. And so far between Linkx eSports as well as RTZ Underank, the fire seems to have been started off here by RTZ. We are still looking for some sparks from Linkx. Are we going to see it in Game 2, Contra?
Well, I really do hope that there is more sparks to be shown from the side of Linkx eSports, because 69, he was doing such a good job on that Lee Sin, but, you know, maybe it's the build, maybe it's the way that things didn't really play accordingly heading in towards the mid game. I was telling you that the longer this game scales, the side of RTZ Underank just gets better and better, and in terms of execution, no stunts, no problem. So with that, we'll be checking out in this second series what will be the changes that will be brought forward when it comes down to the Maggie Hot Cup Champ Select.
Absolutely. Now, the draft by the Linkx eSports team has always been, you know, something that we look forward to. Emotion whenever he steps in. He's brought the Fizz in to light things up. He's got that Jax to kick things up around as well. You know, we've seen Roja in the past drop in with his Dr. Mundo, and, you know, they've played that to perfection at times as well. Linkx eSports, you know, they are capable of a much stronger game here, Contra. We have seen some, you know, days of perfection in here from them. RTZ, but, you know, the way they pulled it off, it was like a game of chess, right? They started calculating their moves beforehand. Linkx, unfortunately, just couldn't respond.
That's right. Let's hit into the Maggie Hot Cup Champ Select just to elaborate further on how things are going to go from this point onwards. RTZ with 1 point up.
Well, let's take a quick look at the drafts, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls.
Well, I guess we both get trolled. Thank you very much, dear producer. Don't worry. I believe that we'll be getting ourselves ready for that. So, RTZ Underank, they were on the blue side. Maybe if there was going to be a switch for Linkx, perhaps they will be a little bit more comfortable on that area of the map. And I'm just thinking, you know, we have seen Emotion playing a little bit better, especially when he will be getting his hands on something that plays a little bit more proactively. On that Gragas, I guess it's kind of all right, but it really boils down to how people follow up to the explosive cast and how things are being set up. And speaking of which, we will finally get ourselves into the draft. No more trolling around, it seems. And of course, all this brought to you by Maggie Hot Cup.
All right, so Camille locked down straight up in here. They don't want Linkx eSports to use that, opening up a couple of picks in here for themselves. Diana seems to be such a basic ban as we go in here. Nobody questions this second time round contract.
That's right. Now, one more ban on the Janna. Just try to limit the side of Black Hat for a little bit, and not only just to limit him, but also to prove a point where we can actually put those options on the table. And with this ban on the Katarina, you're leaving up the Akali once again to be picked up by RTZ Underank. Well, as if the last game wasn't really going all in their favor, they're going to be going at it once again. Gragas coming in for Emotion. Going to try it for the second time coming, or perhaps Kato will be going on that. Depends on whoever is going to be getting a priority. Now, Rods will be picking up that Olaf once more. Now, is this going to be maybe something that's similar, or will 69 be changing back to his familiar role? Because 69, he's actually doing well. I don't really see him as a problem. Yoshi now locks in the Seraphine for Shanks.
Okay, so it looks like RTZ just wants to go in with exactly what they have already shown us. Linkx eSports, on the other hand, they want to shake things up a little bit because obviously whatever that brought in earlier just didn't work. Ziggs this time will be able to drop those bombs on their heads, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to keep a little bit of distance between themselves, and pop them off, bring them together, just like how that Gragas can with his explosive cast, and that Aliska will be providing some tanky support. Contra.
That's right, and this is what I really hope to see. But now that you have the Ash being brought right in, it is a lot more of a high-pressure situation going down the bottom side. So this Alistar won't really see much of a room here to go in for headbutt pulverize, except for when they go into the team fights. And, well, it's just too many chills for the likes of Linkx eSports, and they really have to back on the case where Kuro needs to really, really pop off, or else, you can't really rely on Ziggs all too much. Yes, he will be able to actually do damage across the board, but it's not going to be something that is a 100-0 sort of damage, because this is more of a poke composition that we're looking at.
Yep. Exactly right. And let's see if or not they will be able to respond with a much stronger gameplay coming through this time. Because what RTZ is showing us is, if it's not broken, don't go ahead, try to fix it. If you want to, slightly buff it up a little bit more, why the hell not, right? Because the opening is just there. Linkx eSports, RTZ Underank, can they take one back? Or is it going to be a easy 2-0? This Akali might just want to drop in and assassinate emotion early on, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Let's see if or not Gragas will be able to hold it back.
Exactly. Now you're looking at 2 mana crystals being purchased by both the Orianna as well as Kagami, because they're looking to build the Cerberus Embrace as well as the Mana Mune. But at a very early flash coming from Kato, he shouldn't have overstepped anyways. I guess he'll just play very, very passively, just try to farm from quite far anyways, that he can lob in all these grenades. It shouldn't be too much of a problem. Now, Ward's being placed very deeply from RTZ Underank just to stock some movements whenever this Lee Sin cuts over to his right side.
Orianna's just moving in a little bit deep, just saying hello to that Ziggs. Lee Sin might drop in to say hello as well, but I think it's just a little too early for them. Down there at the Dragon Lane, Contra, the action seems to be continuing. Kuro needs to fall back a little bit. Black Cat's not absorbing much of this damage, just luring in Shanks, who's just singing some sweet, sweet songs to allure them away from their turret there.
And this is what I was saying about, poke composition, and Kuro will just be poked out, and there's not really much room for him to actually get out of. And even the volley has been hitting on top of him. So Black Cat has got to create this situation where, he protects the AD carry. And instead, he's being left all alone just to soak in a little bit of pressure. I felt that he could have stayed for a little bit longer, because Kuro has the flash available. He's got the heal as well, but Crown, okay, dishing a little bit on top of emotion, but I believe that he has a hunch that 69 is pretty much close by, and it's just going to pay a visit. Oh, misses out that Sonic Wave.
He thought he could just catch him off guard there. He had the true damage buff already. Unfortunately, Ground just a little bit too fast. Emotion is overstepping as well. He won't be able to catch this Akali. But the first blood falls as Olaf slays Alistair. Black Cat, unfortunately, will have to go back to the restart point.
Yep. Just heading back to where it is, and Crown getting absolutely flushed too far from his turret range as he was chasing onto Motion, but it was an easy pickup, 1-1 right now. While there's not major objectives to be seen, so this Lee Sin will be roaming up to the mid lane.
And, this Lee Sin's just looking for those ganks, looking for those early kills to help his team get a very slight advantage. But from what we've learned in game number 1, this little hunting Lee Sin isn't going to be doing or posing much of a huge threat. As long as the other players don't step up, RTZ should be able to tap out this one as well. Kagami as well as Shanks putting the pressure on to Kuro as they will clear the minion wave right there in front of them for a quick access towards the turret.
That's right, and I was thinking whether or not will 69 visit the bottom lane because RTZ Underank has already shoved in the wave majority of the time, and that actually causes a scenario where, they are susceptible to a gank. Yoshi now losing a lot of mana, he will just hit back to the base just to regain those mana and also purchase what he needs, which is going to be building it towards the Cerberus and base. Emily just having enough gold to do so, as that will be the first major item being completed. And oh my goodness, Enchanted Crystal Arrow misses, but here comes the Encore, enough to take out Kuro. No time to even flash away because he's getting charmed all over again.
Oh, you cannot say no to that sweet song, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, as they go in for that slay. That was just absolute perfection. Rod's now just gonna be continuing his little jungling practices in here as Alistair goes in for a reset. You see, the Inferno has dropped in, and this is going to be a major objective contested by both of these teams in here. The aggression from Linkx eSports. At the moment, it seems like, RTZ can deal with it. Who's going to go in and pick Drake number 1?
It's going to be quite hard to call, but Rots here will be immediately opening up with the Ghost. Now opens up the Ragnarok as well. He's going to be chasing in, but that's not the cow that he wants, because easily Black Cat can go in for a hit, but Pulverize, so no ultimate available for Rots. This is actually a very good sign for them to actually restart that Drake. But Lesion's nowhere to be seen. He's going on the ground. Come on, join in the fight already, 69. But now, moving along, it's going to be Kagame there that will be landing that Enchanted Crystal Arrow. And 69, he's a little bit too far away. He will safeguard his way across. Rots now getting that kill alongside for the Seraphine. Now connecting the kick, and 69 with only a sliver of health left. Still HP on the side of RTZ. I guess both of them will call in for a little bit of a truce, but Linkx, they're not really letting this one slide. A little bit of the snare is being popped up. Now Yoshi on the last hit, but it will be RTZ Underank. He snaps it right under the noses of Linkx eSports, right in front of their eyes.
Right in front of them, there was nothing much that they could do. They were pushed back. They couldn't even go in for the engage, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Linkx eSports, can they at least get Shelly in about 15 seconds in here? 69 is going to be focusing on taking the Scuttle out. Alistair is already on point, waiting to see if this objective can be picked up. Hey, it is RTZ in this exact same vicinity to say hello to Shelly. So let this battle kick off as Yoshi goes very close to Black Cat and backs away.
Yeah, I guess just having himself alone won't do the trick, and you don't want to be facing off against the Alistar that you can't really kill off. Motion now getting lopped in with a volley. Another volley comes right in, says, let's fly, ladies and gentlemen. That will be a little bit of disruption there. Enchanted Crystal Arrow on top of 69, but Black Cat is trying to actually zone away the rest of the members. And now eyeing onto Shank. He can actually go in for the kill, but he did not really go in for the headbutt. But Shelly is going a little bit off guard. And Linkx eSports, they secure it and also gets the kill on top of Rods.
It's going to be Olaf on the fall there. And they've already brought the Ripped Herald into that mid-section as well. Kagame will be just pushing the line back on the defense. But it's going to be a very troublesome one with the push from Kuro as well as Black Cat. Kato on the offensive as well, breaking out onto another team fight here, Contra.
What in the world was that? That's not really all too clean. Kuro as well as Black Cat gave their life for a very secure turret. I don't really think that's the best of idea. They was hoping that Emotion could actually follow up, but because of Shank on top of some members of RTZ, he can't really get into position, and it shouldn't be the case where they should start first, because Emotions doesn't really have his ultimate available.
Let's see if or not they can recover from this, because Linkx eSports, they are making a couple of mistakes that, later on they are going to be absolutely upset about. Black Cat Kuro, as they try to hold this wave back, it's not going to be too much of an issue, but as RTZ drops in to say hello, things will change. Oriana is going to be going up against this Kaiser real quick. 69 waiting for the opportunity to see Crown go in for the push to say hello, hello. Catches him real quick. Gets the stun as well. And one final kick in there. Bye-bye.
Man, he was standing on top of the ward the entirety of the time, and just look at that enchanted crystal arrow swerving from Kagame. Absolutely on point to just stun that Lee Sin on the turret. Yeah, just when I say Lee Sin, they just zoom into his body for a little bit. I love the shade that's being thrown by our producers, but man, there's still chances for our Linkx eSports at the very least, but they have to make a good response. RTZ Underank, they're hoping to contest for that top side, but they understand that Drake is also available. Let's check this out again. Standing on top of ward, and that curve of that arrow was something that only David Beckham does in football.
Just absolute perfection on the assassination. They left Crown the Akali, and he just plays it to perfection. Listen, it's just an unfortunate dive into his death, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Nobody could have helped him out.
Yeah, maybe if he safeguard his way first, then it's really hard to catch him, but it's really hard to respond because he's already in such a tight corner of the map. Now Kato soaking in a little bit of volley, not really too much of the damage, but Ocean Drake now up for grabs for either side. And Black Cat, he has to play aggressive on this Alistair. There's no other way going around it. And speaking of playing aggressive, it's going to be the Olaf running straight to the turret with no minutes. I'm not sure what Rods is thinking, but he says, yeah, I'm getting a little bit bored here. Give me a challenge. Yoshi now getting a little bit of the cake. And, well, it's a little bit of dance here. Linkx eSports now pulls that Drake out there. A ward is in place. So Kagame, he's got that enchanted crystal arrow online. When will he pull the trigger is the question. Redemption being popped right in as well. Gets himself healed up. In motion. Standing on top of the ward for a little tad longer. Just trying to land as much poke as possible. Now, this is going to be a retake coming from the side of Roz as well. Now, 69 coming from the back as well. He's going to be landing that kick, but it won't be a full commitment coming from Linkx eSports. This looks to be viable, and 69 is going to be cutting off the exit. Dragon's Rage, and that will be 3 members down from Linkx eSports. Well, can't really say Linkx eSports. It's going to be RTZ Underank losing 4.
With just the Akali left in here, Linkx eSports should be able to pick this Drake up, no problems whatsoever. You might as well just ace them out of that, because at the moment, just that one Akali will not be able to get anything done, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. But the reset coming in here right now for Linkx, they need to back away a little low on that HP after that engagement, Contra.
Well, just look at the atomization. There is a TP that has been purchased there by Motion, so he can easily get into the fight. So he won't be split pushing his way for the moment. Wow. Over the top side, there is a flock of minion waves coming right in, and is that an arrow that was just popped out? No, is the answer. Kagame, he's just going to be popping some volleys, while Black Hat, he definitely did a lot in that past fight because he was zoning everybody else off. But top side here is going to be looking quite interesting, but mid lane, it's going to be 69 here getting a little bit of connection. Flash available, and Killer Instinct not being able to actually go for it. And one more arrow! Are you kidding me, Kagame?
Oh, that Olaf. Awesome control coming through, but will get popped anyway. Comes right back alive, only to walk directly into emotion. And then Ziggs will take him out. Kagame on the pressure right now. Alistair's got to get snuffed out, and the Seraphim will make sure they pay for that push. Gato and emotion, all they can do is run. And the pressure continuously dropped by RTZ Underank Contra. And they are just a few steps away. Together with this minion wave, they should be able to shut this turret down as well.
Well, no more waves for them, so I guess that RTZ Underank is going to be looking for the top side of the turret instead. Now, Yoshi has already walked over a ward to place one deeper inside the jungle of Linkx eSports. So shouldn't be a problem for them to just break this one up and just call for an easy retreat.
And they managed to take the turret down. Lee Sin is coming very, very close to danger in here, but will drop back to de-ward the situation. Seraphine's already in the scenario, waiting to see if or not she can catch a wandering Lee Sin. Quick wave clear on the way, pathing to perfection, this little jungler. But as the pressure will come back through from Kagame, another fight will break out in mid if Linkx eSports oversteps their boundaries here, Contra.
Yeah, it won't really be a good engagement for RTZ Underank if they were to fight there, because Orianna, she's all the way up top. You will need her to come in with Command Shockwave just to, of course, deny any sort of the full force engagement coming from the side of Linkx eSports, and of course burst them down with the damage output. Speaking of damage output, we're looking at a Laundry's tournament for this Orianna. While there's another arrow being sent up top. Okay, this time it misses, but do you even need it? Because perfect execution is going to be up available. And only 11 of their health. Kato makes his way alive.
Oh, Satchel Charge Savior for that little Ziggs, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Pops himself up right over that perfect execution, little bringing assassin. Now, no takedown as that Zig kind of, you know, forces a reset for himself. Down mid, a very good patience gameplay coming in here from Linkx eSports. They go in there and they're getting chumped straight up, dragged into Torment Contra.
Oh my, and look at the displacement. Ground gets knocked all the way back. This is looking pretty good for the South Linkx eSports only for a moment. And here comes Ragnarok. And everything on the line. Two of these junglers actually wrecking havoc across. He misses that Sonic Wave, unfortunately. With that being dropped right in, Yoshi does dodge a little bit of that Mega Inferno Bomb. And now, Drake for Linkx eSports. This
you mean Drake for 69?
Oh, yes, indeed. And it's such a back and forth game. Both sides at 50,000 gold already. And with this Drake, things are even up.
Oh, can Linkx eSports come back in here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls? They look stronger than ever, not making the mistakes we saw in game number 1. 69 still getting the damage done, but the rest of his teammates still picking up the pace around themselves. Finally, Contra.
Yeah, and it's interesting to also note that there's so much discipline involved for 69, as if he commit further, the Akali would have just popped right by, and he's already had a hunch that somebody will be moving right down below, so all they have to do is just keep that Akali right down below, or else the minion waves will naturally take its course to get one turret off of the bottom lane. But just look at across the map. Other than the Baron that's being left available, what's really holding RTZ Underank back is that mid turret that didn't really provide them enough space to really play cross-map. Well, just look at itemization again. This is going to be the Lee Sin here that's going to be able to actually build another offensive take as he's going Trinity Force, Yumu, and I'm not too sure if that's a Visage or is that, well, maybe it's building it towards the force of nature eventually, but things are looking relatively better for Linkx eSports, to say the least, as compared to game number 1.
Yep, so much better, but as you say that, they will go ahead to lose another turret. Oh, goodness me. How will they make a comeback from not too much in here? But you know, RTZ usually snowballs on these objectives. It's going to be Black Cat with the pressure, just pulling out all of those specials from them. Rods will catch him unguarded, and this Alistar will say bye-bye.
And with that, it's also an enchanted crystal arrow dropping into Kuro. But with that, that will be even more blood being splattered across. And 69 is going to be looking for the kill on his Akali. Everyone's spread a little bit too thin, and that's going to be Rods on the chopping block as well. 2 members remaining for the side of Underank. But that's a beautiful flash coming out of Emotion. With only Kagami left. Turns golden for a tad longer. Kagami will be able to secure 1 kill. Now Emotion goes in, body slam. He will be able to win that trade, acing out RTZ Underank.
Oh, send that Gragas in here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and he will tap out everyone on the slate now. They want to pick up Mr. Baron. The opposition have been aced out And nobody will be standing in their way in here, Contra.
That's right, just about enough. And oh, goodness me, Emotion with only so little HP. And oh, is that a show off or what? Okay. What's going on? I guess he doesn't want to go back.
I will not go back. And he will take a honey fruit instead, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. He will continue going back.
What a fiesta of a game this is. Absolute fiesta. But hey, we're just gonna be enjoying whatever we see across the rift. But you know, this is a better showing of the Gragas from the likes of Emotion. Now he's going full AP. He's done with playing on the tank build because he felt that he has more pressure across the map by doing so. 69 now having another play. Didn't see this one coming. No, it's the answer.
Perfection, yo! With an intended crystal arrow.
From
perfection, Contra.
Oh my goodness. Now Black Cat now will be able to actually pop open the Unbreakable Will, canceling out the Encore. Well, what did I tell you about the Alistar? Working much better as we hoped it would. So Linkx eSports just having a little bit of a slight edge when it comes down to some of these fights, but Kagame, oh boy, this guy is the difference maker. And now going in for the Drake, but Linkx eSports, they're trying to answer back by having a mid lane shove, but here comes, the pressure is on. They don't really have smite right now. They have to actually knock Rots over in the corner, and they steal it! Oh my goodness! Linkx eSports have done it again! And now they can't actually go away with even more. Emotion flashes in for the kill, but Kagame is getting hunted down with the killer instinct as well. What a play coming out of Linkx eSports.
Oh, body slam misses, but it doesn't matter. Why? Because the ace is still in the bag. Kato just using that satchel charge to propel himself forward to clear this wave out. Why? Because they want to go in for a full-on wipe. Is that possible? The inhibitor standing right in front of them with two of the minions right behind. Yes, it is possible. Nexus up next, and Linkx eSports makes a comeback.
Wow, what a game this is. Absolute helter-skelter. Even John Lennon could have actually wrote this song better. And RTZ Underank, they're getting forced way back. Now, this is why I say it's really down to execution, and Linkx eSports finally has shown up when it matters the most.
Oh, thank goodness that they did, because the game number one that we saw, so lacking in that firepower that we wanted. Let's take a quick look at the match stats and see if they brought in the firepower this time round, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, because Emotion picking up that 5 kill and 12 assists picks the MVP title up for himself as well, Contra.
That's right. So what I really do like about this game in particular, yes, Emotion did get the MVP title, and with him building full AP, it does cause a little bit more threat for the likes of RTZ Underank to focus down this Gragas, or else, you know, the rest of the members of Linkx eSports would just join alongside, and Black Cat now zoning out many of these members of RTZ Underank as he soaks in maybe the most damage potential. And just look at how Kato has been playing relatively so safely, poking people down, and also landing some really good nades, as well as the Mega Inferno Bomb out there. And not forgetting 69, that has been the playmaker throughout the entirety of the early game. SVP has to be Kagame. How many times did he pop the arrow on 69? I definitely have lost count. But it was definitely interesting to watch. I kind of wish I see more of him when it comes down to this team fight. And in terms of build, Kagame goes in for Black Cleaver and Mortar Mine there, Hex Drinker. This is a very defensive type of build, and he doesn't really have that much attack speed to actually propel himself to really snowball to peel off all these sort of pressure, but still he has done quite enough.
And enough they have done, ladies, gentlemen, boys, girls. Right? Because, the defense from RTZ was absolute perfection, but the takeover from Linkx eSports was just a little bit more solid this time round, right? And the perfect execution that Crown showed us, unfortunately, 69 got taken down in the most epic of fashion, but that was not enough. That flair just wasn't enough to carry RTZ over, and it's now 1-1. Who's going to be able to pick the final win up in here? Let's take a quick look at the damage as well. Of course, as expected, Kato getting the bulk load of that damage dished out, but it was Emotion with his explosive caster save of his right Contra right there behind with the 24k damage.
That's right, and I'm just really liking how they're playing a lot more aggressively. This is that showing that Linkx eSports need to put every single one of these games, instead of like playing a little bit more passively. RTZ Underank, they tried to challenge up with a little bit of a shove with their own, but the problem is if they lose out rots, there's nobody to frontline all these pressure of Linkx eSports. So just judging from the fact that the rest of them are a little bit more squishy, just goes to show that, you see, Kagame, he soaked the most damage even as an 80 carry. This is not supposed to happen. If you actually give him a little bit more room, yes, he can actually do a lot more than just the damage that's being shown on your screen right now.
Absolutely. Now, let's see, so far, the drafts have technically won the matches in there for them. But like you mentioned, Contra, it was the part of the execution as well. And Linkx eSports this time showing that, there are no weak links that they cannot solve, that they cannot sort out. And they've managed to pull one in here with a proper solid draft. It was not, drafted out to the expectations. I kind of expected them to go in slightly differently, but they went in there with their perfect winning formula. As we go into game number 3, based on what you've seen so far, favoring any sides just yet?
Well, it's too hard for me to make a call for this final game. I just really want to enjoy a good match from both ends, and hopefully they'll come up with something even more special heading towards game number 3, coming to you live in a short moment from now.
Macam tak ada respon diberikan dari penjaga penonton. Dicuri! Dicuri! Kehilangan nyawa yang agak banyak, tarikan yang baik. Nampaknya mereka punya penjaga Ozora Becky. Nyawanya betul-betul menjadikan. Masih lagi bersama. Wan Rakit telah pun dimilikinya. Mencari peta. Mencari peta. Mencari peta.
Nice. Alright, go. Down first. Can. Alright, down already. Nexus. Okay. Nice! Victory! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on board. Okay.
Know you're back if you own it. Live your life like a chosen, no matter what, I won't let up. It's in my soul, it's in my blood, and I won't take no for an answer. If it don't hurt me, it makes me stronger. No matter what, I won't let up. It's in my soul, it's in my blood, and I won't take it no more. If I won't be there. Just leave it to me. I know what I need. You'll find it, you see. And if you believe, you live and you breathe, you'll find the peace. Know what I need, I know what I need. You'll find the peace, the key.
No, I can't remember the last time that I really felt fine. Now I'm trying to rewind. Cause lately, I've been feeling kinda hazy. Like I'm stuck in a daydream. And you're not here to save me. Down and out, I hit the floor. All is fair in love and war. But I can't do this anymore, no, no. So, take me to a place I know. Somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know. Cause baby, you feel like home. I've been reminiscing the late nights. We'd fall in love in the moonlight, then wake up at sunrise. Now I'm just thinking that we should go back to when we were. Hold each other to feel good. Down and out, I hit the floor. All is fair in love and war. But I can't do this anymore, no, no. So take me to a place I know. Somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so high.
Nice. Alright, go. Down first. Can. Alright, down already. Nexus. Alright, okay. Nice! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on board. Okay.
Macam tak ada respon diberikan dari pendengar penonton. Dicuri! Kehilangan nyawa yang agak banyak, tarikan yang baik. Nampaknya mereka menyentuh menyalahkan Ozora Becky. Nyawanya betul-betul menyebabkan. Masih lagi terselamat. Wan Rakit telah pun dimilikinya. Mencari peta.
Welcome to the C Icon Series MY. This is League of Legends Wild Rift, brought to you by the ESL Mobile Open with the support of Maggie Hot Cup, Udu, as well as JBL. With Contra, my name is Mustachio. We are here to bring you all of the hottest action, and hot action we have gotten in here, man. Linkx eSports with a comeback, Contra.
That's right, and could this be another series win for them? Because it has been quite a while since we last saw Linkx eSports here take on the full series at the very end. But RTZ Underank, they were, of course, trying something out here with the Ash Arrows, which was looking pretty beautiful. But will they be bringing up again in this Maggie Hot Cup Champ Select?
Well, they've made quite a bit of, damage, or they brought it in, but unfortunately they just couldn't convert. So Camille as well as Diana being struck off by RTZ Underank as well as Linkx eSports, and Akali will follow suit right after, Contra.
Some sort of standard the bans are coming out. And Linkx eSports, they banned out the Olaf, which I don't really feel is necessary because they end up winning that game in particular. So now they do have Crown here picking up that 6 because we saw how much of a detonation that it can cause throughout the Rift. And the Sagittal charge, if you were to pop it on the turret that's below 20% health, it will immediately detonate it, so it makes pushing a lot easier. But finally, Black Cat will be able to get his hands on his Janna.
And Lux will be will be brought in here by Rods. Gragas cannot be picked by Yoshi unless there is a mistake on the right-hand side, ladies, German boys and girls. But we'll drop on here to the Wukong as well as Ezreal being brought in by Kato as well as Kuro. So a very steady, strong lineup from Linkx eSports to take game number 3 in here.
I really wonder what has Yoshi picked up right there, because it definitely won't be a Gragas if Emotion has locked that one for himself. But Jungler Wukong seems to be pretty much a good pickup as we look at the survey composition that they did brought out here from the likes of Linkx Esports is to make sure to create a little bit more room for Kuro to work with and Gragas to also connect with his explosive cast. So up till now, I wonder what exactly is that pick up there, because Rods is going on that Darius. So I guess we'll have to go into the Rift to find out. And well, of course, a little bit of question mark on what RTZ is coming up with. So we shall head to the Rift to find out about that. But what about Linkx Esports? What do you feel about this composition? Because I'm looking at it, it will take maybe the mid-game onwards for them to really come into full swing.
And let's see if or not they allow their opponents to even get up to that midway without a lot of trouble, right? Because we have seen, bouts of aggression coming in here. Pressure that we don't expect to see early on in the game being brought forth by both of the teams as they want to go and test each other out, baiting each other in for some team fights. And, in 2 games, it's gone either way so far. Linkx Esports managing to take it back in game number 2. RTZ Underank, of course, getting it sorted out first. The more promising side, obviously, in game number 1, the way RTZ Underank took the game, would you say that it was because Linkx Esports did not plan to scale up properly and, depended on that Lee Sin a little bit too much? Or, was it just RTZ being able to overcome them? Because there needs to be something that is consistent here, Contra.
I guess, that Lee Sin is proving to be a little bit of a problem as well. So if they want to negate that, they have to break wall this Lee Sin by creating layers for him not to actually come in for an engagement. But, Wukong works somewhat the same way. Well, it was indeed RTZ Underank that has been able to secure that Gragas, which leaves Emotion chasing Crown all the way to the back. Now, he's going to force a very early recall, so he's going to miss that very first wave if the Garen can just shove as soon as he could, and maybe 1 minute or 2 will be denying Crown that early level advantage, and usually that early level could actually change things around.
Yep, and the Gragas is right back into the fray to see if or not this Garen can be taken down. Second time round with a couple of more opportunities in here. Kagame, Shanks putting that pressure on to the opponent. But Kuro will not be backing away from this opportunity, and the pressure is a stalemate down there at the Dragon Lane. Up top and mid as well, it's the same story, unless that Wukong decides to show up, in which case the Darius will be saying hello as well to another stalemate.
Oh my, Kagame is playing so aggressively, and it's quite a beauty to watch how he's actually shoving them all the way throughout the back. Now, dodging that snare is going to be very, very vital. And what they are doing right here is that this Garen is just hoping to negate a lot of all these minion pressure and body slam. And Emotion just trades right back, knowing that he has the superior damage.
Even that body slam could not hold that Garen down. Kagame still with the pressure onto Black Cat as well as Kuro. They cannot keep this up for any longer, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Here comes the minion as well, allowing Shanks to go in there and do the damage towards the turret, but not getting a little too excited. Janna will be able to make them pay if they overstay their welcome, and they'll continue placing the pressure by clearing out those waves so up high. Ziggs holding down that midsection really well. Oriana's not able to cross the borders, Contra.
Another talking point that I want to highlight is that Rods is playing Darius in the jungle, which is being pulled as a cheese strat from time to time in solo queue. Not to say that he isn't really the worst jungle possible, but if you look at the effectiveness when it comes down to execution, it's not really a champion that can easily run into somebody and say, hello, I'm going to come secure the kills. Now, with a Wukong on top, I think that Rots will have a little bit of difficulty in some of these team fights, especially getting his hands onto Kuro when he's only having flash instead of Ghost, which usual Darius will pick to run at enemies.
Okay, 69 placing this trap very well there. Goes in for a quick spin around, and Shanks will back away. Calls in Rods for that backup. Yoshi into the fray as well. This could break up into a team fight, but no. Both of the sides very disciplined. Pulls away Contra.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about, because Rods, there's no way that he can get up close and personal without popping that flash, and even so, he couldn't even roll in anybody out there to just pick them apart. But it's still pretty beautiful to see Kagame managing to escape out of that situation and still surviving with some really good chunk of health, while 69 might have actually overcommitted for that. And like you said, good discipline is being shown from both ends.
Kato, with the pressure onto Yoshi, Yoshi's not able to tank the damage that Oriana's dishing out so far. We'll have to depend on Shanks to see if or not that backup can come through. With the Wukong pushing down mid as well, Ziggs needs to be really careful. They are playing the objectives towards the Dragon Lane already, and Ziggs will be falling towards the Mountain Drake as well. Who's going to be starting things off, and who's going to be claiming the quick bait in for the team fight? Rods will go ahead to open this up for RTZ Contra.
Well, they're quite far away, but they're looking for Yoshi. Forces him to flash away. Here comes the shockwave as well. The good body slam on top. And explosive cast to really deter them from putting forward. But it will still be the tick of health being popped across. And Rods, he gets himself a couple of kills. And now he's getting with another one. Body slam again. 2 kills in for Kagame. And they are pretty much clear to take this first streak of the game.
They made that look too easy. I mean, remnants of game number 1 in here with the sort of shutdown and dominance that RTZ Underank promises to bring into game number 3. Rods, as he goes through to clear off his jungle a little bit more, poor a little. Here's the thing, right? Apart from what you have seen so far, with the Wukong's performance in here. 69 with a quick... Oh, my goodness. I thought it was his opponent, but instead he goes straight in for that scuttle Contra.
Yeah, now let's get back to action, right? Into this phase where it was a beautiful shockwave that connected few, but members of Linkx eSports, they were dispositioned, and it was some really big highlight plays that comes out of majority of the members, and you gotta give Crown the credit because he was the one who displays and splits apart the entirety of this Linkx eSports side, and hence that team fight was won single-handedly with that Gragas play. So, heading back, now 4-0. I guess in terms of goal, it will be a little bit of a catch-up, and speaking of which, Rod's now joining into the fray. I think he's already been spotted out much early on, so it shouldn't be too much pressure, especially when you are facing off against Kuro, who is going to be on the Ezreal. Thank goodness no snares connecting. But Rip Harold will be the call for RTZ Underank.
Well, Rod's just going and pulling Shelly out real quick to say hello to her, as the rest of the players from RTZ Underank will push in as well. The Darius going in for a real quick reset there. This might just be an opener for Linkx eSports to drop in to say hello, and the steal might not be so easy. Kagame tanking those shots coming in from Black Cat as well as Kuro. They went in there for that lane swap just to focus in on Shelly. And just like you said, this Darius might not be able to be as functional in the game as a jungler Contra.
Well, but he's already secured 2 kills, so I guess I was then corrected by some of the team fight plays that really was Crown, making the gap much closer for the team. And with that, speaking of Crown, he's walking across. Rip Harold, not really going to be the point of contest until they get a clear line of sight. And speaking of that, they could be disrupting the Rip Harold for a little bit. Same goes to the Scuttle. That's going to be a double whammy. But, 69, he's going to be going in with the Cyclone already because his health bars are being popped across. The flash comes in. Didn't really need Ross to do that. But that kind of resets the Herald. Now they don't have a smite. And I don't really think that this is going to be a good fight for Linkx eSports. And it will be another reset. And now Herald will go in for that. Oh, Rod pulls one guy over. But here comes Mega Inferno Bomb dropping into all 3 members. And you know it's a lost toss Oh, body slam kind of misses, but he flashes over the wall. No mana left for the Gragas. So easily going in for the recall. They got what they need.
They got exactly what they needed in here. And so far, 2 main objectives down. You've got the Mountain Drake in hand. Shelly has been picked up as well. And Crown will go back right into that shop and ravage through for a couple of upgrades in here. This is round 3 coming in from RTZ Underank. And so far, so good. And, you know, what is the next push in here if not for the Infernal Drake? Because that's going to kick off in about 20 seconds. 69 just preparing the battle arena. Just de-warding a little bit, placing his own side wards there as well to make sure RTZ does not have the upper hand in this one, Contra.
Well, it's going to take a little bit of a while, and Monsoon being popped prematurely, and they're walking straight to the final spark. Wow. Such aggression being shown, and instead of going for the Infernal, they will drop Shelly right down below, while the rest of Linkx eSports being way too occupied. Eventually will have to give up this Rift Herald or the turret. And now back to the Drake we go. 4 versus 5. Well, 4 versus 4 to be exact, because over the top side it's going to be Crown that's trying to actually pull them in. But here comes the TP. Immediately Crown rises to see with Boss Lamb. When, oh my goodness! Beautiful explosive cast, and also the Infernal Bomb.
Motion with just a tick of health left. Crown shut down. Contra, at the moment, it just looks like all-out RTZ, man. Wukong managing to just pull one back for the team. But with the, you know, emotion as well as Kuro taken down in this game, there's nothing much they can do in here as a push. They can only go ahead to defend.
I'm just looking at where exactly things go wrong for the likes of Linkx eSports. I'm just seeing pretty offensive build for this Garen, which isn't really the best scenario, especially when you are behind. So he did build on top with the Gargoyle Stone Plate, so whenever he rushes in and activates that, he gets a big fat shield just to tank a little bit more damage. It's either he starts building more towards the tank pathway, or else just giving RTZ Underank so much more room to work with to tear down this really squishy Garen. And over the side of Linkx eSports, they're dropping turrets after turrets, and this ain't looking too good. 1 versus 1 over the bottom side. What's really going on? Oh, okay. Kagami gets the kill.
Oh, and Kuro's not going to be too happy with that at all. Emotion is going to be in trouble right now. Goes around swinging. Silences Shanks as well, but that's not enough damage to hold them back. Here comes Crown for that backup as well. The explosive cast can make a quick follow-up if it needs to. And 69 not going in for a crazy push. Rod's in here for the backup as well. Kagame drops in. Look at Crown just flanking all the way back through with a beautiful explosive cast to throw them into trouble's way.
Oh my goodness, everyone's fighting under the turret, and this isn't looking all too good. No casualties, but 69 almost getting taken out. Now, I guess many of the members of Linkx eSports is way too low, as they will have to give this turret up, and immediately blown apart by Yoshi.
Uh-oh, this fight might come through. 69. Oh, he just walks past Crown. Crown doesn't notice him there. But it doesn't matter, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This Gragas has done more than enough damage to make himself proud in here.
That's right. It's now 9-1. A little bit of a gap of a scoreline in terms of kills. And it's a 10,000 gold difference between the two of them. So far, I'm looking at more items being purchased from the likes of Linkx eSports, finally getting a Guardian Angel on 69. While Sunfire Aegis for the Garen, that will definitely help a whole lot. And just checking out the highest amount of gold is currently being held by Kagami, as he's already secured 4 kills in the bag. Spectre Cowl for the likes of the Darius to just negate a little bit more magical damage, just stealing away the red Brambleback.
Oh, and Rods has got that true buff as he goes in here for a quick wipe on that minion wave. Katro as well as Black Cat gonna be dropping in for that pressure. Rod's just clearing out the jungle of that Wukong, who's not going to be too happy about it at all. Kagame, now they can place this pressure onto 69. Up top and that mid battle. Emotion will be taking it up against that Gragas as well. Down at that Dragon Lane.
Oh man. Now pressure is on over the mid side here. And Linkx eSports, they do have so many players being split apart, and 69 now gets caught out by Rots. He has to force his way across with the Cyclone. Now, Redemption being used up as well. Inferno Bomb has already dropped right in. But no casualties. Just denying a lot of all these entry coming from Linkx eSports as they easily call for their third Drake uncontested.
Yeah, RTZ just doing enough there with the Ziggs just placing the Satchel Charge just as a point of prevention to make sure they don't get followed, and that just gives them enough space. RTZ, they go in and take the Drake as well. 3 Drakes in hand so far. Linkx eSports, the longer this match goes, the further behind they will fall contra.
That's right. Now, RTZ Underank, they have all the gears they need to really just go in for a full-blown fight. Force of Nature being built by the Darius that will negate a lot of damage being put out by Kato. So, I wonder, is this where it all ends? Because they're taking sweet time. Their own sweet time, that is. So, there is wards inside of the Baron Pit, but Crown has plans of his own. Anyways, he does have the teleport, so he could just easily regroup and join the fray. But that split push coming into effect will keep one member of Linkx eSports down there eventually.
That Wukong showing that the Krugs belong to him in his own jungle. But RTZ Underank, they don't care. They've already gotten the damage done already. Now, the attempt for Baron cannot come through just yet. They need to make sure a couple of players do go down first. The wards have been placed, and that Ziggs is going in to check the vicinity as well. The push coming up mid as Rods leads the charge. Kuro comes in to say hi. Yoshi has spotted out a player in front of him as well, and that's going to be none other than 69. And the beautiful pushback allows them the space to engage with Mr. Baron Nashor for the take as well. Are they going to be able to pull this buff, or are we going to be able to see that Wukong jump right into the fray with a quick smite contra?
Well, Rods has to get back in for the smite because he needs to actually secure this one in the back, but for Linkx eSports, they are being pulled right in. Instead, they are actually forcing an engagement coming with Rods as they are taking down the clone instead, getting full ones, and Rods, he burned the flash for it. That's why producers are saying, okay, I guess you got fooled. But fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, shame on you. I don't know how this one runs, but Rods, he's out of position, and they're hoping actually going for the catch. And things are getting heated up. Mutsu being popped right in. 69, he turns golden for a little tap bit. RTZ on the right, they might actually lose this fight. 5 words, they're all torn apart. There goes Shockwave as well. And with that, Kato has to force his flash. Kagame goes in with a kill instinct, but he will be traded up as well. 2 for 2. I do believe this one will go, but instead it's 2 for 1 exchange. Both sides not getting the Baron.
Both sides are not getting the Baron, and it is RTZ that gets slightly more annoyed. They don't want to stop this engagement just yet. Kuro just putting that pressure onto them. Kato will be hopping away, but here comes the push by Crown. I mean, the explosive cast was perfection by Crown once again, forcing a even better engagement for the side of Linkx eSports, because it really looked like Linkx already got that and Rods was about to get taken down, but it was Crown's explosive cast that saved his skin. Contra.
That's right, and I'm just looking at the goal difference. It's starting to not matter as we approach the late game. So the final Drake will be the Elder Cloud Dragon. It will be appearing in a few moments, so wards now being placed inside of the pit. Now, 2 options available. I wonder which one will they be going for, because Baron seems to be a tall task at the moment. I think
the Drake itself will take a little bit of the longer time to slay. So they will really need emotion to really get into the picture. He doesn't really have flash available. So with that, now Ocean, he's turning right in, and Cattle. Oh my word, this is the worst time to get picked off. And with that, free Cloud Drake for RTZ Underank.
Oh, just getting it done right this round. And they will go in for the push, ladies, German boys and girls. Kagame on the Drew buff will go on to clear out the wave right in front of him. And it'll be 69 that stops by, gets stunned right on spot. And he will be able to just leave a clone to trick them once again. And it will be Baron Nashor engage time, Contra.
Yeah, I don't think there is a way out for the side of Linkx eSports. And oh my goodness, they just went in for all the kills, leaving only emotion. They don't really need the Baron, but they will still get it nonetheless. So the end is nigh for Linkx eSports. And Yoshi says, in your face, it is what it is. RTZ Underank, after a little bit of a interesting scuffle, it was only 2 kills that end up in Linkx eSports side. Well, that's a little bit of overkill, isn't it? And with that, Mustachio AJ, this one comes to an end.
Absolute perfection, man. RTZ Underank pulling it back, not giving Linkx eSports too much of a chance in game number 3. So well played by both the teams, but only one could stand tall at the end of that day. And it was that Gragas Contra. It was that Gragas that was the MVP personally for me for, making such a huge difference in some of those engagements with his really well-placed explosive cast, man.
That's right, and well, both sides really play some really interesting Gragas being showed across, but this one, we did see Linkx eSports feeling very much uncomfortable up in the early game. I guess it's really about buying time for Kuro to get all those items up so that he can start chunking out some of the health bars, but it took a little bit way too late as well because those team fights were looking very much sublime for RTZ Underank, except for what Rods tried to pull up with early on. But it's okay. They still get the win, and we will check out some of the stats for the entirety of the series.
Yep, let's look at it. And Kagame will be picking up that MVP with the 5 kills as well as 8 assists in here. He falls twice, but the pressure that he put down at the Dragon Lane was just so immense, right? And Crown, as he moved through that game, he was holding his own for quite a bit, but dropping in just for the push. And his intention was very simple. Bring the fight in, bring those players closer in for the engage, because Linkx eSports just kept backing away from those opportunities, which, RTZ just saw as the opportunity to ace them out.
That's right, and I just felt that, out of all these commotion in the Rift, it was also Shangxur that has been able to just provide some great cover for his teammates when in the moment comes to be quite dire. But then again, when exactly has RTZ Underank been pushed to the brink of death? Maybe around that battle across mid lane as well as the Baron Nashor itself, but that's pretty much it. I don't really see emotion going in your face kind of style of play on this Garen, as he was hoping to actually build into a more offensive route, and halfway through he just thinks, okay, I guess it's time to go full tank. So 69 as well as emotion here, they were caught out of place as well, especially the final fight that was supposed to happen. Kato got caught out, and that very moment that fight was lost just because of that.
Absolutely, man. Now, Kuro, of course, he was able to go in there and deal the bulk of the damage from Linkx eSports, but as the kill feed or, the kill stats would show you, 16-2, they didn't really go in there to finish off those players from RTZ, not the way they were getting it done in game number 2. And of course, without that Lee Sin in there, with just the Wukong, 69, he felt that pinch for sure, Contra. You look at Yoshi and the damage that he built up with the Ziggs, right? Absolute craziness. And the satchel charge continuously being such a useful point of or method of defense as well as offense.
That's right. And I just really think that the Gragas always will see some really good priorities coming to competitive play. And for the Ziggs, definitely it depends on draft itself, because it could actually cause quite a lot of risk when you are going on the Ziggs, because the only escape is to land a proper satchel challenge just to bounce your way out of the commotion. Or if you play it aggressively, you could actually do a little bit of a mini explosive cast, just like what Crown does, you know? So I guess that's pretty much the game here being concluded. RTZ Underank now taking the full points. Of course, dropping one game to Linkx eSports isn't going to phase them all too much. I believe this will really put them nicely up the leaderboards and to, at the very least, a top 4 position.
Absolutely. And of course, that would be a win they are definitely in here happy about. There's nothing else that they wanted to take away from this game, just like what, of course, everybody wants, right? Let's take a quick look at the recap of that match and break down once again exactly what went down here, Contra.
Exactly. Now, let's take a look, because this fight here was looking to be quite even up until, of course, game number 1. It was the encore show coming from the Seraphine that has been able to actually open a little bit more room, and this flash coming out of Crown just to really chunk out majority of the HP, and 69 just kept raking in those kills after kills after kills. But this was members of LE getting spotted out, and I felt it was, well, do I even have words for it? Just a ticking time bomb waiting to explode.
Yeah, it was not the cleanest of fights taken in here by Linkx eSports towards the end of the game, right? Like you mentioned, in game number 1, it was all about that Lee Sin show, and the rest of the team members just weren't stepping it up. No matter how many times they tried, they just kept getting shut down, just like in this scenario as well, right? They wanted to go in there for the team engage, but just not getting that consistency within their ranks itself, Contra. They would go ahead to lose the inhibitor and then the Nexus later on there as well.
That's right. Now, over here, of course, game number 1 will be sealed, but heading into its game number 2, this is where there's a different story, because this fight looking to be real great, because that encore connected perfectly well, but Black Cat absolutely zones the entry point from the rest of the members of RTZ Underank. And eventually, this Rift Herald will still be secured by the likes of LE, and they still went in for another engagement with another life loss. So 69, this was the interesting note, right? So beautiful enchanted crystal arrow under turret is where nobody needs to be at, and that's a free kill.
Yeah.
And all thanks to Kagami.
Absolute free one in there, man. And of course, they went in here for the Elder Drake towards the end. And RTZ Underank, they wanted to go through with the beautiful take, but it was the Ziggs that came in there for that final steal. But was that enough, as they managed to snuff out RTZ as well with an almost ace there? Kagame was the only guy left, and once that takedown went through, game over, Contra.
Well, it wasn't really fully over until, you know, a couple more of those fights, but it is what it is. But this was where that explosive cast separates the entirety of this fight, and it was just open sesame, you know? Like, after this fight, it really brought and propelled the likes of RTZ Underank to be absolutely activated. And is there even a challenge being brought forward? Because this was them being a little bit too late, and explosive cast once more popped in the right direction.
Where that final crazy mega inferno bomb dropped by Ziggs. Perfection at its aim, man. And of course, they went through, they plowed through their opponents, and from then on, it was just an RTZ victory all the way through. They managed to pick up each and every single one of those objectives. They take Baron Nashor as well. No matter what Linkx eSports wanted in match number 3, there was no way in hell from this point on that they were able to do anything about it, Contra.
Yeah, it was only emotion left, and the death timers were a little bit way too high as well. And that actually concludes it for the RTZ side. And of course, fans of RTZ Underank, where you at? Because your team has just walked away from a really grueling best of 3 with, of course, 2-1 scoreline. So we're going to be, of course, checking out who will be the MVP of this entirety of the matchup. Now, who's it really going to be? Because I got a feeling match number 3 was Crown's game. Match number 2, I can't really say that it's fully Kagame, but game number 1, it was definitely Kagame here that really shined the brightest.
Yeah, so I think it is gonna be Kagame as well from RTZ, right? So let's see if or not we are right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. But of course, you can stay excited for the matchup coming up next, as well as GeekFam takes on Eminence Raptors. MVP, bring it on. Is it gonna be Kagame, or is it going to be Crown? Let's take a look, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, as production just chooses to tease us.
That's right. Well, I'm getting used to it by now, so of course, I guess we could blame it on Ikuto as well, because again, it's not our fault, but we're definitely getting right there. So with that, Kagame, like you've guessed it, not really the cleanest of KDA, but he made it work because he dished out quite an amount of damage and looking real good in the brand new RTZ Underank jersey.
Yeah, boy. And that Kaisa just swooped in there to get all of that damage down in and out. Before you know it, Kagame, all in your face sort of a gameplay coming through from this ADC, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. And there's no other way he will take it. Was it good enough for the win today? Absolutely.
That's right. Now, playing the Kaisa here, he has been going very, very deep into action, and we saw some really interesting killer instinct that has been brought to play as well. He's never shying away from any sort of battle. This is why Kagame remains as one of the top 5 marksmen in the Rift in Malaysia at the moment. So, with that said, that will conclude the entirety of the series here, but don't go anywhere just yet, because we still have another exciting series coming our way. It's GeekFam taking on the likes of Hila and Co. And, well, Eminence Raptors, I'm seeing them actually rise up to the standard of Sem 9 already, but just needing to take out GeekFam to really, of course, help the likes of Berjaya Dragons get back on top. But will that be the case, though? Because GeekFam today looking ever so impressive, and we've got so much to talk about later on in a couple moments. So, AJ, what are you expecting about that series?
You see, here's the thing, right? Eminence Raptors, they've already impressed us in here so far. Now, impressing us against GeekFam would equate to drawing a little bit of blood, right? Can they push this into a 2-1 situation? Because let's call it as it is. GeekFam is most probably going to take the W in here. And if they are able to draw blood little by little, they can continue to rise up the ranks and pose a bigger threat to the likes of RTZ. Now, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we're going to take a quick short break. When we come back, we'll bring you the final series of the day.
Macam tak ada respon diberikan dari penjaga penonton. Dicuri! Dicuri! Kehilangan nyawa yang agak banyak, tarikan yang baik. Nampaknya mereka bisa mengenai Ozora Becky. Nyawanya betul-betul menyebabkan. Masih lagi bersama. Wan Rakit telah pun dimilikinya. Mencari peta. Mencari peta. Mencari peta.
Nice. Alright, go. Down first. Can. Alright, down already. Nexus. Okay. Nice! Victory! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on board. Okay.
leader. I got my team up. I've been a dreamer. I switched the scene up. I done got that green up. It don't make me fiend up, but they know I'm being with the rats. Call me the fiend up. Every word, smoke up, no lean up in my soda. Fresh and clean, got no hold up. I've been an outcast, when you're scared, we told ya. Been in that backseat, facts we move that word, but it ain't no D-R-U-G-M-B-M-U-S-I-C. I'm only human. If you cut the skin, I bet I bleed. And when my back against the walls, put in that work, I lead. I see the vision clear, seeing things that y'all don't see. 2 dubs on the vision, call it 2020.
I got my team up, hit it off from rapping, we stacking, getting my green up. With y'all lean up, took in a while, trucking a minute a mile, fucking up every style. You in it now, told her my family is proud. Willing to fight and we proud, bitch, I don't wanna talk. I just walk rock, 100 bands can't trying to get on my stock. Love all my fans, fuck on my...
Macam tak ada respon diberikan dari penunjukan apa dong? Dicuri! Dicuri! Kehilangan nyawa yang agak banyak, tarikan yang baik. Nampaknya mereka punya pemain Ozora Becky. Nyawanya betul-betul menjadikan. Masih lagi bersama. 100 telah pun dimilikinya. Mencari peta. Mencari peta. Mencari peta.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is the League of Legends Wild Rift C Icon Series MY, brought to you by the ESL Mobile Open with the support of Maggie Hot Cup, Yudu, as well as JBL. With me is the one and only Contra. My name is AJ, I'm the Mustachio. And, you know, the hottest of hot action needs to wrap up with a little bit of, you know, consistency. Will we be able to see GeekFam be the ones who bring in that consistency with another 2-0 victory in here? Because the first one of the day was a tremendous 2-0 over the Giants, Berjaya Dragons themselves. Now, you know, they are already the 2 best teams. Getting that win just went out to send a very strong statement. GeekFam once again steps to wrap the day up. Can Eminence Raptors draw some blood, Contra?
Well, wrapping the Raptors will be a little bit of a difficult task, but not impossible, because GeekFam right now going on a spree, and they want to complete the entirety of the hurdle here. And I'm just thinking that, you know, on a good day, I believe Eminence Raptors have what it takes to shut them down. So Eminence Raptors, they need to actually go on something that is a little bit more ratchet or off the wall, if I really have to put it, because members of the side of Eminence Raptors, they have really strong solo laners up through the top side over the mid lane. Xion so far has been improving almost every single game. Now, he brings in the Wukong and plays it very, very well. The question is, can GeekFam, of course, shut them off on all their plans? Because Eminence Raptors, they're also on the roll.
Well, okay, now GeekFam's on the blue side here. They will get the ban, and they literally ban Xion out, right? So Wukong is a no-no. Rumpel's not going to be able to get his Lee Sin as well. So at the get-go, it seems like the fight is for the jungle. And then Akali gets sliced out for, you know, very crazy reasons. No, not really. They just don't want Steezy touching it. But Steezy now has got the open for the Camille or the Fiora pick, which he's very comfortable with, unless Shang will not take that away from him. Steezy, come on. Bring that Camille through and get that advantage. Now, Fiora.
I'm looking at the Fiora pickup here that's going to be working pretty much interestingly, because it could be a mid lane Fiora, it could be a top lane Fiora, because last game it was in the mid lane for Hilla. So maybe it's to actually answer to this Gallo that will be played out by Ozora Becky. So Rumpel here will be keeping his tabs close to the mid lane to shut him off if that's going to be the case. But, you know, the ban on Katarina isn't really going to affect GeekFam too much, because Becky usually goes on Orianna, he goes on, you know, Galio, as well as the Ari from time to time. Haven't seen him whipped out the Katarina. So I guess it's more of like getting more options on the table. Now, there's going to be the Gragas here that will be playing. So I believe that it either goes to the support or even the top lane, while Jarvan will be picked up for the jungle. So Xion will be getting himself something that he's at least familiar to.
Yep, a couple of cataclysms to be dropped in there just to hold them in place for Ezreal, just to rain down, thunder on them. Yeah, maybe it's going to be just enough to shut GeekFam down. Kaiser being picked up here by Momo, and Camille will be nailed off here for that final pick for GeekFam, which is going to be such a huge problem for Eminence Raptors, as that Hextech ultimatum just locks their players in position for the slay.
I really do like the Nami that's coming up online here, because you could actually give that Ezreal a little bit more spacing to work around, and of course giving, I can't really say infinite heals, but a little bit of a heal from time to time to just keep him very much healthy. It might just be the formula right now for their victory. Now, very nice draft coming from Eminence Raptors, and I gotta say, GeekFam here is still that team that can just conjure something out of the ordinary, and team fights is where they are the experts at. So the jungle will have to matter from both ends, and let's see what does Rumble bring to the table.
Well, is it gonna be that Jarvan that actually puts a stop to the assault and battery? Vi, who will just try to go in there and lock them into positions as well, right? You see, the pressure that GeekFam is able to exert on these teams that have dropped into the rift with them so far has been absolutely unstoppable. Can the Eminence Raptors be the difference out of the lot and just stop the rampaging GeekFam today? And actually pull one better than, even Berjaya Dragons, Contra.
Yeah, I guess Berjaya Dragons, of course, today showing a little bit more of a lackluster run. And now, nobody has been able to stop GeekFam on an entire series. And over here, Steezy already opened things up here with a couple of salt towards the Shank. Tries to actually pop that vital spot. But that will go on cooldown for a little bit longer. So I think that Camille will be able to actually get a little bit more control up in the early game for just a tad bit until they reach level 2. Because the Shank is showing no signs of mercy towards Steezy.
And Steezy will not have this any other way. That Fiora is going to get pushed back all the way towards the turret. The Camille is just a little too painful to deal with. Ozora Veki is facing a similar situation up against this Gragas, controlled by Hilla, and that's going to be a scrim that we will be coming back to in a bit as well. Steezy responding to those shots coming in from the Shag, but so far so good. The laning phase seems to be one that GeekFam tries to bring the aggression to scare Eminence Raptors away. They stand their ground, Contra.
Yeah, very neutral for a start. Becky now soaking a little bit more damage. And Steezy is not really feeling all too comfortable. Oh my goodness, not really the best time to leap right in. The flash comes out. The Shaggy survives with a tick of health. Oh my goodness, that was too close because the minions were hitting on top of him. But just a little bit more of effort that could have possibly get a 1-for-1 or even, maybe a little bit of a one-sided affair for now, but it was still beautiful.
Yeah, it was absolutely beautiful, man, coming in from Shang. That Camille knew exactly how much of HP it had in the bag to go in and tank a couple of, damage from the turret. But you see, here's the thing. Gets only one hit from the turret and then immediately backs away, not even allowing those minions to have that aggression placed on. Perfection coming in from Shang.
That's right, Eminence Raptors. I think that they could still hold out, and currently Rumble is already on the side, so easily invades across, getting a couple of Raptors in. The Shank now will have to work with what he's got, but Steezy, he's got a couple of items already. Grasp of the Undying now for the runes, as that Keystone will be able to provide him a little bit more HP to maybe heading towards the late game, so long as Steezy does a lot more of these poking. Now, heading towards level 5, this might just be a very good fight between the two, and Xion, he's already arriving to the scene, but he won't be able to join right in. Remember this, easily hookshot could put them aside, and speaking of hookshot, just goes in to take out a little bit of a funny fruit to get back on track. So in terms of itemization, both of the Baron laners will be rushing that Trinity Force.
And GeekFam, they look like they have got a slight advantage in this game already. And, you know, okay, I wouldn't say an advantage. They've got their foot up front just a little bit with that goal. And in terms of the pressure that they're placing in the game as well with a 2-on-1 situation, Hilla's going to get shut down with a beautiful knock-up coming through. And then Galio will pick it up for the team.
And it's so unfortunate, right? Like, he couldn't even get to use any of these spells, or else Explosive Cast would have knocked them further back into his turret range, and maybe it would have been a 1-for-1 trade. And Xion now going solo on the Drake already. And this is actually a really good call by Eminence Raptors, because everyone is a little bit too occupied or a little bit too far away. So, Eminence Raptors, they should be able to start off here with the very first one.
Oh, and they take the Infernal Drake, something that they'll definitely need if they want to go up against a team like GeekFam. A little bit of an extra boost on your firepower. Why the hell not? Hilla with a quick cast towards that Galio. Ozora Becky's not going to be too fussed about it at all. Nyx and Momo still taking this fight up at the Dragon Lane, and that's going to be a stalemate for the time being unless one of those junglers will come in to say hello. The junglers on that point will go in for a reset. Everything's good so far with Camille just allowed to take a free turret here.
I guess it just needs one more wave to be able to do so. They ran out of minions up there for GeekFam to secure the very first turret, but it will keep the likes of Steezy, or should I say, the bottom laners who will be switching over to the top side to just hang on. Now, I don't believe that Fury will be able to handle the majority of the pressure coming in from both Momo as well as Nyx, so maybe the timing for this is a little bit too bad, but Steezy needs to give enough space because there is Divide coming across the table.
Shang needs to back away from the situation. Xion's dropping in for a quick possibility of a gank here, whilst we see that Camille just holding on to her position, not letting go at all. But that proves to be the perfect distraction because this invade now coming through from that Galio, and this is going to be a backstab on them. Yep, a beautiful gank opportunity. Ozora Veki jumps right in, but misses as Kids pulls away from the equation. Xion waiting, just waiting patiently for the push from GeekFam, but it does not come through, and they will go ahead to tease Shelly instead. They are not going to take Shelly down. This is just a bait, and the bait has worked, and they pull in everyone in here, and all the Glacial Fissure. Let's go with the Hextech Ultimatum locking them in. Cataclysm popped as well. Ozora Veki going in for that snuff, but it is the Jarvan that gets taken down, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Guys are out of the list. Camille snuffed out by the Gragas, and this is an all-out fight, but Hilla isn't able to do anything. Fluffy with the backup as well. Ezreal can flash in with the damage, but Rumple should be able to get the smite on Shelly, whilst Ozora Veki as well as Nyx goes in for the shutdown.
It's a re-engagement coming across, and with the TP unexpectedly coming out of Xion. Wow, a retake from Eminence Raptors, and they might still be able to challenge GeekFam coming right back at him. There's not much mana left for the side of Hilla, and with that bubble missing, they need to actually smite this one up, and Becky is coming across. Eminence Raptors will be able to secure the Red Power, but everyone's goes on it. All-out warfare. Shang now all low, but they will be actually flushing him off. Solo HP, and Eminence Raptors ties it 6-6. Woo!
Oh, yeah. And now they've got the opportunity as well. Opportunity for what? For a quick push up top on that Baron lane. Kids as well as Fluffy bringing the wave of minions up towards that turret, but being met with a wave from blue side as well. This is going to be problem. Eminence Raptors not going to be able to capitalize much. They can bring Shelly out for a pop, but they are going to hold on for a little bit more as Kids goes back in here for a reset.
Let's have a look at this once again, because they were actually challenging, and with that, the Shang hops right across, And it's all thanks to that teleport that comes out of the jar that has been able to result into this 4 versus 3 scenario. And the Shang, he gets shut off. They don't really have the smite to work with, unfortunately. And now Eminence Raptors, man, I'm looking at them having a real solid chance here to actually go in for a fight. And now the Shang just goes in to tease them for a little bit. Bottle being popped out. And Steezy just treading right back. This skill matchup over top lane excites me a whole lot. But what excites me even more? The Cloud Drake now up for the contest, because we might just see another full-blown team fight that will be happening in effect. Camille slowly coming over, and with that, Becky is looking for room to enter the fray.
Yeah, Nyx will be, if he goes in there first, he should be able to tank a lot of these hits whilst Rumpel goes in to go, for the slay on the Drake. But Hilla just posing to be that threat, just rolling those cars in one after the other. Nyx with a quick toss up front. I don't think it's gonna be a possibility for GeekFam to go in for the engage first. And the teaser will come through strong from Eminence Raptors. And they'll go in Cataclysm, will shut Xion in a square. And let's go, Contra.
Oh, Becky comes a little bit too late to the scene, and that Cataclysm only held them for a little bit longer, but that TP was being pulled into its great effect. But now, with Furor dropping right back, he doesn't really have too much health to hold on towards the turret, so this first few turrets will still go over to GeekFam being the second one right now. GeekFam now goes in for another challenge right down below, because this Drake has proved to be a little bit too tough to crack wide open. And it's still going to be a big question of not whether if they could be able to do it. Becky does not really have the hero's entrance. Now, speaking of chances, yes, it would have been pretty much clear, but Rumpel could easily just dive right in to steal it if they want to.
But let's see if or not that is what he drops in for. This Vi is absolute perfection when it comes in for those team engagements with the Assault and Battery. To go in here for a quick steal on the Drake, yep, absolutely right up her alley as well. It is going to be Eminence Raptors that force the issue once again, and the response will come through from GeekFam. Rumpel getting pulled right in, and that is going to be something that we don't want to see. Glacial Fisher will pop all of them up into the air, and here comes the Cataclysm just trapping them inside. Hilla couldn't do much in, and they will go for the slay. Momo almost taken down, and Steezy forces the case, and there goes Kids.
Oh, there we go. Another kill coming right in. The Shang is being popped real low. And Eminence Raptors, they are up ahead against GeekFam. Where were you when this all happens? If you guys are not watching, come on, bring your friends to the bot, because there's a chance here for Eminence Raptors to take game number 1.
Oh, are they going to be able to draw blood? This is what we were talking about, Contra. Can they draw blood? And I think that's exactly where they are headed in. Now, they want to go and pick that buff up for themselves. They'll be able to do exactly that. Why? Because GeekFam is just a little out of commission for the time being. A quick reset in here. They're not going to get too excited and go and touch Mr. Baron just yet. That'll probably end them up getting ace out of the game. Now, it's 2 Drakes for Eminence Raptors and none for GeekFam.
That's right. And I guess GeekFam now being pressurized, they didn't really thought that the Raptors will pounce on them just like that. And really give it up to Xion alongside with Steezy, because these two held their ground real well. Plus Hilla with some really good explosive casts alongside with Kid dropping that big tidal wave. Of course, there was Nyx to soak in the pressure, but not really enough to really help response. And Rumpel, he dove in hit first, and he only caught on to Hilla, which isn't exactly the right target that you really want to be facing as a Vi. And speaking of which, another 1v1, which will turn in towards a 3 versus 1. And explosive cast missed by a slight bit. I guess 2 ults for an escape is going to be a good news, but GeekFam now, they're thinking of setting up this Baron.
Well, are they going to be able to go in? It just looks like bait, and here comes a slay. Bye-bye, Kids, once again. It was a beautiful setup by GeekFam that Eminence Raptors just walk right into.
That's right. They gotta just continue picking on that Nami, but Over here, we do have the full shot just likely missing. Repost being popped right in. Hextech ultimate under the turret. There's nothing much that ZZ can do. And the Shang just goes in for that solo kill. Up in the mid lane as well. Glacial Fisher being popped right in.
Beautiful.
It's not really the right target that they want to engage on. So consider that out being burned. But pressure is on. Top side, bottom side, both being pushed by GeekFam. They secure yet another turret. Now Hilla is going in for the challenge, but does he have enough damage? Because that is going to be a little bit of a tough bout for him. But Hilla had the explosive cast over here. Flag and drag to secure the kill on Rumble.
Oh, and this push is gonna come through right now for the side of Eminence Raptors. Shion calling the shots in for his team. Nyx and Momo in the vicinity, and Shion wants to go in for the engage on Baron. This is so ballsy, Contra.
Yeah, and they're taking advantage here because Rumple is not going to be available. Now they're having the Shang. Goes in with a hook shot, and everybody's stuck inside a pit. This will be a great Heroes entrance and the ton. Everybody gets out of their way, but Fluffy, he'll be the next one to be flushed out. And Eminence Raptor jumped the gun a little bit too soon. And GeekFam, they won't have the room to just steal it away after acing out Eminence Raptors.
No! Why did they rush? Why did they force the case? They get such an amazing opener, and that was a usual bait that GeekFam sets up for the other teams, but Eminence Raptors, they just walked into the trap on their own. They allow themselves to get ace. They give away Baron Nashor. They give away the Ocean Drake as well. They will give away all of the advantages that they've managed to rake up for themselves. And 9K back on that goal so far, Contra.
Yeah, I believe that it was wiser for them to just bait out GeekFam to commit instead of like going for Baron Nashor itself. And I guess it was a little bit too late because everybody was stuck inside a pit. And Vaki says, hello, I get some free knockups, and the Shan can lock people in with the Hextech ultimatum as well. Baron power play in effect, crushes down mid lane, looking for the inhib as well. But Eminence Raptors, they drop the explosive cast, buying a little bit more time, needing to actually take down the cannon minions that are in the way. And same goes to the bottom side. Steezy needing to find a little bit of footing here. The bubble will not land. And Eminence Raptors here is facing turmoil because this is a push that they cannot stop over the mid side.
Nah, they cannot, man. They lose the inhibitor in the middle as well, but they will flex on right towards the right-hand side. Why? Because the minions are coming right back through. Steezy, Fluffy, and team doing all they can to do their defense, but defense is something that does not exist when you are taking on GeekFam. 2 inhibitors taken down with the help of Baron Nashor, and I think the damage has been done. And this is going to force Eminence Raptors to just play a defensive game from here on. And what can you do to turn things around for yourself?
Now look at this again, right? Like Nyx, he just goes in, pops some vision, but this hook shot was the one that set everything on board. And I just felt that Hilla, he was trying to actually look for that room, but he knows that his teammates are done for by that moment, that he is looking for a little bit more of a salvation point. And just like that, one team fight changes all these opportunities for Eminence Raptors, and now one member down, and the likes of Shion trying to make an escape. They will still commit. Glacial Fisher being popped unnecessarily, and not like GeekFam really cares about needing that ultimate to take them on. No more Baron, but oh my goodness! Two-man Ton coming from Ozora Becky alongside with the Heroes entrance. Not really knocking onto Steezy. He is the only remaining member out there. The death timer is a little bit too high. I guess it's over. GeekFam, they will march on and take game number 1.
They will want to go in for the spectacular on Steezy as well, not taking down the turret. Steezy just escapes towards the very end. And it is Nexus down, GeekFam up on top with the 3rd point in here from the day.
This is what I really love about Wild Rift as well as League of Legends in general. One wrong call can really make or break the game. Like, the call to fight was actually perfect. They got the pick on towards Rumble. They should have actually created maybe a little bit more space to actually go on that Baron, but that wasn't seem to be the case, and they kind of jumped the gun a little bit way too early, and that really lost all the opportunities for the likes of Eminence Raptors. But I'm really liking what they're showing us, that there is a chance. It's not always going to be a Berjaya Dragons here to take on GeekFam. You can't wait for Sem9 to do that. You have to put everything on the line to be able to take down some of the top players out there. And let's check out the stats for Game 1.
Well, it is the MVP big picture by none other than the Shang with the triple kill that he managed to get sorted out for himself. 8 on the chopping board. He falls twice, 6 on the assist. This guy was an absolute monster. Now, I was totally surprised that Eminence Raptors, number 1, did not pull Camille in for themselves. Number 2, did not even go in for that ban. And, you know, that was the final pick in here from GeekFam, Contra.
Ah, man. I guess maybe that is a little bit of a factor when it comes down to some of these things that we consider. But early game, it wasn't exactly the case. But the Shang really was shining bright. But you look at Steezy, he's been doing quite a move as well, going in not only for those split push, but to hit into those battle with the right challenges. And Xion being the SVP, rightfully so, because he was initiating some of these key fights that actually got them into place. Unfortunately for Fluffy, he was getting aimed at most of the time by Rumple as well as the Shang, not really giving that much space. Meanwhile, Momo also has been executed a few times, so the priorities are right for the side of Eminence Raptors when it comes down to team fights. It's just that one misplay that have really costed them the game. Just look at the stats. You can tell that it is such a close fight between the two.
Yeah, it was definitely a close fight in there. That one, I swear to God, I thought they were going in for the fake on that Baron and just to pull GeekFam in because, you know, without Rumple, like you're mentioning, yes, they have a slight advantage, but there was no way they're going to be able to go in there and take Baron and on top of that survive, because even if you do the damage on Baron, if we're talking about GeekFam here, there is 100% chance of them acing you out right after. But Eminence Raptors still took that risk. But here's the thing though, Contra. I loved the side of Eminence Raptors in this game. With each and every single match that they have taken at the group stages so far, they have only improved game after game. To a point where we actually thought they were about to take this away from GeekFam there.
Indeed, and I was really very, very hopeful, and I'm still continuing to do so because the next game here, I guess that they saw that these stats, they were really close, so it's really boiling down to all these fine details that they really have to refine and to really execute things on the grand perspective to be able to get those advantages. And it is not impossible. There's still a chance for them to come right back. And this is one of the first few times that we are seeing GeekFam really push to the point where they were forced to take fights. Not many people have done that. Not even Berjaya Dragons for today.
Not at all, man. It is usually GeekFam the one who's going in there, you know, putting that bait out for you to come in, and, you know, they just sweep you up each and every single opportunity taken. But Eminence Raptors forcing the case, and, you know, they forced a couple of things their way as well, but not the W. In match number 2, when we come back from the break, can they get it done, or will GeekFam have a perfect record today? Contra and I will come back to find out.
Macam tak ada respon diberikan dari penjaga penonton. Dicuri! Dicuri! Kehilangan nyawa yang agak banyak, tarikan yang baik. Nampaknya mereka punya penjaga Ozora Becky. Nyawanya betul-betul menjadikan. Masih lagi terselamat. Kuat rakit telah pun dimilikinya. Mencari peta. Mencari peta. Mencari peta.
Nice. Alright, go. Down first. Can. Alright, down already. Nexus. Okay. Nice!
Victory!
I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on board. Okay. Nice. Alright, go. Down first. Get in. Alright, down already. Nexus. Alright, okay. Nice! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on board. Okay.
Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the light, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator, let them know that the wait's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know when we level up. Level up.
All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up.
Macam tak ada respon diberikan dari pendengar penonton. Dicuri! Dicuri! Kehilangan nyawa yang agak banyak, tarikan yang baik. Nampaknya mereka menyentuh menyalahkan Ozora Becky. Nyawanya betul-betul menyebabkan. Masih lagi terselamat. Wan rakit telah pun dimilikinya. Mencari peta. Mencari peta. Mencari peta.
Welcome back to the Sea Icon series. This is the League of Legends Wild Rift brought to you by the ESL Mobile Open with the support of Maggie Hot Cup, Udo, as well as JBL. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, thus far GeekFam has ravaged through the Rift, taken on Berjaya Dragons and taking the W 2-0 in the first series of the day, and they have been tasked to wrap the day up as well. Eminence Raptors stepping into the Rift with them and surprising all of us, because the kind of pressure that was placed on the kind of pressure that was kind of placed onto GeekFam was like that banner that was placed on my face moments ago. Okay, it was crazy. Now let's bring Contra, the man of the hour himself, in here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, as we prepare ourselves for the draft picks, right? Because Eminence Raptors Contra, they have shown us that they have what it takes, but they need to make sure they don't make those mistakes, because oh, what a way, man. GeekFam punishes you.
That's right, and I really want to jump straight in towards the draft. You know, I felt like an MVP myself, like you're kind of interviewing me because I went MIA for a little bit. But don't worry, we'll get that all sorted out, because we're going to game number 2 as we head over to the Maggie Hot Cup Champion Select.
Yeah, boy, is it gonna be a quick and easy 2-0 victory as Akali gets kicked out of the board? In here, let me move my own camera so I can see exactly who Eminence Raptors does not want to see in here. And they don't want to see Rumpel at his best. And they will take Lee Sin out of the equation. So Shang as well as Steezy, they're not going to be playing with that Akali, but I don't think Shang's going to be too fussed about that at all. And if you take away our Lee Sin, we will take Xion's Wukong away as well. And I think that's a fair trade. Contra.
Yeah, and once again, blocking off that Katarina isn't really the thing that I really like most about this draft. But just weeding out any sort of possibility is still going to be pretty good. Now, the question is, Camille, will Eminence Raptors here take it away? Because easy, they have this chance right here, and they could actually force them to do something about it. But instead, they're going for Fiora for round number 2. They're feeling relatively confident. They're going for the same old because they understand. Last game, it was down towards execution, and they want to have to go. And we are seeing the exact same draft. I'm liking it. Okay, let's bring on the challenge because Eminence Raptors is feeling
GeekFam is literally saying, child, if you think that it didn't work first time around because of just that one mistake, bring it on. We will bring in the exact same composition. Show us what you can do differently. And yes, Eminence Raptors doing it differently, because they will bring in the Z as well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. And Alistar being dropped in here to absorb all of that damage. And the response coming immediately with the Xayah pick. And of course, Nyx will finish it off with that Camille.
Okay, this is going to be a lot more challenging than I thought because of the Z. So they go in for the Xayah, because once he pops that death mark, Xayah can go up in the air immediately for the Fairy Storm just to be untargetable, so that he misses all that sort of spell without it being amplified. And we are seeing an Amumu in the jungle, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm pretty much interested on how this one's going to go, because in terms of jungling speed, he can clear decently, but Rumble will have a lot more pressure on those lanes because Amumu needs to hit level 5 ASAP to be putting the Curse of the Sad Mummy on those big AoE team fights, locking them in place. So is this going to be that formula? The only few changes that I'm looking at here is Nami swap over to an Alistar, which maybe will be having maybe a little bit more impact. But, it's really tough to tell because it's down to how the likes of the jungle really plays the tempo of the game. And also, Momo popping up with some really clutch plays, I hope, because Eminence Raptors, they're on this roll, which they want to secure this game number 2.
Well, we have seen that Amumu go in and force some early Barons in the game as well in the boss. Will this Amumu be being dropped into the, concoction for that exact reason as well? Does Eminence Raptors think that, just picking that Baron? Because clearly, Baron Nashor has been target in game number 1, and therefore they went in for the full-on commit, which was the exact reason why they fell. And, being... just putting so much of importance of just Baron Nashor alone is not going to be able to give them that W, as Amumu starts off on the right-hand side, the left-hand side of his own jungle, ladies, German boys and girls, and then, of course, to drop in and give Steezy that backup later on, because Camille is definitely going to be a handful.
That's right, and just having some true damage to really play out on his first skill can actually chunk out some big HP bars even on tanks. So Becky now showing that he's going to be able to actually dominate this lane for the moment. And Hila just losing a little slight bit of a minion now. Stealing it away! Wait, did he just steal it? Did he just... Oh boy, Sion's going to be having a slower EXP bar to hit that level 5. Because that worked nicely being placed, and Hila is getting pretty much flustered out with the ignite, and that's first blood for Zoraveki.
Zoraveki just putting on the pressure deep down mid, ladies, German boys and girls. And Eminence Raptors not liking the start of this at all. Fluffy and Kid's gonna have to back away from a lot of this heavy engage coming in here. And look at who has dropped in for the fight. Rumple makes an appearance just to scare Alistair back into his cave. Nothing much is going to be happening down there at that Dragon Lane as Xion just continues to level up.
Well, it's going to take quite a while before we see a little bit of a team fight breaking down. Now, Xion will just need a little bit more EXP hitting to level 5, which Rumple has already did. With Pause not really hitting the mark, as there will be a little bit more vitals that will be popped out, chunking a little bit of HP bar from the Shank, and yep, that's going to be the shield that will be holding Steezy back for a little bit, but proccing it is going to be, of course, some good news from time to time.
Beautiful engage coming in here from Momo, just throws those feathers out for the recall. Nope, not in time to do much damage except to the minion wave there in front of them.
Oh boy. Oh, tag teaming. And Xion, he flashes out, and there's no more flash available for this cow. So it will be a very, very aggressive maneuver heading in towards the enemy lines. GeekFam gets another one off. And this is what I was talking about when you were to play a movement in jungle. You will get punished. And now Steezy still having a little bit of a tough trade, and now Xion still level 5, while Rumple has already hit level 6. Same goes to the average for GeekFam.
Yeah, I like exactly where GeekFam is going in with this. They already know Infernal Drakes are going to be dropping into the Rift in a bit. Quickly de-warded. Hextech Ultimatum just locking Steezy in for the perfect takedown and a beautiful knockback. And that is the response the Fiora brings to the table.
The beautiful hook shot right on time, and with that, it will still not be enough because Steezy, he has been able to proc that full
charge of the Grand Challenge, healing himself back up. It was a real close one, but now Steezy really shining bright because he took on the Shang, secures that solo kill, rightfully so.
It's clear that Xion and team have been grinding day in, day out, practicing their plays. Because Eminence Raptors, dude, every single time they step back into the Rift Contra, they have clearly stepped their gameplay up bit by bit. Shang still taking it up against Steezy, this time a little bit more cautious. Now the engage coming in here from the Infernal Drake, and it's a very easy take for that Vi. Rumpel will get it done. It doesn't matter if his Lee Sin is not allowed in the Rift.
Yeah, that is the sad mummy over the top side because he knows that there's no areas that he could just march right in, and he just needs to get a lot tankier. Now Rumpel gets a full knock, double knock up, and that will be almost a sweet escape, but there is the ignite from Ozorveki, and even though he's alone, just look at the damage that he's been able to chunk out to both Rumpel as well as Veki. So needing maybe a little bit more just to do maybe a turnover with a 1-for-1 kill at the very least, but that's all that they can actually make out of. So Hila is actually suffering over the mid lane here because, you know, Rumpel and Veki is just tag teaming on everybody whenever they go in for any sort of the gank or so.
Yeah, the Amumu just clearing out the scuttle. On the Drake side, although, you know, it's going to take a while before Mr. Drake says hello to the team. On the other hand, we have got GeekFam saying hello to Shelly on the other side of the map. Alistar will be there just to prevent that from happening anytime soon, as well as Fluffy in for the prevention as well. Amumu dropping in real close, and this is that bait that might just come through. GeekFam approaching Shelly, and let's see if this bait works.
Well, it's still going to be a tough call. There is a ward inside of the Rift Herald, so Eminence Raptors, they have already swapped lanes. And instead, GeekFam will be having Xayah as well as the Braum over the mid lane, so Momo will still be able to farm up for big items. And speaking of big items, Infinity Edge as a starter for Momo here, so that he can chunk out some higher percentage of critical rates. And hopefully getting some real good pop onto anybody out there. Now Xion, if he walks over to Tribush, he will be spotted out. Now Kits goes in for a little bit of face check. Becky now goes into tandem over. And with that, Unbreakable Will has already been used up. And GeekFam, they call for the Rift Herald.
Oh, but that is the bait. That is the bait that's being thrown in real quick. Rumpel just pulling away Shelly real quick. Xion dropping back in. This is going to be dangerous. Amumu needs to run away. Xion going straight up for that engage with a quick knock-up. And the hero's entrance will be able to give them a little bit of a leeway as Amumu gets slain. Alistar taken out of the equation as well. And that opens up the whole turret gameplay. Ozorveki with the pressure. And Fluffy gets flushed out. The Galio gets it done, and the turret gets taken down.
Oh man, things are looking to go downhill here as Eminence Raptors, they will eventually lose this Rift Herald, and Hila can only try. Let's see, maybe a shuriken misses on the corner, but still a very long shot for Eminence Raptors. So over the top side, the turret will be crushed. And over the bottom, it will be one being secured by Steezy. So just pulling some amount of gold back onto the Eminence Raptors side is going to be proving to be vital as the next objective will appear. We have yet to see Xion come into action, and I really do hope that he will be able to muster up everything that he has. And he's building on towards the Abyssal Mask first, very interesting enough. So here it goes. Maybe it should have been a little bit better, but Xion goes into recall, not looking all too great. So the bottom laners will have to hold on towards this pit as they drop in that ward just to secure grounds.
Yeah, boy, it's gonna be party time at the Dragon Pit in a bit. Let's go. GeekFam calling in for the Drake takedown already. And it looks like it's gonna be an easy one because my man Rumple is in there with the smite in hand. And he goes in and takes it down as well. The steal attempt coming through. Beautiful knock-up as well. But Amumu gets taken out of the equation, Contra.
Oh man, Steezy now goes in for the grand challenge. He does get the pick from her back. Now looking for Linkx as well. Steezy, he now gets locked out with the Hextech ultimatum, and the resident thing to say Fluffy needs to actually look for those kills, but he's not really in the position to do so. They will get aced now. GeekFam with an incredible response and a reply to put them in place with this ace.
Oh, and look at this push now coming up the Dragon lane. Easy turret takedown. And with the minion wave, they should be able to go for one right after as well. Let's see if or not that is the exact that they do. Camille in here with that split push, just trying to hold Hilla back. And he does exactly that. Hilla cannot go in for that pressure, but Kids comes back right through for that support just to force Shang away. Fluffy, and this is going to be a mid-hole for Eminence Raptors, but for how long can they hold this wall as the GeekFam is trying to set up a trap at that Baron pit?
Oh man, just bring some wards and still a little bit of risk because Eminence Raptors, they have a little bit of potential here to really put in some huge damage, especially with Hilla. And you can see Hilla is struggling to make ends meet, over 3 times being killed over and over again as he builds onto the Yumu Ghost Plate. But Easy here is the one that they've been looking for, and that Vital did not really pop because it's all the way over the back of the head. Oh my goodness, a big knockup coming to effect. And GeekFam, you're hunting him down, turning Hits into a co-baby.
Oh, Cole. There's nothing Shion could do. There's nothing Kids could do. That Alistar was just put onto that pan medium rare. Everybody's having a feast in here. Oh, Zora Becky comes right through, punishes Hilla out of that. And it's a free Baron pickup. Fluffy coming in here to say, hey bro, let me have a couple of shots. A steal? No. Vi settles that. Baron Nashor with the pressure, and they are gonna go for a full-on push. And here comes the Galio in for the reset as well. Fluffy doing the same on his end. They need to beef themselves up because the pressure that will come through from GeekFam right now. How do you stop them, Contra?
I don't know. Just look at Becky. 9 kills on this Galio. He just solo killed a Zed without any problem whatsoever. Because this dude, he is going to be building on top, but here comes another team fight here, knocking it up in place. Hextech ultimate locks on towards Steezy as he pulls up the grand challenge, but he cannot actually go in for much longer. Nick now looking for the kill. Steezy does survive, but they are now diving right in. Shang now pushing in with the flash. And say hello to the Reparo because it's about to crash in to the inhibitor. So, Fluffy, he has the barrier, but not really much room here. As Steezy still tries to actually pull them back in. This is still going to be a fight here. Dang tries to actually lock on top of Fluffy. And is this a Herald asset we're looking at? Herald will be going down soon. And this might just be game here if ER don't really do anything about it. And here comes the full force team here with the Cooks on the sound bumping. And they are taking this game full flush. And GeekFam pulls this thing down, not giving a chance to the Raptors.
2-0. 4-0. 6 clean points picked up. 4 points on those, score difference as well. Picked up clean here by GeekFam, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. There is nothing that could stand in their way. Not a bunch of dragons, not a bunch of dinosaurs. They wiped the mythical, they wiped the ancient off of the floor because it's GeekFam in here to dominate the Rift as well. They've been sweeping up the whole of the eSports scene in Malaysia, and they don't want to stop Contra.
That's right, and I just look at how on earth would you be able to even get a game off of GeekFam if they're going to be this good
Eminence Raptor, they tried, but I got to say this draft didn't really work out for Eminence Raptors for multiple reasons, but we'll definitely talk about it as we move over to our match stats. And, well, the only effective member for the likes of Eminence Raptors is Steezy, and I'm already having a little bit of hiccups here. Imagine the team that has been facing off against GeekFam and Rumple, Becky, man, they are on fire.
Yeah, solid, bro. Ozora Veki with the 9 kills and 7 assists. The triple kill coming in as well. And he was just full on balls on the table. A solo takedown on Hila. Hey, no problem, bro. You want to take my team down? Hero's entrance right in there for the knock-up with that cow up in the air. Quickly sliced down for some Wagyu steak to be served up for everyone. And this time around, Camille was not as effective, but didn't even need to be effective. That's the problem. And you know what? For the first time ever, from the time I started casting at the Rift, that was the first time the Rift Herald has accessed all the way down to the Nexus and help a team get the damage put in there. And it was GeekFam just providing that assist and support for Shelly so she could have a proud moment here at the Rift Contra.
That's right. And in the PC, if you were to have Shelly going all the way to the base and you win the game, Shelly will do a little bit of a dance. Unfortunately, Shelly gets to say goodbye before they've been able to do so. But still, GeekFam here showing another masterclass, and this is why you should ban away the Galio instead of the Katarina, because Becky here is just showing up. And oh boy, when you pair it with Rumple, who has been invading the jungle, this is something that, you know, Eminence Raptors should expect when you go in to pick that Amumu up. And it didn't really went well. Just look at the builds. I don't even think that he will be able to soak much or do much for the case. And when you are playing maybe a slow-paced jungler like that, just look at the damage. It goes to tell. Maybe another 1,000 for kids who will be able to top Xion's record right there. And in fact, Linkx does more damage than Xion.
And that is surprising, right? And, you know, all that Braum was there to do was just soak up all of the damage and give his team the fighting advantage. Ozora Veki, obviously the one with the highest damage in this game. But here's the thing, though. None of them going past that 20k mark because there weren't a lot of fights to win this over with. This was absolute brilliance because GeekFam just used Eminence Raptors' mistakes against them so well and played the objectives to the T Contra.
That's right, and I just really want to see more of Eminence Raptors because they were showing a really convincing game in the first round against GeekFam, but second round here completely dropped the ball, and it's really a draft problem that we're looking at here. There's no other way working around it. I guess if they were to stake back to maybe a Jarvan, it could have worked out, and hey, maybe an Olaf who could even peel all the way across. A little bit tough, but still very much manageable. But the Shang, you cannot ignore the fact that this guy really holds his own. But Steezy has been able to show us a solo kill against the Shang. So that is definitely something wonderful that Eminence Raptor has been able to provide us. So with that, I guess that's the final game for this evening here. And there will be an interview that will be happening, I believe, in the Play segment if you guys want to check that one out. We still have the recap going on and also to show you guys what's the current standing for the entirety of the leaderboard. But before that, let's jump in towards this analysis with the recap.
Yep, let's go, man, because it was a very clean game taken up here by GeekFam in terms of the 2-0 victory, but in terms of those team engagements in game number 1, you know, Eminence Raptors actually showed us that they could take the fight up against them.
And you gotta also give credit to Kids here because he popped in the big tsunami of the tidal wave just to knock them in place, but this was that team fight they absolutely lost because of the play that was brought forward by Becky and the Shang. And that huge taunt coming out there, you just couldn't really get out of. And They have to take notice about all these fine details, especially fighting against GeekFam with such a huge area of effect crowd control. Now, heading in towards the top side here, I guess it was another beautiful one coming from Becky, knocking them up as well as taunting them, and that was pretty much game over in game one.
Absolutely. Game over, man. They went in there for the full-on push towards the Nexus as well, just tanking all of the damage, just so confident with the amount of, complete nothing that their oppositions would be able to do. The Hextech ultimatum there, going in for a quick shutdown, but this is the part where Steezy showed us the poke and prod gameplay, exactly what he was aiming for from the start, Contra.
Yeah, and I absolutely missed out one fact is that he flashed over that hook shot. He didn't flash behind, he flashed over it, which makes it even more impressive. But GeekFam, they started the onslaught right here because they found an opportunity to dive right in, and they start to open up the map. Now, look at this. Shelly being popped up from here onwards, and the fight as it happens.
Yeah, man, the Hextech ultimatum shuts down Steezy, I believe, and then a quick more shot in there. Steezy tried to get away from that situation, just surviving with a little bit of HP, but the damage was already done, with Shelly being able to be brought up forth to that inhibitor as well. Nothing much that they could do. Steezy had already pulled back to go in and recover, and from then on, Shelly, man, Shelly was the MVP for the Nexus push, Contra.
Yeah, I gotta say so, because this was the fight for their life, and it was looking to be okay, but they didn't really have enough time, and Veki, you saw him being that one-punch man up in the mid-side, and there was that 1v1 that happened between him as well as Hila, and he just showed him who's boss, right? So,
absolutely.
With that being said, I just felt that this Veki, this guy has never seemed to have a day that he goes out of form. And it just goes to show right here, just playing that Galio, smacking everybody and smacking the HP off of the Nexus.
Absolutely, man. I mean, GeekFam has always been super solid with their lineup, and they have never, there's always one player to shout about within the whole GeekFam team, and the beauty of it is it's never the same person. They always have their highlights. The Shang drops in with those crazy Camille gameplays, Rumpel drops in with his Lee Sin and just ravages the jungle, and Ozora Veki, he takes, the title in here for himself. You want to see Momo go in there for those MVPs, he gets those damage done as well. I mean, each and every single one of them, together with Nyx constantly on that support. GeekFam is truly a force to be reckoned with, and at the moment, they seem to be the top dogs at the group stages here. Nobody has been able to beat them. Even Berjaya Dragons couldn't do anything, couldn't even draw blood today, Contra.
That's right, and I just really felt that, it is a perfect day for all of the geeks out there that has been supporting GeekFam, and as they say, once a geek, always a fam. And that definitely has closed out the entirety of all of the things that we do have for today. But remember this, you guys who have popped in all these hashtags and stuff, yes, we do have the giveaway, and we'll be announcing some of the winners real soon. And, well, AJ, I believe you could definitely do the honors right now.
Yeah, boy. And the winner for the Quantum 300 is none other than Inam Shah. And his comment was, favorite team, RTZ. The reason is because lepas tengok Rods, I'll translate it for you in English, all right? After seeing Rods, it's not about how many times you fail. It's all about how many times you try, my friend.
That's right. Rod's definitely one of the superstars in the mid lane out there, but today, I guess the highlights were all over on Veki's side that, of course, we didn't really focus on too much, but Rods is one guy that has been able to pull in multiple champions and trying time and time again, not only on counter. Today, Rods has been playing in the jungle with a Darius in the jungle competitively, and he pulled it off.
Absolutely. You go in there and you try until you get, and well done, bro. You went in there, that was not your first attempt, and you kept trying. JBL Quantum 300 in the bag. Now, we've also got 3 of those Quantum 50s to give away. You guys would have already gone in there and dropped your hashtags. I'm very sure that it's still open, and the winners for the Quantum 50 will be announced on the ESL Malaysia page, so make sure you follow the page to see if or not you managed to bag that.
That's right, and congratulations to all the winner. And for the one that has been able to receive the JBL Quantum 300 today, which is Adam Shah, I hope you'll be enjoying it once you got your hands on it. Remember, you can, of course, tag JBL Malaysia and thank them for it, because they've been, of course, offering all of you guys with all these goodness and wholesomeness throughout the entirety of the C Icon series. Other than that, of course, we want to give a shout out to Maggie Hot Cup, because we also do have our club for today, I do believe, coming in from the Maggie Moments.
And let's go. The hashtag Maggie Moments, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Don't forget, your pictures as well as comments can be shared with us for a chance to be featured on stream. So, I mean, if you're a content creator, if you're a streamer, imagine having your page, your gaming page name up on the ESL Malaysia page. That's solid, Contra, to be able to bring in, a little bit more support. ESL Asia will be putting up the post as well, so that's double the awesomeness.
That's right. So make sure you guys go ahead, pop in the hashtag Maggie Moments. It could be your pentakill out there if you guys want to post it up just for a little bit of bragging rights. Or, you guys could also grab yourself some more freebies. And when I talk about freebies, you cannot miss out this opportunity to scan the QR code right down below here eventually, because we got Udo here, powered by Cellcom, that has been offering us free 5 gigs worth of data. Just scan that QR or visit the website. If you guys are not part of Udo just about yet, wait no more. Scan this QR code and, of course, register yourself for a free SIM pack sent your way.
Absolutely free. It gets delivered to your doorstep. What are you waiting for? If anything, just get the free SIM card and the free 5 gigabytes and just see if you like it, and you'll probably like it and you'll stick with it. And if you know what, you get a lucky number, switch on all of your other lines to it as well. JBL.com.my is the place where you need to be going to for more information on the Quantum series, because the Quantum series is not limited just to the Quantum 50 and the Quantum 300. We've got 100, we've got 600, we've got all the way going up to the Quantum 1, which even I don't have my hands on just yet, Contra. JBL, why don't I have my hands on the Quantum 1 just yet? But we will get it. We will get it soon enough.
Well, I guess no complaints. I haven't gotten mine as well, but yeah, we'll definitely visit the store when we do have the time. Or, let's check out the website after this. So I believe that we have already concluded majority of the things that we need to cover, but before that, there's still the leaderboards and also the MVP for the entirety of this battle between GeekFam as well as Eminence Raptors. Now, I really want to give it to Steezy as well for playing really well, but I'm pretty sure that it's either Becky, the Shang, or even Rumple. I'm not taking credit away from Momo. Momo has been doing quite a good job as well. Linkx on top of that. So I'm just looking at who will be able to take down these Geeks, because it seems like they've been studying the entirety of the game like it's a playbook, not an encyclopedia, a playbook.
Well, on that note, let's bring up the MVP, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Without further ado, it is none other than the one that represents the whole of the Geek Fam. Contra, you asked whether or not it's going to be Veki, Rumple, or Shang. I think, Momo might have been able to nick it away from them. And production's just teasing us, man. They say coming up, but then it's probably coming up in 3 years, 4 years. You never know.
Well, I believe that they won't be so cruel to leave it for multiple years ahead of us, but here comes. The MVP of the match will indeed be the support, as it will be Linkx on his prom, because he secured a total of 13 assists, and he was everywhere in the map with a total of 100% kill participation. It's not about the damage, it's about supplying your team with the necessaries to win all the scuffles.
Yeah, quite honestly, he was the one who kept knocking up that Alistar into the air with his glacial fissure. And once that little, beef went up into the air, he just sliced. And by the time he dropped back down, it was the perfect steak for the serving. And no doubt at all, he truly deserves the title of player of the match. Not about the damage, like you said, Contra. It is all about the setup as well as the support. Think about all of the damage he absorbed as well, right? So many of these plays from Eminence Raptors, this guy single-handedly prevented by just bringing those shield up at the right moments. And, even going in for the steal wasn't so easy when he was in the vicinity.
Exactly, like the Maggie moment said, the heart is the strongest muscle, and it has been proven right here by GeekFam's very own Linkx. And hopefully you guys, as a support main or somebody who wants to actually get into the support role, you can take a thing or two from one of the best support players out there, which is Linkx. Now, have a look into the standings because GeekFam secures a streak here. Yes, they may have dropped one game or two, but they have never lost an entire series. They've won all 6 and needing to just complete one more. And that's going to be on Friday, by the way. While the rest of the teams out there will still be actually finding their way through. Now, just to correct myself, it's not going to be Friday. It will be on Thursday. But as we look into the standings, we are looking at Berjaya Dragons here on second place with 12 points. 9 points will tie both Sem9 as well as Eminence Raptors. The only difference is the round wins as well as losses. And, of course, Eminence Raptors will be on the neutral score differentials.
Yep, and with, of course, Sem9 securing the positive 3 on the board, there's no way in hell they're going to be able to drop this. They just need to make sure they maintain composure, just maintain and equalize the number of wins that Eminence Raptors get, and they should be all clear. RTZ Underank, they want to ask themselves if or not it is possible to play catch-up, and it might just be so. Why? Because if Eminence Raptors does not manage to win their next series, and we see RTZ Underank going in for a perfect victory, 2-0, that might just put them all equaled up. So day number 7 is definitely going to be super duper important for these two teams. Linkx eSports as well as Splatzone. Insomniax, on the other hand, it's quite an uphill battle to even think that, the future is going to be as happy as they want it to be, Contra.
That's right. The only sort of changes I do expect coming along lines is the 3rd place to 5th place for the upcoming match day, which is on Thursday. So make sure you lock in your calendar, and that will be game day to be played out by the majority of all these teams. So with that said, I guess some of the big winners for today is not only GeekFam, but also Eminence Raptors, because that win upon the likes of RTZ Underank has mattered a whole lot for them to really come up with some real solid result. And I want to see Eminence Raptors taking on Sem9 once again, if that's ever going to be happening, because we know that these two teams here can offer something really special. I just don't want to see that move anymore, though. Of course, just throwing a little bit of shades, but no offense to you, Sean. You've been playing pretty well. Just quite unfortunate stuff that happened in game number 2.
Unfortunate indeed, and hopefully we see a much stronger side coming in from Eminence Raptors. But you've got to give credit where credit is due. They really have been trying to shake things up at the Rift. They've been trying a lot of compositions which are not really the norm, and they are trying to catch their opposition off. And in order to be able to pull off such drastic changes on that roster, to pull off a surprise gameplay against GeekFam and all, they obviously have spent hours and hours on that grind, and it shows through their gameplay itself, Contra. I mean, it has shown just how much, gelling Shion has been making within the team itself. When he first started off, it was really shaky, and as they continue moving on in the Rift, the team is just getting stronger and stronger and stronger.
That's right, and we really will see who will be the strongest of the Malaysia's Wild Rift scene here in the C Icon Series MY. My name is Contra, this is the Mustachio AJ, and of course we thank you guys for tuning once again, and also big thank you to our official tournament partners, Maggie Hot Cup, Udo powered by Cellcom, and last but not least, JBL, because they've been giving away some great Quantum Series headset for all of you guys. So if you guys want your chance to land some great goodies, just tune in on Thursday once more. Anything that you want to say to wrap things up, AJ?
Stay safe. Make sure you guys drink lots and lots of water. And you know what? If possible, just stay at home and protect yourselves. Good night and goodbye, everybody. We will catch you on Thursday.
Introduce me, I'm a renegade. Every single night, I crave the taste. It's the adrenaline running through my gait. It gets me high, high, high. Got no time to waste. Ain't got time for small talk. I tell you the truth. I'm faster than you. I'ma tell you the truth. Not in it to lose, just faster than you. Look into my eyes, I'm not afraid. Take over my mind till it fades. Like a medicine, it keeps me safe. This neon lights lead the way. Ain't got time for small talk. I tell you the truth. I'm faster than you. I'ma tell you the truth. Not in it to lose.
Nice. Alright, go. Down first. Can. Alright, down already. Nexus. Alright, okay. Nice! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on board. Okay.
Macam tak ada respon. Berikan dari penjajakan apa dicuri. Kehilangan nyawa yang agak banyak. Tarikan yang baik. Nampaknya mereka punya penjajakan Ozora Becky. Nyawanya betul-betul menjadikan. Masih lagi terselamat. Wan Rakit telah pun dimilikinya. Mencari peta. Macam tak ada respon. Berikan dari penjajakan apa dicuri. Kehilangan nyawa yang agak banyak. Tarikan yang baik. Nampaknya mereka punya penjajakan Ozora Becky. Nyawanya betul-betul menjadikan. Masih lagi terselamat. Wan Rakit telah pun dimilikinya. Mencari peta.
just faster than you. Just faster than you.
Glasses on, my hoodie's right. Break the door, give me side eyes. Are you feeling yours? Cause I'm feeling mine. Slide back to the future, got my own time. It's